The girls who traumatized me keep glancing at me, but alas, it's too late. Volume 1 by Aragi Maido, translated by Soph Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade. Prologue. Jun, I've decided to go out with Senpai. The twilight-tinted sky paints her red. She hesitated, but clearly said so. The scarlet eyes of the young woman in the photo are lit up, and without being able to read the emotions reflected in them, only the words formed the reality of the situation. I realized that it was all a misunderstanding when I heard those words from my childhood friend, Hinagi Suzurikawa, a childhood friend who has been close to me since kindergarten. Why did she decide to tell me that? Maybe she thinks it's her duty as a childhood friend. No, that's not it. This is a warning in her own way. Don't hang around with her forever. I don't know what she's thinking. I can never understand anyone's thoughts. Maybe that's why, for some reason, her words to me have become harsh. This is not the kind of relationship she wanted to have with me. There is no mythical dream story between us, as is often the case with childhood friends. The promises we made when we were little, if there ever was such a thing, were only a minor quibble. It will disappear like a bubble in a moment. But she has always been special to me. It was definitely thanks to her that I was able to endure in a difficult situation. Although things have been awkward recently, I thought we had been getting along well together for a long time. At least, that's what I thought until today. In junior high school, Hinagi became more and more beautiful. She started wearing makeup and paying attention to fashion. She was sociable and cheerful, and was a popular girl. Watching Hinagi's back, I decided to step out of the relationship as a childhood friend. I was going to confess my feelings at the summer festival we went to together every year. I thought I was in love with Hinagi. I was under the delusion that she would accept my confession. However, such a naive outlook crumbled. It was nothing more than an act of egotism. I had mistakenly thought that the feelings she was expressing toward me were affection. I was happy that someone liked me. What the heck? It wasn't affection at all. Thump. Something fell inside me. Her words convinced me myself. Maybe I had been realizing that one day this day would come. A dark shadow cast over my heart. The feelings I had for her, it was not affection, but sympathy, or perhaps sentiment, if I may say so. I was confronted with the fact that I was nothing more than a childhood friend. Fun. I guess my relationship with you is over. This summer we may not be able to hang out as much as usual. I see. Congratulations. My childhood friend cruelly piles words on top of words to the person who just broke my heart, as if to rub salt in the wound, as if to show off. It was infuriating. If she had a boyfriend, she couldn't be with me. She wouldn't even want to be with me. I couldn't think of anything to say to her with my blank mind. That's probably why. What spilled out of my mouth was an honest blessing. I was so happy to hear it, and it was a blessing to be able to express the ugly feelings I'm carrying right now. Words that cover up all the ugly feelings I'm having right now. Hinagi's face turns angry for a moment. Unlike you, Senpai is dependable and good-looking, and I'm glad he confessed his feelings to me. The person Hinagi calls Senpai is a third-year member of the soccer club who had confessed his feelings to her a week ago. Unlike me, Hinagi is popular. She was often confessed to, but I believe she had never accepted the confession until now. Perhaps I was relieved to see Hinagi like that. I was under the convenient illusion that she would never leave my side. However, there was no need to go to the trouble of exposing her by comparing her to me. I wonder how long she was hated me so much. It's true that I'm not good enough for Hinagi. I should have known that better than anyone else. Why did I get my hopes up? I lost the place for the feelings I was about to confess. The feelings I had been harboring grew and grew, and I was spending my days as if my feelings were fraying. When I realized that today was the end, I felt both a sense of release and loneliness. Like an inflated balloon, the feelings I had been holding on to burst and fade away. This is my closure, and if I can't reach my feelings, it might as well be the last one. I was supposed to tell her how I really feel. Hinagi, I was going to confess my feelings to you on the day of this year's summer festival, eh? From that day last year, the answer was clear. I knew the truth from the day she rejected my hand. The only thing that is important is that I have pretended to be unaware of it, turned away from it, misled myself, and taken advantage of the relationship as a childhood friend. I have always loved you. I only looked at you. I was proud of you as you became more and more beautiful. That's why I wanted to take the first step this year. I don't know if it was too late, or if you were never interested in me in the first place. Is that so? Then what I'm doing? Hinagi is upset. Her eyes were shaking as if she was searching for the truth. She feels that it's disgusting. I bet. Discomfort and disgust for being looked at in such a way by me. I thought the feelings you were directing at me were a kindness. There was no way that was possible. Why, you got it wrong. I too. Our feelings were different. I don't know where we started taking different paths, but now I don't know anymore. There is no point in thinking about it now. Why am I like this? I'm sorry. Forgive me if this is a bother for you. But I just wanted to express my feelings one last time when this is all over. Last time. What? Stop it. What are you trying to say? Hinagi's face had gone pale. She lost her blood. Goodbye, Hinagi. Let's end our childhood friendship today. I wish you and Senpai all the best. The playground equipment was stained yellow. That park where we used to play together will be a different place. I find it ironic that the park where we used to play together is now a different place. We built castles together in their sandbox. We ran around until the sun went down. I felt a strong bond with her, but our relationship is as fragile as such a tower of a sandcastle, and it crumbles easily. But that's okay. Once I tell her how I feel, it will be impossible for us to remain childhood friends and continue to act as we have in the past. Even so, I had planned to confess my feelings to her with that resolve, but there is no longer any need to do so. I didn't want to be here anymore. I just wanted to disappear. Just like that day. From everyone's sight. I ran toward home. Wait. Yukito, please wait and talk. Human emotions are difficult. Why am I so stupid? If the feelings Hyang was showing me were not kindness, then I'll never be able to experience kindness again. I may never be able to understand what it means. Thus, the boy was broken again. Chapter 1, It's Too Late for Him. Shoyo High School. First year, Class B. That's my class. For first-year students who have just entered high school, introducing themselves to their new class is an important event that will determine their future. Whether to play it safe or make a spectacular high school debut, the classmates who were now in the same class were staring at me with a stern gaze, wondering if I was a friend or a foe. But there was no need to worry. I'm a harmless, innocent, shady guy. The selection of the school cast has already begun. I'd like to try to get a big boost here, but I have no intention of taking that kind of risk. I had a perfect plan to play it safe and make an ironclad appeal as a person with little presence. I knew this very well, but even so, what came out of my mouth were words to the contrary. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'm quitting school. I spoke impulsively. The air was frozen, and everyone was stunned. It can't be helped. I felt the same way. When I turned around, I saw that my homeroom teacher, Sayuri Fujishiro, had also pulled a face. She was very young to be a teacher, having just been assigned homeroom for the first time this year. Hey, are you alright? Why is this teacher so nice? Although her language is blunt, her facial expression conveys that she is truly concerned. I can only thank the miracle of having a wonderful homeroom teacher. No, I'm sorry. I just experienced the unreasonableness of the world that I can't help and said it impulsively, but I have no other intention. It would be a stretch to say not to worry about it. Why the hell are they in this class? I didn't want to face them if I could help it, but I could only think of them as a mischievous divine coincidence. I couldn't accept the reality and went through the class roster over and over again. As a result, my eyes went dark and my possessions were cut in half. I thought, this is too much of a scam. Of course there was a reason for this sudden outburst, but I can't mention it here. My name is Yukito Kokonoe. I aim to be the shady little guy in this class. I'm going to spend most of my time pretending to be asleep, so I'd appreciate it if you'd recognize me as a kind of airhead and stay out of my life as much as possible. I'm a big-hearted person, so I don't mind if people talk about me behind my back. But who would talk to a shady person like me? Ha 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 ha. I try to laugh with a straight face. My classmates had already turned away from me. It seems that they more than understood what I was trying to say by my impeccable appeal. Being understanding is the secret to surviving in life. Oi, don't be so quick to ruin away the first year of school. It's alright, sensei. About what? I've already ruined my life. What the hell wrong with you? You're so realistic, you're scaring me. Casual, uninvolved appeals. In reality, I would have had a future with my classmates, enjoying our school life together. But now that my plans have collapsed in an instant, all I have left to do is to stay quiet like a clam in the shadows. I'll start taking it seriously next year, maybe. At any rate, Kokonoe, I understand that you are a problem child. I am outraged by Sayuri-sensei's unbelievable statement. I'm a well-behaved person. Did I do something wrong? You and I are friends, right? You and I aren't getting even close for an hour. After all those kind words you said to me earlier, don't put on the boyfriend act, and you're too serious, you're scaring me. It's okay as long as it's you, sensei. I'm just barely tolerating it myself, damn it. I unintentionally got into a fuss with sensei. This is not the time for this. It is not my intention to stand out. When I returned to my seat, I found a fresh and handsome guy sitting next to me laughing. He looks like he's going to be the center of the class. But this guy? Ha 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 ha. You're funny. Do you have eyeballs? It was a safe greeting. Safe? But still, it's going to be a fun year with you around. My first impression of him was set on the annoying guy with the main protagonist attribute. As the other classmates proceeded to introduce themselves, I started up an app game on my phone, and in the morning I loaded the code I had just bought at the convenience store and immediately went to work on paying the bill. There's no way I'm going to pull 100 charges and have the bomb go off. What is the 3%? After the school cast selection ceremony was over, I was playing the Gakko, and the refreshingly handsome guy next to me was there. Yukito, let's exchange contacts, shall we? Suddenly he called me by my first name, a move only a handsome guy can pull off with ease. It was hard to believe that we were the same species. You've come onto me like a bat out of hell, haven't you, Tanaka? Stop joking. I'm Kuki. Didn't I introduce myself to you earlier? Sorry, I didn't get any of that. Seriously, what are you doing here? You've been skipping around too much on the first day. I was not really listening to anything at the time, but I was curious as to why the fresh and handsome guy who introduced himself as Kuki was talking to me. There is nothing to be concerned about. Did you even hear what I just said? What are you doing talking to the king of the shadows, the shady characters in the middle of a cat house like me? I'm going to live my life licking the bottom of the school cast in this class. I don't know what's so shady about you, but you stood out to me. I can't remember anyone more interesting than you. Oh well, let's be friends, okay? What is he talking about? I mean, he heard my perfect pitch, and he's like, let's be friends. He must have some kind of an agenda to say something like that. At any rate, I stared at the fresh, handsome man in front of me, and then I realized something. He is trying to enhance his own main character attribute of being a refreshingly good-looking guy by putting me, a shady guy, next to him. Yes, I am a mob. What an evil man you are, but perhaps you'd rather hang out with someone who approaches you with an open mind than someone who doesn't know what you're thinking. I feel like I'm being ridiculed, but I'm pretty sure there's something wrong with you. So, what do friends do? Do I have to pay for it? Don't say things that make me nervous all of a sudden. What happened to you in the past? I never thought this would ruin my Capuchin plan. Let me tell you, my first impression of you is probably that you're a total jerk. Well, no problem. Kuki, it's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, suddenly you're back to normal. What a kind of attitude. Well, that's okay. Anyway, best regards from now on. Suddenly the handsome smile almost flashes. My soul is about to be purified, but at least he's a good guy. so I correct my impression in my mind. By the way, Yukito, what are you doing after school? Huh? What's up? You know, we're in the same class now, so I'm thinking of having a get-together for those of us who can go to karaoke. Kokono, are you coming too? As I was talking, a girl started talking to me from behind. She was wearing a fluffy bob cut in a rich color that suited her perfectly. Organizing an event. She is a strong communicator. No exaggeration to say that she is my rival in the middle. Snake and mongoose. I will have to settle this one by one. Aware of this one. A king? No, you're a girl, so a queen. Can I call you Elizabeth? My name is Kana Sakurai, but why Elizabeth? It's just mutual dash. But why did you decide to invite me? I saw you two talking, and you didn't seem so bad. When I looked around, I saw several of my classmates gathered behind Elizabeth, who had spoken to me. Were they members of the participating group? I looked around quickly at the faces and decided, it can't be. It's hell. It's filled with murderous intent, like a village in a magical world. I'm sorry, Sakurai-san, but I can't go today because I have something I have to do. Thanks for inviting me. Enjoy yourself for me. I see. Too bad, but I can't help it. I'll invite you again. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I get out of the frightening classroom where I am still looking at each of them. It was true that I had something to do. My mother is going to be late coming home today, so I have to prepare dinner. But most of all, I didn't want to be with these girls. No, no, no. Kokono-kun, being shady, as she gazed at the back of Yukito Kokonoe, who had left the classroom in a fluid fashion. Kana Sakurai was troubled by the impression she had of him, which was so strange. I think it's rare for someone to be able to say that so casually. But was Yukito always like that? I don't know what happened to him. Kukimi was also following his back with his eyes. To be honest, he had no expectations. It was a total coincidence. A day-to-day life that was not enough. I thought it was going to be a boring school life, but it seems his fears were unfounded. The guy he unexpectedly met again had changed a lot, but the change was completely out of character. It makes him wonder what has happened to him so far, but even so, his expectations are higher now. Well, let's get going. Thus began a social gathering of classmates, but no one knew yet that it would cause a disturbance. 12 people gathered for karaoke. In fact, 1/3 of the class participated in the event, but it was worthwhile for Mu and Sakurai to take the initiative and call out to all their classmates, so that no one was left out. The participants are well balanced and not clumped together in one group. The group headed for the karaoke bar, where they took 2 rooms and enjoyed socializing as they pleased. I mean, what was that all about, Kokono-chan? Yes, I wanted to hear it, but I'm sorry I missed it. After an hour or so, when both parties' wariness of each other had gradually faded, the subject of the Yukito Kokonoe suddenly came up. The conversation between Miki Minato and Kana Sakurai, both of whom look like Jaiaru, are joined by Kazunari Takahashi and Kukimu, who say they were aces in their junior high school soccer team. He's definitely a dangerous guy. It's impossible for him to suddenly declare that he will leave school after introducing himself. Don't worry, Kazunari. Yukito is a funny guy. You like Kokonoe a lot. Is there something about him? There were some things that happened a long time ago. You know each other? No, I don't think he remembers me. And this is the first time I've had a direct conversation with him, but I know he's a great guy. You're a good at sport, right? If you say that, does that mean Kokonoe is athletic? Many of his classmates already knew that Kukimu was an all-around athlete. Soon after entering the school, seniors came all the way to the classroom to invite him to join their club activities. Gym class has not yet been held, but even so, there are things that can be sensed. Did you play basketball in middle school, by any chance? Suddenly, a voice interrupts from another direction. The voice belonged to Shiori Kamishiro. Her long hair pulled back in a ponytail and her height over 170 centimeters, which is tall for a girl. Her large breasts showing her presence even from above. Do you know me? I don't mean to imply that, but I just thought that maybe you knew Yuki. Right. Is Kamishiro a basketball player by any chance? Yes. I was in the same junior high school as Yuki. I used to play in the women's basketball. Hey, I see. Do you know why the Yukito didn't come at that time? Sorry. I can't talk about it. I see. Sakurai and the others watched with interest as the two engaged in a conversation that had some sort of implication. Kamishiro-san, did you get along with Kokono-kun? It's the opposite. I'm being hated by Yuki. What? Kamishiro-chan, what happened? The cheerful atmosphere that Kamishiro had been displaying was now gone from her face as she spoke with a downcast look on her face. For those who have talked to Shiori Kamishiro before, it was a strange sight. Yuki didn't show up today because of me. I'm sure. You got it wrong. The only reason Yukito didn't come was because of me. The sharpness of the voice tore at the air. Eh? The intruder who suddenly appeared with the exact same words was Hinagi Suzurikawa, who is quickly establishing herself as one of the twin peaks in the class along with Kamishiro. For some reason, she too had a dark shadow cast over her, a complete change from her usual mood. Are you two acquainted with Kokono-kun? What the hell? Tell me first. What's he like? The two of them looked at each other, as if they did not hear Takahashi's question. I'm sorry, Kamishiro-san. I was just wondering. What do you mean it's your fault? Suzurikawa-san, what is your relationship with Yuki? A sword-like atmosphere that one would not expect from a social gathering surrounds the party. Hey, what's going on here? I don't know. Those two and Kokono-chan know each other, but is there a reason? The two did not seem to be bothered by the whispering and chattering going on here and there. What have you done to Yuki? While Mi was laughing by himself, the social gathering suddenly started to get awkward. Shiori Poff, Yukito Kokonoe was a member of the basketball club when he was in junior high school. The boys and girls both use the gymnasium for club activities, and they also interact with other members of the same club. But that doesn't mean I know all of them. When he was a freshman, I knew nothing about Yukito Kokonoe. It was not until the summer of my second year that I, Shiori Kamishiro, became interested in him. I don't know what happened to him. I don't even know when it started, but from about that time on, his basketball skills began to improve rapidly, and it wasn't talent or anything like that. He got better because he practiced more than anyone else. That's all there is to it. Yukito Kokonoe became absorbed in basketball. He played as if he was trying to escape from something. He was the only one who stayed after school and did it all the time. Sometimes he was the only one practicing during summer vacation. Not only at school, I once saw him practicing on an outdoor court set up in a park. I was the tallest of the girls and was a strong power forward. At that time, I was not very enthusiastic about club activities. The team was not strong enough to aim for the top ranks in tournaments. The school had not always been that focused on athletic clubs, and team members, both boys and girls, enjoyed club activities in moderation. But he was different. He was the only one who was obsessed with the ball and kept shooting it toward the basket, as if driven by something, as if trying to forget something. Perhaps inspired by this, the men's club activities soon began to include an enthusiasm and seriousness that had never been seen before. He had also become a top-class player as a point guard. The expectation that with him in the team, they might be able to aim for the top in the tournament was changing the basketball club. He looked amazing. Someone who can influence others with just a very honest attitude of admiration. He is not like me. A halfway decent person. I was envious of him, dazzled by him, and wanted to watch his back forever. I was worried about him, but at the same time, I could not take my eyes off him, and before I knew it, I had begun to talk to him. After a while, we became so close that I called him Yuki, and our conversations increased. We began to talk casually outside of club activities. It was a very enjoyable time for me, as I had never had many friends of the opposite sex before. He was so kind and generous, and had such a sense of perspective that it was hard to believe that he was one of my schoolmates. He was an important person who made me feel at ease just by talking to him. I can clearly see that now. I was already attracted to him at that time. However, at that time, I was not mature enough to honestly admit my feelings. I couldn't sort out my feelings for the first time. I couldn't hold on to them. And I approached him with ambiguous feelings and told him how I felt. And I did that as a result of turning away from my feelings. In hindsight, that was my whole mistake. I should have never approached him in the first place. I should have been content to watch his back from afar. In the end, I betrayed him in the worst possible way, hurt him, and took everything from him. I am Yukito's childhood friend. In the silence that does not suit the occasion, Suzurikawa told them, "Is it possible that Yuki has changed because of you?" "Yes, but what about you? What did you do to Yukito? Speak up." Stop. Sakurai, who could not help but notice the seriousness of the exchange, intervened. "Today is a social gathering, right? Can't you two get along?" I'm leaving. I'm sorry for spoiling the mood, Sakurai-san. I'll be in the other room. What do I do with this atmosphere?" The air in the room was thick with a sense of uneasiness as the two left the room. "Come on, Kazunari, sing something." You're going to dump on me?" "I'll ask Kokono-chan in detail next time." This atmosphere is definitely not going to be good for anyone. Chapter 2, Sister Figure - Mother Figure. This may sound quick, but I'm being interviewed as soon as I get home. The suspect is Yukito Kokonoe. Why did you say that? Today, as always, the dining table is shrouded in mystery, but the look in her eyes is even scarier than usual. Sitting in front of me, the accused, is my sister, Yuri Kokonoe. It's so bad. I'm about to be sentenced to jail without a trial. Can someone do something about it? I can't. I have no idea. My sister was honestly a beautiful woman in the eyes of my immediate family. Just like my mum, she was already a complete goddess. Her waist-length black hair was beautiful. Her eyes were well-defined, and she was a pure and innocent beauty. The sharp eyes also matched the atmosphere. I should worship her 3 times a day for now. I am lucky that I drew SSR sister, but I am sure that I must have piled up a lot of luck. The only thing I know for sure is that it's not me in this life. She is 1 year older than me and a sophomore at the same high school. I heard that she is the next president of the student council and is one of the most famous people in the school because of her beauty. I don't know much about her. For an inadequate younger brother like me, she is my proud older sister, but the disparity is so great that we are not recognized as siblings at our high school. Maybe this is rather good news. I can hardly believe that my mother and sister are the same blood relatives as me. Ever since I proposed their Yukito Kokonoe being picked up theory, my mother cried. This topic has become a taboo for me to discuss. Have you made any friends yet? When she spoke to me, I was dazzled by her halo, and sadly, I was nervous. She looked at me with her big eyes and I couldn't look directly at her and involuntarily looked away. There is some kind of invisible aura about her. Spirituality in general. My sister wears a loose-fitting t-shirt and shorts at home. It was also the reason why I had a hard time looking at her since she is spending her time in casual clothes. Friends, what are friends? It scares me to question you there, so stop. Is she concerned about whether her poorly made brother is having a decent high school experience? My sister's kindness is roaring throughout the 3,000 worlds. But if my reputation is bad, it might affect her too. Crap, I'll have to be careful from now on. Are you friends with that guy? Do you know him? I was surprised to hear the name of a handsome, fresh-looking man suddenly come out of my sister's mouth. Is he that famous? He certainly has a good face and personality. Maybe she likes younger guys. Spring has arrived for her. By any chance, do you like him? The first thing that comes to my mind is that I am about to be shot dead by her gaze. Her eyes are so cold that I feel as if a guilty verdict is about to be pronounced. I gently lifted my head to steal a look at her face, but she seemed to have caught onto my reading. I've been hit. Landmine glare. Yukito's defense power has been lowered. It's nothing. I'm so upset. My instincts are warning me that if I make her angry, I'm a dead man. Before that, why do you want to know? Answer the question. Yes, sadly, a younger brother is helpless against his older sister. It seems that she is aware of what is going on in the classroom, and she has a lot to look forward to if a spy is to be suspected among my classmates. Is it because of Suzurikawa-san and Kamishiro-san? No comment on that. Guilty and sentenced to death. No, I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. The judicial system was also surprisingly arbitrary in its decision. The justice system is not helping. Huh? But how does Yuri-san know about Kamishiro? Obviously, I know that much. What the hell? It was decided. I was stunned by the biggest shock of the century, but it was only April. At this rate, the future was looking bleak. It was a topic I didn't want to touch at all. But it seems that my sister knows all my classmates perfectly. She knows more about them than I do, who can barely remember their names. Amazing. Maybe it's a matter of course for a smart girl like her, but even so, it was a surprise to me that she knows Kamishiro. Although Suzurikawa and my sister have known each other since childhood, they have never had any contact at all. I can't deny that my mind was slightly boggled when the two names were mentioned all the way up to the top of their list. I'm sorry, Yuri-san, but I have to go study. I quickly put away the dishes I had finished eating and quickly fled the scene. The urge to stay was stronger than the fear of being decapitated. Yukito, are you really okay? Are you? Yes, I'm fine. I interrupt my sister's words. I decided to go to my room at once. I was angry at my extremely rude attitude. What was she going to say? Was she worried about me by any chance? I fell into bed in the dark room, without turning on the light. Because my sister hates me. Why did he have to go through all of this? Oh. Moo. I scratch my head in frustration. I thought the situation would improve when he entered high school, but instead, it's getting worse. I hate the look on the faces of his new classmates. I grit my teeth at the helplessness of not being able to say anything to my brother as he heads to his room. I may have offended him by insensitively raising a subject about which he didn't want to be touched. Why am I so clumsy and insensitive? People around me always praise me so much, but in reality, I am so helpless. I can't do anything for my brother. My mother and I live together in this apartment. We are a family of 3, and our father and mother divorced a long time ago. Fortunately, we are well off and my mother earns a lot of money, so we don't have any problems. But we have another more serious problem. I was looking forward to the day when he would enter school, but this is just the same as before. My hopes are shattered, and my worries are only growing. I wanted my brother to have a bright and happy high school life. But if things continue as they are, that won't happen either. I feel a never-ending sense of inexpressible anxiety. My expression clouded when I saw my brother's classmates, the worst possible combination. Hinagi Suzurikawa and Shiori Kamishiro. Women who liked my brother. Absolutely unforgivable. I don't want these two getting close to my brother anymore. I thought about what I could do to help him, but there was nothing I could do until he moved up to the next class and switching classes. There was nothing I could do. I can't help but scoff to myself. What's the point of playing the big sister or worrying about it now? The reason I dislike the two of them is because, in the end, it's kindred hatred. I hate myself, so it was only natural that I should hate the same two people I hate. I remember the look on my brother's face as he left. I had hurt him again. Nothing has changed since then. The way he looks at me is always frightened. I can tell how he feels about me by the way he quickly looks away from me. He is always looking for my mood and never speaks to me unless it is necessary. That is no way to have a proper sister-brother relationship, but I am the one who made it that way. I had hoped that the passage of time would resolve the rift, but instead of easing it, it has worsened. The fact that I had failed to see this only made the painful reality more intense. Since that day, my brother has called me with a san. He has never once called me an sister. There was no way that I could ever say anything to my brother as if I were his sister. Because he hates me. Yukito Poff. Greater than I'm home. My mother, Yukito Kokonoe, comes home. It was past 8 o'clock. She was busy as usual. She often comes home around this time, but on those occasions, I am usually in charge of dinner. My sister is not so good at housework. She may be saying that heaven does not give two things. Beauty is a blessing in disguise, isn't it? Welcome home. Oh, yes. I'm sorry I couldn't make dinner. No, It's fine, I don't think I should feel so much of a drawback when she works for us, but my mom basically wants to do the housework herself. It would be nice to leave more to her. With her I mean my sister. I think she should be doing more of the work at home. Yukito, are you doing well at school? Well, I guess so. I see. That's good. A subtle, awkward silence ensues. My family is asking me about school in a strange way, probably because they're wondering if I'm causing any problems. In fact, I did from the very first day. It could be said that they don't trust me that much, but considering that I caused a lot of trouble in junior high school, I completely deserved it. I probably won't do anything that will cause trouble. I'm going to stay quiet. No, that's not what I meant. I've made dinner, so you can heat it up and eat it if you want. I'm going back to my room. As I turned my back to go to my room, I didn't know that my mother was giving me a sad look. Oi, fresh and handsome man, you could use a little less facial output. Finally getting to school, huh? What's going on? Well, I'd like to ask you some questions. As soon as I arrived at the classroom, I was having a sterile exchange with Kuki, when someone cheerfully interrupted me. The cheerful people who can maintain this tension in the morning are nothing short of natural enemies for the negative people. I was already feeling tired, but sure enough, it was my rival, Kana Sakurai. Good morning, Kokonoe-kun. Sakurai-san. Good morning. I'm sorry I couldn't make it yesterday. How was your day? Ahaha, we were having a good time together, right? What happened? Elizabeth's reaction was similar to Kuki's earlier. I don't want to get involved in any way, but that's when my grey brain cells arrive at the truth. Haha, I see. You're in the middle of a fight, aren't you? One of the possibilities is that someone confessed their feelings to the handsome guy while they were playing, and other girls who felt threatened by it also confessed their feelings to him. So things got awkward, and they are still dragging it out today. I am so proud of myself for my perfect deductions. I, Yukito, am the very definition of a Japanese Holmes. I have never been popular. Unlike me, who has never had a girlfriend in my life, they have been in love as soon as I entered the school. By the way, Kokonoe-san, do you by chance know Suzurikawa and Kamishiro? Well, I'd say we know each other. Why did Elizabeth mention that name? I was puzzled by the mention of their names after my sisters yesterday. Is there a Suzurikawa and Kamishiro bloom going on in the world without my knowledge? If so, all I can do is just pass the boom with flying colors. Is it safe to ask? There's nothing to it. We just know each other. I used to live next door to Suzurikawa and we grew up together. Kamishiro and I were just friends in junior high school when we were in sports club. I didn't realize you had such a connection with the two most beautiful girls in this class, Kokonoe-kun. I didn't realize that such a caste category had already been established without my knowledge. No, but it doesn't look that way to me. I wonder if the status of the two most beautiful women is Brahmin or Kshatriya. At least, they must not be of the same rank as me. If they are of the highest rank, I am afraid to talk to them, but that makes me feel more comfortable. So it is no problem at all. Or get your ass to your seat, you troublemaker. Sayuri-sensei enters the classroom. I am relieved that this topic is over for the time being, but when did I become a problem child? I mean, is that my nickname? Let me reiterate here that I'm not a problem child. I have always had bad luck with women. It is no exaggeration to say that at my age, I am the ultimate in female difficulties. My mother shunned me. My sister hates me, and my childhood friend, whom I thought I was in love with, had a boyfriend before me when I wanted to confess my love to her. In the midst of such heartbreak, I was targeted for a false confession, and I just don't have a good time. I was almost kidnapped. I tried to save a lost girl and her parents reported me to the police, and I had been involved in a lot of troublesome and annoying troubles and bad luck since I was a small child. As a result of my heroic deeds in the other world, I was killed by vengeance and reborn in this world. The fact that I have such bad luck with women means that I must be carrying that karma with me. I am not good at forming deep relationships with others, and even before that, I am unable to sense or empathize with their feelings. It's not that I don't want to be hurt or that I am afraid of being hurt. It's simply that I don't understand those kinds of feelings. Nowadays, I find it troublesome to get involved with people, but on the other hand, I am good at getting along with people on the surface. And if I can lead a life that doesn't cause anyone trouble, then that's my way of life. I guess you could say it's a technique. Once I learned that these guys were in my class here, my mission in high school was to stay as low-key and peaceful as possible, like a shiny moss shining secretly in a cave, while minimizing contact with my classmates as a gape. But I lamented my fate when I unexpectedly introduced myself. Just as I was getting ready to leave, the fresh, handsome guy next to me somehow took a liking to me. My plan to be a shady, lonely guy's about to collapse. But I have a trump card. Speaking of shady, yes. Are you going to join a club, Yukito? Phew. The topic I've been waiting for has arrived. I'm a sinful man. After school, the topic of club activities comes up in idle chit-chat. The high school is not particularly good at sports, but the athletic teams are active in their own way, although, thankfully, the relaxed school culture means that there are no rules that require everyone to belong to some kind of club. What about you, then? I've been asked to join a lot of sports clubs, but I'm thinking about it. TCH, this is why you're sunshine. Listen up, there is only one club activity that is appropriate for me. A negative person. Yuki. The only one who calls me by my first name in this class is the fresh-looking guy next to me, right? I look back and see someone I'd rather not have anything to do with. Kamishiro? Kamishiro's expression suddenly turns grim. What, is something wrong with you? Girls have a completely incomprehensible lifestyle. I was not a popular girl, so it was a difficult request to understand the subtleties of women's emotions. You don't call me by my name, huh? We're not that close. That's right. What the hell is this girl talking about out of the blue? There was no way I could address a girl in a familiar way. Only a handsome guy like Kuki would be allowed to do so. Yuki is going to join the basketball team, right? I'm thinking of becoming the manager of the men's basketball team. So this time we'll be together. Basketball. I miss the 3 years I spent in middle school playing basketball, but all that remains are bad memories. I couldn't achieve the goals I set for myself, and I couldn't accomplish anything. All I remember is the trouble I caused the team. I was supposed to have devoted myself to moving forward, but I just stagnated, unable to achieve even that. Kamishiro, I don't play basketball anymore. You're wrong. I'm sorry, Yuki, but it's not like that. To begin with, there is no way I would ever play basketball, being a shady person. It's been a rule since the beginning of time that the only thing suitable for a shady person is to be in the home club. So, I'm going home. See you later. Good luck as manager. Wait. Ignoring the Kamishiro, I head for the front door. Ignoring the students in their loafers, I headed for the front door. This is the youth I had hoped for. In junior high school, I could not have any fun after school because of club activities. It could be said that I wasted my youth. In that sense, I plan to go home from high school and enjoy school life in a relaxed manner. I don't even think about touching a ball anymore. I have lost all the enthusiasm and heat I had back then. It's gone. I will never be able to confront it again as I did in the past, just like the old days. It was as if witnessing again one of yesterday's karaoke sessions. The classroom was buzzing. This time, many of his classmates were there to witness it. They were in the middle of a whirlwind. Kokonoe-kun. There's no way that nothing happened after that. Another sure scene yesterday. Now today, classmates were glancing at Kamishiro, but the person in question was biting her lips and staring at the entrance to the classroom. She was oblivious to the hustle and bustle in the classroom. Kamishiro-san, will you be the manager of the basketball team? I'm thinking of joining the basketball team, so I'm glad. Sorry, let me think about it. Eh? Poor guy. This was clearly not the time to call out to her. The question is, does Kamishiro have a thing for Yukito? Ito, with a faint smile on his face, tries to talk to Kamishiro, but she brushes him off. Pew. I shouldn't laugh, but I feel a little sorry for Ito-kun. So you're saying that Kamishiro-chan was trying to be the manager of Kokonoe-chan? It's a pity that Yukito is a homecoming club member. I like sports, but I did a lot of club activities in middle school. I guess I'll join the homecoming club too. The only person was mumbling something like that without reading the air. Why does God want to put me through all these trials? I was stupefied and staring at the blackboard. Last night, I suddenly changed into a more environmentally conscious person, and decided to start with what I could do, which was to replace all my mechanical pencils with regular pencils. I was trying to reduce the amount of plastic. I was smiling and happy at the time. But after class started, I realized that I had not sharpened them. These pencils aren't sharpened. Why doesn't anyone have a pencil sharpener? There were 3 brand new pencils that had not been sharpened at all. I was helpless. Unsharpened pencils are as worthless as cryptocurrency, without a buyer. The only use for such a thing is to roll it around and play with it. Thanks to this, I haven't been able to take any notes in my morning classes. You'd think I could just borrow a writing utensil, right? But it's too difficult for me, a loner in the shadows. Besides, if I have to borrow a mechanical pencil to use it, I am not environmentally conscious in the first place. That's why I had to go to the store. As I was getting up, someone stopped me. Yukito, would you like to have lunch with me? No, thanks. I couldn't help but speak in Kyoto dialect. Yet Kyoto and I have nothing to do with each other. In the past, I had been there once, but all I heard was the voices of foreign tourists, which made me wonder if I was in Japan. I don't care about that, but I have no need to check who the voice belongs to. There is no way I could have misheard this voice. It is Suzurikawa, the name of the person I have spent so much time with. A dull ache runs through my body at the name. Suzurikawa, don't try to get involved with me. WY, we are classmates, right? And we've known each other since childhood. That was a long time ago. It's different now. Why do you say that? That's just Yukito making up your own mind, right? Hinagi Suzurikawa, a childhood friend who I once had a crush on. I was the one who I embarrassingly mistakenly thought I was in love with her. I was the pathetic clown who tried to confess my feelings for her, but was rejected before I could do so. Suzurikawa, please eat with someone else. It's bad for your boyfriend, so don't worry about me. The classroom was shocked. Crap. It was well known in junior high school that Suzurikawa had a boyfriend, but not so much in high school. I might have carelessly leaked personal information about her. Can't you even allow me to do this? I'm doing this for your own good, Suzurikawa. If it were me, I wouldn't feel very good about my girlfriend being friendly with the opposite sex. You wouldn't like it if your boyfriend was hanging out with another girl, would you? That was the very reason I ended my childhood friendship with Suzurikawa. No man would be so narrow-minded as to be jealous of a classmate having lunch together, but when it is a childhood friend of the opposite sex, it is a different story. I can't be with her when she chooses someone else. Seeing me so close to a childhood friend of the opposite sex is bound to make her boyfriend uneasy. Besides, Suzurikawa really likes her boyfriend. They even did something like that right after they started dating. That's how close they are. If that is the case, all I can do is keep my distance from her and try not to get in her way. I don't know why Suzurikawa doesn't realize how simple this is. There is no way we can stay in our original relationship. I'm sorry, but I have to go to the store now. I want Suzurikawa to be happy because I used to love her. That is my honest feeling, and I cannot be the cause of a catastrophe if I wish that. There is no place for a pathetic man with a broken heart. I am the one who should not approach Suzurikawa. I am not the one to stand next to her. Besides, what about now? Do I still love her? Maybe the day when I will understand that will never come. Oh, that reminds me. When I was in junior high school, Suzurikawa-san. The information was spreading from mouth to mouth. The only one who stopped them was Suzurikawa-san herself. Stop it. Sorry, please, don't say anything. A cry similar to a scream tore through the air in the classroom. It was rejection. It is a strong will that does not allow anyone to talk about it. Trying to haggle, she was in denial about everything. Sorry, Suzurikawa-san. The classroom was completely quiet. Lunch break. A heavy silence prevails, which is not befitting a time that is normally bright and bustling with activity. It's my fault. It's all my fault. No one heard the small voice of Suzuriak. Why she let out a small sound. Why did I buy 2 anpan of all things? Don't people usually choose different flavors? I can only say it was youthful indiscretion. The eternal mystery was lying closer to home than I had expected. The cafeteria was already full of people. I went outside to find a quiet place where I could be alone and found a fire escape. The perfect spot for me. A gloomy person, right? Let's do it here, I thought. Suma-san, please go out with me. In the ideal world I arrived at, confessions were being made. Is this a confession spot? If so, the utopia has already collapsed. But it's the first time I've seen a confession scene, so it's unusual. However, I don't care as much about other people's love lives. I don't have the guts to be an onlooker. For the time being, I ignored the whole exchange and sat down on the stairs. Phew, 2 sweetbreads were a mistake, after all. By the way, I use the school cafeteria twice a week. My mum is busy, so I make my own lunch for 3 days, but it's too much of a hassle to do it every day, so I compromise. Naturally, I make lunch for my sister as well. I casually suggested that it might be a good idea if she made the lunches for the other days, and she gave me 5,000 yen for it. It was a bribe, and she wouldn't even look me in the eye. Well, I don't mind if my sister, who is not very good at cooking, does it, since it will only result in disappointment. What can we do for you? For some reason, the man who had just confessed to her spoke to me. He seemed to be a senior student. I'm sorry. We've never met before, right? I don't have any business with you. You are. I don't know what you're talking about. For a minute, wasn't I involved in the first place? What made you think I had something to do with you? Do you need to involve me in your confession at such an important time? Then what are you doing here? Ah. That is what you mean. I was simply looking for a place where I could be alone and relax, and that's how I ended up here. I'm a loner, so you can treat me as if I'm not here. I'm as tight-lipped as a Mitsubishi armadillo. Go ahead, go on, go on. He twisted and turned his head in a manner that seemed to indicate he didn't get it, but reluctantly agreed to go on. I was not only not really concerned about it, but it was also unimportant to me. So I had to be convinced. Then Suma-san, may I have your answer? The senior, male, and senior, female, are having a tense exchange while glancing at each other. I don't think they need to be concerned about me, who only has the presence of helium in the air, but that's why I'm so petty. I am sorry. Glance, SFX. May I ask why? Glance. My mouth was too sweet with red bean paste, and my body was in desperate need of water. In such a case, milk is the best. I'm actually trying to grow taller. I don't know you that well. Glance. How about going out with me to get to know me? Or is there someone you like? Glance. It's not like that. But I'm sorry. Glance. I understand. I give up. Thank you for coming. Glance. It seems that the meeting is over. The senior, male, is leaving. It finally seems to be quiet. Even if he is a senior, he is guilty of interrupting the relaxing space that I had just discovered. Then, for some reason, a woman sits down next to me. No. You go back to your class as soon as possible. I'm in trouble, aren't I? This thing. I'm the one who's in trouble now. What are you really doing here? Don't tell me you're confessing to me too? You've got a big ego, senpai. I don't know him very well. I don't know that guy well earlier either. When someone confesses something to me when I don't know them, I don't know what to say. Oi, you started talking when no one was listening. Are you really a junior? Remorseless? Aren't seniors supposed to be respectful? Compared to the mystery of the 2 anpan, I have no interest in it. Am I losing 2 anpans? Get the hell out of here. She was a bad woman no matter how I looked at it. Why did she suddenly start talking about her state of mind to an unrelated underclassman whom she had never met before? It's fine. Why don't you listen to me for a little bit? After all, you're coming to a place like this. You're probably just a shy guy who doesn't have any friends, right? You're a self-centered senpai. I am sorry. Are you mad at me? No. A self-promoting senior is a good person. I'm impressed because I'm surrounded by people who won't admit I'm a loner. Well, suddenly I don't want to admit it either. That's not true, you self-centered senpai. I mean, can you stop that? It's the most embarrassing thing ever. I'm so angry. It kind of pisses me off a lot. The atmosphere of this person has changed from the time when the senior, male, was there earlier. I'm Kyukusuma. I'm a second-year student, so I'm looking forward to working with you. Why didn't I choose cream buns? Listen to me, please be more interested in me than the Anpan. All right, it is as if I'm the bad guy. Come on, what's your name? My name is Yukito Kokonoe. So you're Kokono-kun. Come to think of it, there's one in second year too. Ah, that must be my sister Ray. You are the younger brother of that Yuri Kokono? I think we need to have a DNA test done. I'm afraid I can't laugh at your self-deprecation, so let's keep it to a minimum, okay? Yes. I am not self-deprecating, but I can't say anything careless because I don't know what I will do to my sister if I tell her this. Fun. Will you continue to come here? Sometimes I eat in the classroom, so maybe once or twice a week. I see. Then I'll come here once in a while. What a pain in the ass. Oh, in a good way. Saying in a good way doesn't mean you're allowed to do whatever you want. I didn't realize that. I'm learning a lot. I was feeling a little down, but after talking to you, I think I feel better. Thanks. Can I have a consultation fee? Ahaha. I understand. I'll buy you a cream bun next time. Goddess. I'll call you Goddess Senpai from now on. Will you stop it? I'm afraid you might actually call me that, because you don't seem like the type who can take a joke. My whole life has been a joke. You knows that's why it's not funny. In the end, I had to talk with my senpai until the end of the lunch break, and my plan to be a shady little boy was once again foiled. I wonder when I will be able to achieve my goal, and I just want a quiet school life. DSLRs versus mirrorless cameras. In my mind, there was a competition between the two. The result was 5-4, but I will say it here. I want to say out loud that amateurs are looking for simplicity rather than high image quality. My mother has always been about that. For example, she wants to take pictures of her children. Well, it's more of my sister, isn't it? She's beautiful. I'm sure she doesn't care about me, so she decided to buy a full-size digital SLR camera a few years ago. Let me be clear, it's really heavy. If you include the lens, how many kilos does it weigh in total? I don't know why she didn't choose an APS-C camera, or why she didn't go for a lightweight mirrorless camera. But the full-size digital SLR camera, which she doesn't carry around very often, due to its poor handling, has become a treasure trove in my home now. In addition, she was 5 lenses, including single-focus lenses. It's a waste of money. I'm going to start working from home. I'll only have to go into the office once or twice a week, so I'll have more time to spend at home. She is smiling. She was full of joy, laughing, and in a rare good mood. My mother, Uka Kokono-san, suddenly said something like that. Perhaps it is the change in social conditions, or perhaps it is the fact that more and more schools are temporarily closed, and the days are becoming more and more unsettled. But I don't know the correct answer to that question, so I just give a few words of encouragement. I'm glad that my workload will be reduced overall, and I'll be able to spend more time with you guys. Fun. Good. So you'll be making lunch for us now? Of course. I'm sorry I've left it up to you. Don't worry about it. You're working. I questioned the conversation between my sister and my mother. What? I don't know why I feel like my lines are being taken away from me right now, but maybe it's just my imagination. In our house, I am in charge of making lunch boxes. I should be the one to say, don't worry about it. But I'm not a man who is so coy as to appeal to such a thing. I have a heart as big as the Seto Inland Sea. I can only hope that Yuri will take this opportunity to learn housework from my mother and become proficient at it. I'm sure she'll have no trouble finding someone to take her in because she's so beautiful. Except for her personality. That's not right. Something is killing me. Did you just think of something rude? No, not at all. If my mom is going to spend more time at home, There's only so much I can do. Like a trained bear in a circus, I would just go along with it. It was a Saturday on the weekend when such an exchange took place. On the way home from the electronics store, astonished at the improved performance of mirrorless cameras, an unexpected rainstorm hit. They didn't say it was going to rain today. As I was sending resentful and vindictive thoughts to the weather forecast, I spotted a woman with a troubled look on her face carrying a large package in front of her apartment building. Is there something wrong? The sudden rain had made her wet, but with that luggage, she probably couldn't move right away. She was probably a little younger than my mother. She seemed mild-mannered. I had never seen her in the area before. Ara, who are you? I live here. Are you in trouble? Well, I didn't know that, so we'll be neighbors from now on. From now on? I just moved in. My name is Misaki Himiyama. I look forward to working with you. I'm Yukito Kokonoe. So what happened? I'm sorry, can you tell me your name again? My name is Yukito Kokonoe. Why is it suddenly an archaic language? Kokonoe-kun. Do you know me? Himiyama-san was about to say something, but the rain was starting to get heavier. Let's move first. We can't stay here forever. The situation is obvious without having to ask what is wrong, but it is a kind of courtesy. This is how smooth communication is formed and cannot be taken for granted. I lifted her luggage as if she were troubled, smiling softly. Whether she knew of such considerations or not, it's not the time for this. The rain is getting heavier, so let's hurry. I'll carry it. I have a lot of luggage. It's raining suddenly. I'm glad you want to help me, but you want to go home as soon as possible. No, I'm sorry. I'm not worried about it. This is another smooth communication, abbreviated. I was having a little trouble with the abbreviation. May I ask you for a favor? I was nervous to the max because I was suddenly invited to the room of a woman who lived alone, but I didn't feel any particular tension because her house was filled with cardboard boxes as if she had just moved in. I was relieved, but that's not the point. I mean, look, I'm a man, after all. I try to make excuses for someone. I'm sorry. I haven't finished unpacking and everything. Please sit down. Would you like tea or coffee? Thank you. I'd be happy to have coffee if possible. Did you move in this week, Himiyama-san? Yes, I did. I was worried because I don't know anyone here, but I'm lucky to have met you so soon. She makes me a cup of coffee, but why are you sitting next to me? Normally in such a situation, you would sit in front of me, right? The sweet smell tickled my nostrils. Are these the pheromones of an adult woman? Even though she was much older than me in age, Himiyama-san was very beautiful. However, my steel mentality would not be shaken by this. I'm amazing. Do you live alone? I used to have a fiancé, but the fertility treatment didn't go well. He was the heir to an inn, so his parents didn't approve. I really wanted to have children. Huh? What is this lady talking about? I've never met her before. Am I giving off that kind of aura? Come to think of it, something like this happened a while ago with a goddess senpai. I forget her name, right? Just maybe if I'd had a baby then, I wouldn't be alone like this. I see. I was no longer speaking in katakana. My back was dripping with cold sweat. My life experience was alerting me loudly that I might be in trouble again. If I don't get out of here right now, I'm going to lose my life. No, my chastity is in danger. Besides, I wanted to be a teacher, but I failed. I think a lot of people would be happy if Himiyama-san was their homeroom teacher, though. Do you really think so? You are serious, right? She's coming at me so aggressively. Her purplish eyes were peering at me intently. The eyes are shimmering with a somewhat anxious and fragile look. I think so. I see, thanks. If you like, you can be friends with me from now on? That is of course, yes. The reply would be awkward, but it would not be good if she realized what was happening. My opponent is a veteran of 100 battles. I had never been in love before, so there was no way I could beat her. Because she smells so good. Why are you talking so close to me? Does she like me? Of course I'm conscious of you. Right. I'll come by later to say hello to your parents. I don't think you need to worry so much about it. You know, cities are called concrete jungles, and unlike the countryside, there are many cases where you don't even know who lives next door. That's not the way it works. You were talking about smooth communication earlier, weren't you? I have no words to reply. I'll bring you some noodles. Yes, I was not a big fan of older women. Ara, who might it be? The day after I survived a dangerous Saturday, the chime rings at our house around 1900 hours. It was Sunday and my mother was at home. She was dressed in a loose cut and sewn-on leggings, which was too much for my eyes to take in. All I could do was look away, because buttocks and, for some reason I'm afraid of the way my sister looks at me, so I shut out my thoughts. Yes, once again, she has a great style. Is she obsessed with proportions? I'll answer it. It was Himeyama-san who came to visit me. Come to think of it, I think she said she would be coming later. I was instantly overcome with a perspiration that I hadn't felt in a day. Good evening, Yukito-kun. It's been a day since we last met, Himeyama-san. I was already getting closer to her without my knowledge. I was wondering when we had become such close friends. It's a typical pattern of destruction. Thanks to you, I'm saved. Thank you. I'm only going to say hello today, but I'll be sure to thank you later, okay? No, please don't worry about it. I can't let that. Yukito, who is it? And you are? I'm Himeyama-san. I just moved here. Ara. Is that so? Mom answered. Thank God. I wanted to get out of there, but I was forced to stay because of how we had come to know each other. Something about Himeyama-san wouldn't let go of my hand. Why did you hold my hand? I hope we have a good time together in the future. Same goes for you. If you have any problems, please visit us anytime. Thank you very much. Bye, Yukito-kun. Yes, you too, Himeyama-san. Suddenly, she whispered in my ear. Thank you, say whatever you want. Anything? I would take it seriously if you said that. I'm fine with whatever you want to do. The returns are too enormous for a mere bit of luggage carrying. What the hell is going on? Don't underestimate me. If you spoil me that much, I'll cuddle you. As expected, if I said this much, even Himeyama-san must have distanced herself from me, as if she was uncomfortable. It's okay. Come on. The eye gouging was over in a second. Without any hesitation, she hugged me without any hesitation. No, I'm lying. It's a lie. Wow, it's so soft. I'm drowning. What are you doing? Mom, panicked by the sudden outburst, began to pull away, but unexpectedly, Himeyama-san's hugging power, aka HG power, was stronger than she had expected. I don't care about anything anymore. Yukito, get back to your senses. You're not going to make it. I couldn't move a muscle. I'm at 0 ohms of resistance right now. Phew, I'm satisfied. After all that trouble, Himeyama-san finally let me go, and for some reason, she seemed to be in a better mood than when she first arrived. She softly patted me on the head. I'm sorry. You were so cute that I treated you like a child. You didn't like it, did you? I've never been treated like this before, so it's new for me, and makes an impression on me like a mother. I'm sorry, that was rude. You fufafu. Really? I'm so happy. Oh, thank God. I thought you were offended. I'm not. If you want to be pampered, you can always tell me. I can only do so much. In case you're wondering, I'm still a high school student now. Himeyama-san? The expression on her face as if she was worried about something was very impressive. I'll see you later, Yukito-kun. Uko-san, if you'll excuse me now, too. Yes, good night. Himeyama-san is leaving. Apparently, I had managed to get through the day. Even though we are neighbors, we probably don't see each other that often. That's a relief. My mother was anxiously watching the situation. Mother Poff, ha. A loud sigh spilled out. I went out on the balcony to cool my head. The cool air was pleasantly caressing my cheeks. Raindrops were wetting the area. Misaki Himeyama, a woman with a soft personality and easy to talk to. I think she is a nice person. I may have some interaction with her in the future. But there was something else that clouded my mind as dull as the sky. I envy you. Envy, longing, desire, complex emotions that are a mixture of all kinds. The last exchange between her and my son, It was like an intimate parent-child relationship. It is also my ideal figure. How happy I'd be if I could treat him like that. If I could have such a happy conversation with him, I would surely be able to know more about my son than I do now. But even that is not possible now. The relationship between mother and son is such that I can only talk about things that are awkward and bland. I couldn't improve it. I didn't know how to do it, and it had been weighing me down for a long time. The camera I bought to take pictures of my children, to watch them grow up, and to take pictures with them, is now covered in dust. When was the last time we went out together, the three of us, parents and children? I couldn't even protect the bond between the three of us. I can't get that line out of my head. He said, "I've never had anyone do this to me before, and makes an impression on me like a mother." What am I then? Can I confidently call myself a mother? I wondered when was the last time I was pampering my son, but no matter how hard I tried to remember, it was all in vain. That child has never been spoiled before. I never looked at him, never asked him anything, never let him say anything. It was my foolishness in the past that made him do so. Somewhere along the way, this became the norm, and my son no longer asked me for anything. What I saw in his eyes was resignation. He expected nothing, asked for nothing, and gave up on everything. It was my fault for making him that way. By the time I realized it, it was too late, and I could say that everything that happened afterwards was my fault, that I was the source. And little by little, the relationship breaks down. The relationship grows weaker, and we grow apart. Someone gets hurt. He gets hurt, and he doesn't even realize it. What will happen if things continue as they are? Maybe everything will not be ready in time. Anxiety gripped my heart. I shook my head. If I looked directly at my feelings, they were much uglier and simpler. I was genuinely jealous of the interaction between the two of them at that moment. The fear that dwelled in a corner of my heart. Could it be that she was going to steal my son? I must admit that I felt that somewhere in me. It couldn't be true. He is my precious son by blood, no doubt. But, as long as I am related to him by blood, does that make me his mother? I had my own doubts. In fact, I could say that it is the only thing that proves it. Perhaps I am not considered a mother. Otherwise, would I have questioned the theory that I had picked him up under a bridge? In all seriousness, I am sure that he thinks he is unloved. That much is certain. No matter how much I deny it with words, my past attitude will not allow it. The love that should have been given to him, and which he was supposed to enjoy, is missing and lacking. Emotions have not been nurtured. The heart that is withered without watering. The result was now. I wonder if she, Misaki Himiyama, would be able to give him that kind of love. I must have met her only once, but somehow I felt that her eyes were filled with affection. Also, she was strangely goofy to my son. I can't forgive her for that, even though I would like to. But if I am not the one who is trying to give affection, then maybe I am no longer of use to my son. No, I don't want to do that. Such a vague fear. What is it that I've been working for? It's because I have a family that I love more than anything else. I don't want to give him up. I don't want to give up on him as a mother. Passions swirl in my heart. A family of only 3, that has been my only support ever since I made that decision. There was no way I could go on like this with my regrets. My work settled down and I no longer needed to come to work. I was lucky that I switched to working from home, which gave me significantly more time to be at home. Perhaps this was my last chance. The last to straighten out the relationship I have been turning away from and face it head on. If I missed this opportunity, this time it would really be too late. I wanted to believe. I wanted to believe that it was still not too late, that I could still make up for it, that I would be able to start over, but it is too steep. Chapter 3, The Price for Lying. Don't talk to me at school. You're annoying me. Why do you have to be so familiar with me like a little girl? Stop this. I'm busy. Are you stupid? Liar. Disgust in her eyes. I thought we were getting along. Friendship, affection, bond. I believed without any reason that such invisible and certain things existed. By the time I realized it, it was too late. I just accepted the fact, realized that it was too late, still struggled miserably, and then it was over without a care in the world. I was used to being hated. Now it was her turn. That was all there was to it. Somewhere I had the impossible illusion that she was the only one who was special. It couldn't be true. If that's what she wants, I can't cause her any more trouble. I wished her happiness in the future. I hoped so and turned away from her. You disappoint me. Why did you? I don't want you by my side. You will make me unhappy. Don't ever come back. The irritation, the frustration, the accusation in her words, the expectations that had been betrayed before I knew it. I didn't even know why. But I was not surprised to be disappointed. Perhaps I had vaguely sensed that this would happen sooner or later. The first words exchanged after a long time were a farewell, and there was nothing to do but to obey. We had almost lost touch with each other in any case. Our relationship was redefined by her. We are no longer childhood friends, no longer friends, just unrelated strangers. Humanity has made steady progress in civilization, but some things have not changed. The origin of the umbrella is said to date back 4,000 years, but that silhouette has remained unchanged. This does not mean that the folding umbrella has not evolved since it was invented 120 years ago. Why do we say cheese when we take a picture or yoo-hoo when we try yamabiko? TL. Yamabiko is a mountain god, spirit, and yokai in Japanese folklore. Literally translated, Yamabiko means echo. It is the yokai responsible for the natural phenomenon in mountains or canyons. It's time for us to evolve without being bound by our origins. And so, I called out to the mountains in front of me to take charge of human evolution. Tartros. Yamabiko never responded. What a disappointment. The tension is straight into the abyss. Giving up on my challenge to human history, I asked the question that had been bothering me. Don't be ridiculous, you fresh-looking guy. Is there anything more jokey than your current eccentricities? I'm just challenging humanity's potential. So what's this all about? The sky was covered with thick clouds and looked as if it was not welcoming. I inhaled deeply and felt the breath of fresh greenery. In front of me was a magnificent natural setting that is rarely seen in the city. According to the weather forecast, the weather is supposed to break down at night. When I put my face back down, I was hit by a flash of handsome men that was 150% more intense than usual. Is this guy equipped with a flash? He is acting as if nothing happened, but I'll give him a chance to explain how it happened. No, shut up. Are you a broken robot? The four of us, who would have been the most incompatible group in the class me, Kukimu, Hinagi Suzurikawa, and Shiori Kamishiro were all in the same group. A conspiracy of fresh and handsome people. We are waiting at the entrance of the mountain road for our departure, but I am full of question marks about this situation. We are on a field trip. The out-of-town study is an annual hiking trip held soon after the students enter the school to deepen the relationship between the students. It takes 2 hours to climb a mountain trail, have lunch, and then descend the mountain. It is as if the students are trying to backfill a hole they have dug. This is crazy. Why am I in a group of hikers? Isn't the role of a gloomy person to be welcomed with a look of disgust by a group of people who are instructed to form a group as they please, and then, after being left out, we are forced to join the group their homeroom teacher asked them to join? We had a spot open, that is true, but the biggest concern at the moment is not this man. Why don't you do me a favor and say no? I don't know. I just happened to be with those two. While I was secretly confronting Kuki, the stares of Suzurikawa and Kamishiro were still poking through me. It was awkward. I was told that it was a rude meeting, but I felt as awkward as a new employee who has made the boss's mood worse by talking to him. Well, I don't have any working experience. I don't want to disturb their school life. I just want them to enjoy their school life without worrying about me like a bag of gloves on the highway. I'm not trying to make them feel uncomfortable. There is no need to feel uncomfortable. The teacher's whistle blew, and we climbed the mountain for 2 hours. The trail was gentle and comfortable, with no particular difficulties or dangers. On the contrary, the atmosphere along the way was terrible. The fresh and handsome man was a perfect talker. He was careful not to break off the conversation as he talked about the topic at the top of his lungs. I would have preferred the three of them to be friendly anyway, but for some reason, he would talk to me a little bit too. Every time he did this, I would repeat, "Oh, yes, Nothing, or on the contrary, and I became a bot. I know people often say it the other way around, but isn't there a need to say it backwards? In the meantime, we arrived at our destination. Many people's faces naturally broke into tears at the pleasant sense of fatigue and accomplishment, and at the beautiful view from the summit. However, there seemed to be a certain number of people who were not physically strong enough, and about half of the group was sitting on the grass at the summit, screaming in agony. I was not inclined to do so, but I couldn't ignore them, so I reluctantly called out to them. "Are you all right, Suzurikawa?" "Yukito." Thanks." "But why?" I handed a sports drink that I had just bought to Suzurikawa, who was sitting a short distance away from me. She looks flustered, perhaps startled by being spoken to, but her expression is not good. It is natural for her to have doubts. I have never spoken to her since I entered the school. It is true that I have kept my distance from her, but for some reason, I could not understand why now I was concerned about her as a childhood friend. I denied it in the past, even though it was Suzurikawa herself who chose to reject me. That is why I tried to take the first step, but in the end I was rejected. I recall that as soon as I entered junior high school, Suzurikawa told me not to talk to her at school. I suppose she felt that it was bothersome to drag her old relationship with him into the new environment, as she was building a new relationship with others. It was a natural extension of our estrangement. Perhaps that is the extent of human relationships. For her, I was more of a hindrance. Our relationship, which had become nothing at all, has become a stranger and should have ended long ago. It's convenient to have vending machines everywhere, isn't it? Suzurikawa's breath was coming in quick bursts. But that's not all. A gesture of protecting and covering her ankle. She tried to hide her ankle, but it was obvious. We had hardly had any conversation on the way up to this point, but there was no point in trying to make up for it in a place like this. She knew better than to make such a gesture. And this was not the time to be talking about it. I was sorry. I didn't think about your pace. No, I'm sorry for dragging you down. Don't worry about it, Suzurikawa-san. I will be more considered on the way back. Kamishiro and Kuki also looked worried. I've made it too much for her. By coincidence, all the students were in the ultra-indoor group that went home, but I was me and I still do not miss my running and muscle training. Kamishiro, who was in the girls' basketball team in junior high school, and a refreshingly good-looking guy who is also an all-around sportsman. Maybe that's why our pace was quite fast to climb up to this point. This put a great burden on Suzurikawa. She was not physically fit. In the old days, I would have noticed that she was pushing herself too hard, but even though that was the distance between us now, I could not bear to see Suzurikawa in such a state of pain. Suzurikawa, strip, eh? I in a place like this? I'll take that kind of thing somewhere else. What are you talking about? Just show me your legs. Somewhere else? I took out the taping from my backpack and sat down in front of Suzurikawa. Suzurikawa's face turned bright red as she realized her mistake, but she reluctantly nodded her head and took her off her shoes. Is this okay? You have to take off your socks too, otherwise I can't wrap them up. But, it doesn't smell. Don't worry about it. Why, you don't have to say it like that. I don't have any ulterior motives at all, but I guess it is embarrassing to be with someone of the opposite sex. I am sorry for that. Yeah, I lack delicacy. It's floral, so it's all right. You don't understand me at all. No, but I thought it might hurt your feelings if I said it smells. Smell? It's hard to eat cream puffs without spilling the cream. Don't change the subject, do they? Hey. All right. I'll hold my breath so you don't smell it. That's the same as saying it stinks already. If you insist, I'll sniff it. Smell it. Yes, go ahead, sniff it. Stop. No sniffing. Now. Right now is not the time to be enjoying the smell of Suzurikawa's feet. Don't be rash. Calm down. I'm going to touch you a little. NNN. She suddenly became quiet, as if she was a maiden in distress. From the outsider looking in, I was the perverted asshole who was touching a high school girl's raw legs. If I am reported, I will turn myself in honestly. However, Suzurikawa does not show any signs of reporting the incident. Safe. Carefully taping the soles of the feet, from the ankles to the heels, from the calves to the Achilles tendons. You are very handy, Yukito. Do you always carry it with you? I do a lot of running. Let's join a sports club together. To me, going home is the athletic team. How tight is it? Can you move it? Why yeah, I think it's okay. This will help a little. Take it easy on the way down. Thanks. Tell me if you feel any pain. See you later. Wait. As I was about to leave, I was stopped, but someone tapped me on the shoulder from the side. When I turned around, I saw a small Sayuri-chan, my homeroom teacher, with an zealous look on her face. She's really sweating. Zombie, this person. How little stamina does she have? Kokonoe so heavy. Sorry, please give me one, sensei. What are you going to do about your children's field day? I'm not married. You'll be in trouble eventually, you know. At the very least, you should be physically active. I always get home around 11 p.m. I've been eating out for dinner all the time, and lately my foundation has not been going on as well as it should because I've been so inadequate. I don't have time to exercise. My life is over. I'm going to wither away. Sensei was devastated. She was too raw to be picky, but I felt uncomfortable touching the adult teacher. Oh, yes. Kamishiro, please teach Sensei how to tape. Me? I called out to Kamishiro, who was watching from afar, and handed her the tools. You said something about becoming a manager. That's about as essential knowledge as it gets. I see, right. Understood. I will do it. With a serious look on her face, she began to apply the taping with a fearful hand. Tight. I'm sorry. Sensei, I found cellulite. There is one here, too. You idiot. That's the one thing you don't say to a woman. Calm down. I'll teach you an effective massage method to get rid of cellulite. You can expect to get a good grade. Thanks. Kishashashasha. I'm too scared when you laugh with a straight face. That's not a laugh. Free time. I returned from the restroom and sat down next to Suzurikawa. She was rubbing her ankle, as if the taping was bothering her. These things really work, huh? I've never seen it before, so I'm curious. I've got blisters and sores. There is also a band-aid plaster, so don't hesitate to tell me. I wonder why you are so well prepared. Somehow, there have been a lot of strange incidents. I've got a lot of them on hand. By the way, Yukito, you were seriously injured in 9th grade, too. You knew that? Of course I knew. I've been watching you for a long time. You were watching me the whole time? Suzurikawa, and me? For what purpose? I have not been watching you. Even today, I didn't notice you were in pain. About that, why did you help me? She looked thoughtful. Thinking back, Suzurikawa I knew would have been much more aggressive and harsh to me. Now, that atmosphere has faded away. The impression does not match. It was as if she had returned to the old Suzurikawa of long ago. But not even then. We're classmates in the same group. I should at least worry about you. Classmates. I see. Right. I'll give you some chocolates. Eat it and cheer up. Thanks. You used to give me chocolates all the time. Sugar is the best remedy for fatigue. It's kind of comforting. Just rest and you'll be fine in no time. As I turned to leave, a thin hand grabbed me. I'm sorry, don't go. You still do that, huh? You remembered. I have confidence in my memory. Suddenly, I noticed an ugly bear strap attached to Suzurikawa's phone case. The coloring is all faded and tattered. It didn't even look good. I was surprised that she was still wearing it. We had fun back then. Are you and your boyfriend having a fight or something? Hori said she wanted to meet you. I haven't seen her lately. How is she doing? She is fine, but we're in a fight. Really? That's unusual, since you used to be good friends. Yeah, that's because of me. What do you think I should do? I guess you'll just have to apologize. So it was not her boyfriend who was fighting with her, but her little sister. But if it was a fight between sisters, I don't think it would be that difficult to make up. I've never had a fight with Yuri-san. Hori-san is the younger sister of Hinagi. She is a person who calls me Anai-chan, and I can say that she is also a young and familiar sister to me. I remember her as a kind and gentle girl, overflowing with preciousness. She would never forgive me because I also trampled on her. As if recalling something with a distant look in her eyes, Suzurikawa simply gazed out at nature. I am an outsider, and I cannot interfere in the quarrel between sisters. But I could somehow sense that she was waiting for me to say something. If you can't go back to your original relationship, you have to make a new one, right? Even if you can't go back to your original close sisterhood, a new sisterhood would be up to Suzurikawa and Hori-chan, wouldn't it? Well, what I say is not very convincing since Yuri hates me. Fufu. That's never going to happen, but I see, I know. Thank you, Yukito. And suddenly, her expression softens a little. But it was only for a moment, and then she let out a breath, as if she had made up her mind, and turned her stiffened expression toward me. Suzurikawa slowly stood up, straightened her back, and bowed deeply and profoundly. I'm sorry for all the terrible things I've said. I thought I had to apologize as soon as possible, but I was so excited that maybe we could go back to the way we used to be, and be together as if nothing had happened. I can't pretend that it never happened. Suzurikawa, what are you talking about? I know I'm being selfish now. I was arrogant, self-centered, ugly, and all I cared about was myself. That is why, I am sorry. Her shoulders shook and she repeated her apology. It is the regret that Suzurikawa has been carrying around. Without even bothering to look at the crowd, she conveys her feelings to me. But Yume, I'm sorry. I don't remember you ever saying anything bad to me, I was just puzzled. I don't know what Suzurikawa is apologizing for. If anything, I should be the one apologizing. I'm sorry, Suzurikawa. I didn't mean to tell everyone about you. Earlier, when Suzurikawa spoke to me, I inadvertently let slip that Suzurikawa had a boyfriend. I don't know how she feels about it, but at least she doesn't feel good about having someone else divulge her personal information. I appreciate everything you've done for me. I have to be told to understand. Why are you apologizing to me? I'm the one who's to blame. Even at that, Tim. It is true that there have been times when I have been told harsh things by Suzurikawa, but those were just facts. I did not think it was harsh. I never felt that it was unreasonable, because she clearly told me that it was annoying. I was able to know my place. I am very grateful for that. It's much healthier than having a superficial relationship with someone whom you don't want to be with. We are not fighting. I'm not angry, and there's no reason for you to apologize. The two of us didn't end up like this because we were on different paths. The only thing that happened was that we took different paths and I couldn't stand next to her. I have no regrets or resentment about that. You are kind. That's why I wish I hadn't met you. Reunion is a tragedy. If I had never met her, I would not have made her face like this at this very moment. It doesn't change the fact that she is important to me. That's why. I just wish her happiness so that I won't be in her way anymore. We're just classmates now, disqualified as childhood friends and not even friends. I wet a towel under the tap and wrap it over the taping to cool the affected area. I told Suzurikawa to stay as calm as possible and left the place. Yuki. Kamishiro called out to me as if she had seen me coming. This depressed me terribly. What were you talking about with Suzurikawa-san? 3 things. Foot odor, sisterly quarrels, and consultation on future paths. Yume, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's strange. I told her everything, but she didn't get the message at all. We're all going out together next time. Yuki couldn't come before, so why don't you join us? I'm sure it will be fun. Do you have any places you want to go? It's going to be awkward, so I'll pass. I see. I'm glad you gave it some thought. The way she slumped her shoulders was painful. Kamishiro has a heavenly personality. She is popular because she treats everyone with open arms, but now, her usual vivaciousness is gone. I'm the cause of it. Her eyes were shaking as if she was clinging to me. There was no trace of her innocence. May I ask you one question? Why did you choose Shoyo? The case. I knew Yuki was going there. Worst answer. Nevertheless, I did what I had to do. Kamishiro came to apologize, but I told her she didn't have to come back. If I hadn't told her, she would have come to the hospital every day, and that might have led to unnecessary scrutiny. I wanted to avoid that. I was responsible for everything, including the decision I made in the first place. There was no need for Kamishiro to be concerned about me. Besides, if by any chance she ran into Yuri in the hospital room, it would be a major incident. I had no intention of seeing her again, and yet, she was chasing after me. Hey, Kamishiro. You're such a sad little girl. Do you think I'm that pathetic? Do you feel that sorry for me? I don't think so. I know you don't like me. I couldn't tell anyone at school, and I couldn't even help Yuki with your rehabilitation. I just want to do something for Yuki. That's all I can do. Please, let me do something too. Otherwise, even if I don't want it, I know Yuki doesn't want to see me. I'm just using Yuki for my own personal satisfaction. But I hated to say goodbye like that. Tears were welling up in her large eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Ha, Kamishiro. There is nothing you can do. Just join the club. Everyone is looking for you. It doesn't suit you to be a homecoming club member. That's, sorry. But I want to be with you. There is no point in being so stubborn. As long as I'm around, Kamishiro will continue to be tormented. I don't want to see Kamishiro to suffer like this. It was best to leave, and I was happy to see her smiling in some unknown place. Yuki, are you really not playing basketball anymore? I don't even have any regrets now. I was originally just devoting to shaking off my broken heart. It is not something to be admired, but the habits I acquired during that time are still alive today. But I do play street ball sometimes. Ah, really? When I unexpectedly said something unnecessary, Kamihiro's reaction visibly changed. My body is getting weaker and slower. It's kind of a habit. When? Where? It's a free court in the park. Oi, oi, what's going on? Kamishiro, wiping her tears with her arm, the light returned to her eyes as if they had been rapidly recharged, and the usual Kamishiro-like tension was restored. The conversation is a bit bouncy, in contrast to what it was a moment ago. The difference is so great that even a circuit breaker seems to be triggered. I will go too. Can I join you? You can do whatever you want? Yes. I couldn't possibly say no. The distance between us was too close. Her sparkling eyes reminded me of a dog begging to be walked. If she had a tail, she would be wagging it. Kamishiro looks best when she's in good spirits rather than depressed. That has not changed since then. She is an athletic person at heart. She probably wants to be physically active. When I entered Homecoming Club in the search window, the words that came up in the suggestion box were bum and regret, which are not good words. There is no need to make Kamishiro stay with me no matter what. Her place is elsewhere. However, the urge is irresistible, and I end up doing it. Kamishiro, poor. Woof. Okay, Kamishiro, fetch. I took out a bag of candy balls from the snacks I always carry as emergency rations and tossed them. Kamishiro ran to get it at once. You're really going after it? She's coming back. Kamishiro, who came back with the candy balls, was looking at me with expectant eyes while her cheeks were lightly stained. What should I do? See, can you pat me? Listen to me carefully, Kamishiro. You are not a dog. You are a human being. Be aware of that. You made me do it. Yuki, I had to get it for you. What are you talking about? Stroking a high school girl? That's a perverted asshole. Didn't I say this earlier? Geez, it's a little late for that. Well, then, I can't help it. I observed Kamishiro again for about 10 seconds. She was more feminine than before, yet still had an innocent look about her. But I couldn't stop. I'll do it. Let's do it. I understand. If you feel like a dog, then I'll be like a breeder. That's not what I meant, but if you pet me, I'll still. I'm ready to do it. Good girl, good girl, good girl, good girl. Why, Yuki? Just ahead. That. You can't stroke my tummy there. Good girl, good girl, good girl, good girl. Great job, well done for getting it. Dian, don't touch there. I can't take it anymore. Stop. Kamishiro was writhing in agony. I wonder how many years in prison? I hope there are extenuating circumstances. Have you remembered that you are a human being? I'm a human being. Phew, my sacrifice was not in vain. Yuki, if you do this to anyone else, it's sexual harassment. No, it's sexual harassment even if it's on you. You are aware of it? Wouldn't it be bad if I didn't know I was doing it? Even if you are aware of it, it's still bad. It is still the same wherever I looked. Kamishiro suddenly started laughing. Ha 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 ha, sorry, I somehow teared up. Hey fever? No, it's not that, sorry. Yuki, your arm is fine, right? Ha, you don't have to worry about it anymore. It doesn't work that way. As if she were touching a tumor, Kamishiro gently touched my arm. It's not uncommon for me to get suspicious. Somehow, it could be described as an everyday occurrence. I had gotten used to the pain, the unassuming exchange with Kamishiro. The time between us goes back a little to a year ago. Even so, it is definitely different from a year ago. The relationship between me and Kamishiro now is not equal. No matter how much I sexually harass her, she will never sue me. And as long as that is the case, the relationship between me and Kamishiro will remain stuck in the frozen state of stagnation. Why? I dropped it. This can't be true. No way. What's the matter, Suzurikawa-san? Gone. It's gone. The strap. As we descended to the bottom of the mountain and were about to board the bus, Suzurikawa began rifling through her luggage as if in a panic. Only the strap's string was held in Suzurikawa's hand, and the ugly bear mascot that should have been attached to the end of the strap was missing. That thing, huh? That was up there, right? Yes, I dropped it on the way down the mountain. What am I going to do without that thing? No choice but to give up. No, I'll go look for it. Don't be absurd, the bus is leaving. But the strap broke, that means it's got to be long-lived. You've had it long enough. No? But it was the last thing that Yukito gave something to me. I'm sure your boyfriend will buy you one of those. Stop it. I don't want to hear any more. Suzurikawa was distraught. Girls' tastes are difficult to understand, but that doesn't mean she could go looking for it. As long as the group was acting together, there was no way she could delay everyone's return home just for the sake of one person. It didn't seem like such a big deal. Somehow, I managed to appease and calm her down as we boarded the bus, but she was downcast as if she were a puppet with broken strings. Suzurikawa, is this also a divine punishment? Was it because I was so excited to be able to talk to the Yukito for the first time in a long time? If so, it was too cruel. As I swayed on the bus, a helpless sense of frustration built up. That strap is a bonding bond for me. It is a precious thing that proves the existence of irreplaceable time. It was also the last present that Yukito gave something to me. I am sure that even now, if I ask for it, he might give me something in place of it. But that's not what I want. What I want is that I don't have what I really want anymore. What should I do? What should I do? Shall I go looking for it as soon as I get back? It's not that far away. Maybe I can find it before dark. But I quickly dismissed the idea. I'm tired. It was already too much of a chore to move around today. The weather was starting to break. It would be dangerous to head out alone in this condition. But that doesn't mean I can't involve someone else in something like this. So, should I go tomorrow? The more time passes, the less likely it is that I will be found. With no answer in sight, I managed to make my way back to the school, and HR begins. My homeroom teacher, Sayuri-sensei, is saying something to me, but I can't get it out of my head. But I couldn't miss what she said. Oi, Kokonoe, where is he? Now that you mention it, he said earlier that he wasn't feeling well and that he was going home. I didn't hear anything about it. Is that true? No, I didn't know either. I don't mind if he just went home now, that troublemaker. He could have told me his seat was blank. I don't know, I haven't seen him since he arrived at school. I thought we were on the bus together. What is the meaning of this? He didn't seem to be sick. Did he suddenly have a stomachache? Maybe I should call him later. I'm sure he won't respond, but I'm worried. An inexpressible uneasiness was growing. For some reason, my bad premonition kept growing. Yukito, I'm back. I shouted loudly, but there was no response. It was a sad monologue, just an hour ago. The place was filled with the hustle and bustle of students. But now I was the only one there. I fantasize about living a slow life in the countryside in the future, but it's just not possible for modern people. I, Yukito Kokonoe, live and die by the convenience store within a minute's walk from here. I'm so much of a regular that the staff might give me strange nicknames. Ignorance is bliss, but I can't just leave her alone. Can I? I've known her for a long time. With a face like that, I can't just ignore it. Even if we are just classmates now, I should at least be able to help her if she's in trouble. I make excuses to no one and get into the swing of things. I pictured the steps in my head. No doubt they were there when I talked with Suzurikawa at the top of the mountain. If so, it must have fallen somewhere along the route. The wind was not strong. It might not have been blown away, but if a small animal like a squirrel was moving with it in its mouth, it would be lost. No choice but to hurry. I quickly made my return. It was around 17 o'clock. Thick clouds covered the sky and the temperature dropped rapidly. It was less than an hour before sunset. If I can't find it after going back and forth, I'll give up. Suzurikawa. Suzurikawa Poff. I carelessly put my bag down in my room and threw myself onto my bed. With a familiar hand, I operated my phone and opened the images. That was my usual routine. There were many memories of the good times we had together. However, that stopped after the second year of junior high school. From that point on, there were fewer and fewer pictures, and the happy days faded away and the gray days continued. The pictures of my face in them were tired and lonely. Can we go back? I hate it. I was always smiling in those days. The first time I saw him, I thought he was a very nice man, and I was very happy to see him. Next to me was someone I loved and who loved me. Whenever I tried to get close enough to take a picture of him, he always responded with a troubled, embarrassed, but still expressionless face. They are all precious, truly precious memories. And now I have lost one of those precious memories. It is a picture of me in a yukata. Every year, I used to go to summer festivals with him. At first we went together as a family, but at some point we started going together. All of them are faint, fleeting, beautiful, and tender memories that come back to me, but all of them were broken. I broke them myself. I wonder if we could still go out together like this. I wonder if we could have a deeper relationship. Go out together to a summer festival, hold hands together, kiss, and then come back home together. Tears well up in my eyes. I am so stupid, and I have lost something precious to me. Why? It was a sin to ask such a question. It was all my fault. I had thrown it away. I, the ugly, petty, cowardly one, couldn't stand the happiness and destroyed it. Will we ever be able to talk again like we used to? I hate it. I want to talk to him more. Touch him like we used to. The day at the summer festival, when he tried to hold my hand, I was so embarrassed that I pulled my hand away and shook it off in a spur of the moment. I didn't want him to realize how nervous I was. Too lewd. I wondered if my hands were sweating. I thought desperately, and secretly wiped my hands with a handkerchief. But he didn't hold my hand again. No, it's not that. I should have just held his hand back. The feelings that I couldn't reach him. Words that won't be conveyed. I want him to know the truth, but I couldn't tell him, and I've come this far without telling him. If only I could have expressed my feelings to him sooner. Such regrets are piling up day by day. When I stand in front of him, my legs cower. When I look into his eyes, I am afraid to say anything. I feel as if he thinks that I am no longer important to him. No longer a childhood friend, no longer a friend, not even a classmate, but an uninterested, irrelevant stranger. I might be considered as such. It was so cruel and terrifying, but I could tell from his words that it was because he still cared about me. I wanted to believe that he still thought I was important after betraying him like a joke. Believing that that was why he was acting the way he was the only thing that supported my heart. I didn't know that this would cause me even more pain. But I had reached my limit. I couldn't take it anymore. I was happy that we were in the same class and that it might be a chance to improve our relationship. But it was too difficult, and the distance between me and him, who was supposed to be so close, was tremendously far. Even in the 9th grade, he had been badly injured. In my memories he is always injured. He was always hurt by something and he never once told me why. All he would say was that it was his fault. He never said anything to anyone. Why would he go to that extent today? After just talking to him for the first time in a long time, my feelings had become uncontrollable. The feelings I had been suppressing were swirling like a storm and threatening to erupt. I held my knees, hugged my body tightly, and gently stroked the taping that was wrapped around me. Walking was much easier now. He's noticed. He always would save me if I asked for help, but he didn't do it that one time. I must follow this feeling honestly. I remember the words of Yukito. Even if we can't go back to the way things were, we might be able to create a new relationship. If I don't step forward here, if I don't step forward now, this whole year will have been for nothing. I will never get another chance like this. Then I may never see him again. I will not even be allowed to approach him. Am I really going to end up like this? A coward? Is it okay to stay like this? It couldn't be good. Please, one more chance, please. I clench my shaking hands as if asking for forgiveness, hoping for someone to forgive me, as if to make up for the days that have passed us by. I gathered up all my courage and apologized. But there was a sense of discomfort, a discrepancy that would not be filled. I had been thinking only of apologizing, but his words left me completely blank. What do I want to do with Yukito? I had never been in a fight with him before. He never got mad at me. It was always just me saying something one way to him. Tell him everything. Tell him what has happened. Why I did the things I did. I will tell him how I feel, openly and honestly, and I will tell him everything about me. Nothing hidden, nothing cowardly, and I will give him everything I have. So please, just one more time. Yukito Poff. How could I possibly find something like this? Yes, I found it. I got distracted and sat down in the shade of a tree. I had gone back and forth 3 times. Even though I was confident in my physical strength, I was tired. The rain that had begun to fall took away both my strength and body heat. My knees were wobbling and I couldn't stand on my feet. It was dark. I was getting used to the night vision. But I heard an owl hooting from somewhere. It's so elegant, isn't it? I'm glad it wasn't a wild dog. There was nothing I could do about it. It was near the 6th station. It must have rolled when she dropped it. Or it was stuck on a slope slightly off the route. I looked at it again, and the expression on the ugly bear's face was annoying. For how long do you cherish something like this? I threw away all the things and memories given to me by Suzurikawa at that time. There is nothing left now, and yet, Suzurikawa's. I shake off my thoughts. The time is almost up. If I don't hurry, I will not be able to return home in time. I drag my heavy body down the slope. Lanterns twinkle and festival music plays a melody. The bustle and noise of the festival is filled with a sense of enjoyment. A street lined with food stalls with cotton candy in hand. I walked with her. Hey, let's eat apricot candy. She smiles carefree like she used to. Perhaps because of her mood. Such an expression is rare nowadays. She flicks out her candy red tongue and squints mischievously. Perhaps it is the special day of the summer festival that casts a spell that brings me back to my childhood. Look, you're good at target practice, aren't you? Get it? The white-colored wisteria-colored yukata suited her figure well. Aiming for the target, I did as I was urged. I put the strap of a small bear that I had shot down at the target shooting stall in my purse and proceeded with light steps as if in a state of elation. This was an annual event for us. I had no doubt that it would continue to be so. As the sun gradually set, a single firework went off, as if to announce the start of the event. You know, next year. No, not like this. Why? The crowd gradually grew, and drowned out the words I was saying. A loud thumping sound made me look up at the sky. Colorful fireworks were blooming in the night sky. People around us cheered, oh, and everyone looked at the fireworks. We were swept away by the crowd, and the distance between us and her was growing. I quickly took her hand and held it so we wouldn't get separated. Her eyes widened in astonishment and she flicked her hand away with a snap. My right hand, which had been extended to the retracted hand, lost sight of its purpose and wandered aimlessly in the void. A faint exhale escapes, and she turns back to cover her expression. Maybe she had been haunted all along. In middle school, she had gradually become more spiteful. I should have realized it sooner. I should have known sooner, even though she had warned me, that our relationship had changed and was long over, that the hand that was shaken off was an intention of rejection. Ha! My body feels heavy. Is the Earth's gravity changing? My thoughts are hazy and hazy. My shirt, soaked in sweat, was stuck to my back. I tried to get up to change my clothes, but it became too much trouble and I gave up. I had no choice but to wipe myself off with a towel, but it was too much work. My vague and hazy memory gradually became clearer. I had caught a cold, I thought. I managed to make it home in a shambles, but I must have overworked myself in the rain, because I collapsed as soon as I got home. When I took my temperature with a thermometer, I was surprised to find that it was over 38 degrees Celsius. I remember that I only took a bath and dove straight into bed. When I checked my watch, it was around 12 o'clock. I must have slept for more than half a day. I was still a little sluggish, but I felt better than yesterday. My temperature had gone down to normal. After taking some medicine for the cold and getting another good night's sleep, I should be able to go to school tomorrow. It's been a long time since I've had a cold. It might be the first time since I started working out. It was not good that I got wet in the rain. I wonder if it's because I've been in the middle of a hectic schedule lately, or if I've been under some kind of mental stress. I had caused trouble for my family again. In the silence, the only sound was the ticking of the clock. The regular sound, like a metronome, me back to sleep. I felt like I was having a very nostalgic dream. The content was pleasant, sad, or somewhere in between. Only a sense of loss remained. I noticed the strap on my desk. I had completely forgotten about it. What was it about it that attracted Suzurikawa so much? Could it be that it was actually quite rare? It would make sense if that was why she was in such a panic. If that is the case, I have to give it to Suzurikawa as soon as possible. But that may not be possible right away. With this thought in mind, my consciousness once again fell into the darkness. Suzurikawa, I want to ask you something. Can you give me a minute? Me? Wait, please a moment. During recess, an unexpected person arrives in the classroom. It was Yukito's sister, Yuri Kokonoe, who showed up. The classroom, which had been quiet until a moment ago, started to buzz. Whispers of a possible confession can be heard, but even though Mu is a popular boy, such a thing is absolutely impossible for Yuri-san. She will only make a move if it's about Yukito. For a moment, her eyes are fixed on me, clearly hostile. It was probably even at Shiori Kamishiro. Why is Yuri-san? Yukito is absent from school because of a cold. But I was more worried about Yukito than anything else. The vague uneasiness inside me is still smoldering. What do you mean? That's what I want to ask. Yesterday, he couldn't. The confused voice leaking from the corridor proves that it was not a confession at all. After a while, Mukan came back with a mysterious look on his face. What's wrong, Muchi? No, I'm fine. But wait. I see. It can't be he. Suzurikawa-san. Mukan noticed something, changed his expression and hurried to speak to me. Yesterday, I heard that Yukito came home at almost 10 o'clock. Why would Yukito come home at that hour? Because yesterday. Yeah, he left school early. And yet he got home late at night. It was raining last night, right? And today he is missing school. At times like this, I hate myself for being so blind. I hate myself for being so narrow-minded as to feel jealous of Mu, who understands Yukito better than I do. This is just a guess. Suzurikawa-san, you said you dropped the strap. Perhaps Yukito went. I was running out of the classroom before I had finished listening to him. Wait, please wait. Unable to stand still, I started to run towards her as fast as I could. I forgot about the pain in my legs. I called out to Yuri, who was heading back to the second-grade classroom. I felt a sense of frustration. Yuri's footsteps came to a sudden stop and she looked back. Her eye-end gaze became even harsher. What? Is Yukito okay? Yukito's sister used to be kind to me, but now It's just a cold. The fever went down in the morning and he will get better soon. Thank God. Can I go visit, Suzurikawa-san? Don't make me more angry than I already am. I was interrupted by a cold voice that chilled me to the bone. Yesterday, why was that boy so late coming home? Do you know what he was doing? What Miss said is just a guess. There is no proof. Yuri did not hide her irritation at my lack of an answer, and her words were filled with anger. Did you deceive him again? All the way to the ground. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault. Because I said something unnecessary, I couldn't help but apologize, even if it might have been a misunderstanding or a self-satisfaction. Shakily, I was fully recovered. I was completely revived, but I was starving. Mom had to go to work today, and she was terribly depressed. She said she wanted to stay with me and take care of me, but I couldn't rest if she did that. I had too much energy. I'm short on hands and have nothing to do. Isn't she coming home early? It was not my mother. Is it my sister? Shall I pretend to be asleep? I listen carefully and hear her talking to someone at the front door. Go home. But I'll take care of him. I don't want you here. Please. Just a moment of his time is all I ask. If you care so much about him, why did you? Why is it any of your business? You, who abandoned my brother. It's not like that. Goodbye. The front door is violently closed. I was terrified by the wildness of the situation. She was the first one to enter my room. Don't expect the common sense of knocking. She must have come home in a hurry, because she was a little out of breath. And, how are you doing? The fever has gone down a lot and I feel much better, but, did anyone come in here just now? I asked, scared. She seemed to know me, but I didn't know who it was. It's a newspaper solicitation. You're not good at lying, are you? I misspoke. Yes. What is going on? Although I couldn't hear the conversation, it didn't seem like it was going to be like that. There was no way an argument could have occurred over the solicitation of a newspaper. But when I asked her about it, she didn't seem to have the slightest intention of telling me. I was curious, but when she said, that is the ironclad rule in our family. It's hard to argue with my sister. I bought all kinds of things that look good for you. Sports drinks, nutritional foods, and jellies were placed on the table. Why are they all peach-flavored? She shows a mysterious faith in peaches, but thankfully they are easy to eat. You look much better than you did this morning. Is there anything you want me to do? No. I answered immediately. There is nothing to bother my sister's hand. Shall I wipe your sweat for you? I wiped it off myself a while ago, so I'm fine. Then, do you want me to make you some porridge? I would rather not. I'm getting carried away. Sadly, my trust in my sister's cooking skills is buried under the ground. Facing the cruel reality, I gave up and went to the kitchen and started to make myself some porridge. Make one for me, too, she says. How's your appetite? I'm not so hungry. How's your sleep? I've been sleeping all night, so my eyes are still wide open. Your sex desire? Do you have to ask that? No need to hide my upset. Wait. This is just a medical interview by my sister. Even Yukito Kokonoe would never ask such a meaningless question. Hey, what about your sex desire? Hey. Answer me. How's your sex desire? It's piling up. Unable to bear the pressure, I inadvertently answered honestly. I see. Hold on to it when you get over your cold. Yes. I was afraid to ask back, so I just answered honestly. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you, Yuri. Trouble? Why are you? If you need anything at all, just call me. Yes. After finishing eating, I returned to my room. Why did my sister's face look so sad? I opened my abandoned phone and saw an inflated notification. I realized I have failed. I shouldn't have looked. The name of Suzurikawa were all lined up in a row. My gaze naturally turned to the strap. She must be in trouble by now. I could have given it to her at school, but I had no choice but to hurry. I'm going to the convenience store. The reply came shortly. The cold was completely gone. I heard that Suzurikawa can get out too. In any case, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep at this point. After putting on my jacket, I hobbled off to my destination, Yukito. Wait, I smell like sweat right now. Get away from me. As soon as she saw me, she jumped into my chest and I tried to push Suzurikawa away, but she was surprisingly strong. Gunananu. Sorry about the end of the school day. I could have done it tomorrow. No, that's such a relief. Is your cold gone? I'm feeling great. I've had a lot of free time on my hands. If anything happened to Yukito, Suzurikawa was crying. How unusual. Suddenly, I realize, did you come to my house, by any chance? Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Did you get into an argument with Yuri? No. Not like that, it was my fault. Was it Suzurikawa that Yuri was turning away? Sorry, Yuri is a martial artist. She must have been hungry and worked up. Kyusu. I don't know if she'll get mad at you for saying that. I had a throbbing headache from the unfamiliar crying face. Suzurikawa I remember was always angry and dissatisfied. Look, Suzurikawa, take your ugly bear and go home. Thank you. Yukito, was you looking for this? I was bored to death because I was home. It's important to you, isn't it? Thank you. But don't do anything dangerous on your own. I gave Suzurikawa an ugly bear honest trap, aka unbearable. I thought there would be a round of applause for my good sense in naming the bear, but it didn't go through. How terrible. I didn't realize they were so valuable. I didn't think it was that valuable because this trap is. I didn't know what the words meant. I didn't even want to ask for details. I had given back what was important to her. I wanted nothing more than that. For a while after that, Suzurikawa kept soaking my t-shirt with tears. See, come to my house. There's at least something to eat. It's almost night. I'm going to get some ramen and go home. At this time of night, I am sure that person will at least allow me to send her home. I'm fine after taking the day off from school, but I'm sure that Suzurikawa is tired. I can't let her go home alone. Her leg is even sore. Well, when was the last time we were alone together like this? I am feeling a little restless. I was worried because Suzurikawa I knew was so different from Suzurikawa I knew these days. She is not as agitated and calm as she used to be. I'm sorry you had to drop it to me. Is your leg okay? Yeah, I'm fine. How to say, I miss this kind of thing. I used to get angry at you for playing so late. Yet, I don't want you go home. When I arrived at her door, I found her looking somewhat regretful. Is something bothering you? It's okay. Nobody cares about the smell of your feet. I tried to comfort her, but her face turned red. Wow. How long are you going to keep pulling this on me? I thought it was the smell that bothered you. I told you it's not that. Right. That's enough to make me angry. In that case sniff it. HMPH. With a snort and a burnt-out look on her face, Suzurikawa turned her still-taped leg toward me. She looked a little like Suzurikawa I knew. I don't understand your taste in trying to get people to sniff it. Don't misunderstand me. I had no choice. I put my nose close to her and sniffed. Yes, I am the pervert. I'll sweetly accept it. This is Gaia. Suddenly, I come back to myself. No, what are we doing? It's your fault. How do they smell? Well, that's beside the point. The other day, a fortune teller walked by and bought me a cup of coffee while crying. What was that all about? Don't leave me alone. I'm very interested in what you have to say, but first, protect my honor. That's more Suzurikawa-ish, eh? I thought you had completely changed your personality. Suzurikawa looked as if she had lost her temper, but gradually understood what I was trying to say, and she turned her head down again. I thought I would be bombarded with abusive language, but there was nothing like that. Hey, Yukito, am I changing? Do you hate it? I hate myself so much I can't stand it. It's terrible, isn't it? It's really arrogance not to be honest. I am just taking advantage of you. I'm only hurting you. As if to express her regret, these self-mocking words spilled out of her mouth. I wanted to change. Ever since that day, I have always regretted it. It's cowardly of me to expect you to understand me without telling you. If I don't tell you myself, if I don't put it into words, then there is no point. I was silent, not knowing what words to say in response to Suzurikawa's anguished words. Thank you for finding it. Thank you. I'm happy. You already told me. Why did you go looking for it, Yukito? You've been avoiding me for so long. As I said yesterday, I'm not looking for a fight. If you are in trouble, I will help you. That's the least I can do. No matter how much she hated me, the fact was that she had saved my life. This was just a way of repaying that huge debt and nothing more. Is it because I'm your childhood friend? Irrelevant. But if you're in trouble, if you need help, you have to tell me. I can't be around you anymore. You can't stay with me. That's not my role. Suzurikawa's hand touches my cheek. She slowly speaks out as if she is squeezing my cheek. I'm not dating senpai anymore. We broke up right away. Huh? No, wait a minute. When did you break up? About 2 weeks. No, wait. What the hell? Then I'm fake news, for policy violations, for privacy law violations. For real? I've never heard of this before. I didn't notice it at all. That's how little I had seen of Suzurikawa. If there was a hole, I would want to get in it. It's my fault for not telling you, but I don't want to stop talking with Yukito anymore. Let's go back. Can we go back to being childhood friends like we were back then? Impossible. We can't go back. But why? Is it too late? Can't I make it in time? Do you like Kamishiro? No, it's just that I can't remember the feelings I had when I liked you at the time. A sweet temptation, but still, I never want to go back to the past. The past is always painful and hard. There was no point to which I wanted to return. I've always loved you, you know. I've loved you since I was a little girl. I was so happy when Yukito confessed his love to me. I wanted to answer right away, but Suzuriakawa likes me? A hallucination? Her sudden confession sounded as if it was about someone else and a matter of fact. What the hell is that? The words spewed out, with such vigor that it boggles my mind. Earlier, you said you wanted to be honest. So why are you lying? Why do you try to lie so much? My headache grows worse. I heard a cracking sound. It's such a convenient thing that it can't be. In an instant, my thoughts are pulled back to flat. Our relationship is an extension of the past. A choice I once made. I didn't realize you were such a liar. About what? People say that when one is ill, one's mind becomes feeble. And this may be exactly the case with Suzurikawa's mental state. Her fatigue must be at its peak. When she is feeling down, she is inclined to show her weakness, which does not usually come out. When I catch a cold, I too talk less. My sister even says to me, "You look more sane when you are sick." I ruminate over the words of Suzurikawa. Why on earth would she say such a thing now? Childhood friends are a rare relationship. From other people's point of view, the relationship appears to be strong and special. That is why it was troublesome. No matter if it was the same sex, if it was a childhood friend of the opposite sex, the relationship and the distance between them would inevitably be a hindrance to dating someone else. That being the case, she would have tried to break off the relationship. If we go back to the way we were, it will be the same thing over and over again. If you fall in love with someone else from now on, I will be nothing but a hindrance to you. There is no way that's true. This is not only true for Suzurikawa, it's that way for everyone. I was already used to it, and you've always liked me. Why would you lie like that? Didn't you go out with your senpai because you liked him? Or did you go out with senpai even though you didn't like him? But it's not a lie, I'm telling. There is no doubt that Suzurikawa is lying. If Suzurikawa really told me that she had liked me for a long time, then why did she go out with her senpai? Why didn't she say so at the time? It was the only thing I had ever wished for in my life, the future I had tried to reach for, but it spilled out of her hand like sand, leaving me with nothing. As usual, Suzurikawa must have liked her senpai enough to go out with him and do that sort of thing. And yet, the story that Suzurikawa had always liked me for a long time sounded like a lie. If it had been after they had broken up with senpai, I would have been able to understand it. But to be told that she had been in love with me for a long time, I had no reason to believe it. From the beginning, did she have feelings for me? That was impossible. I had indeed been dumped and had my heart broken at that time. Before we met again, I remembered the last words Suzurikawa had said to me. Liar. She said these words as if squeezing them out of her hate-filled eyes, and disappeared from my life. I don't care if you hate me for whatever reason, but I have never lied to you. I want you to believe that. Well, I'm leaving. Make up with Hori-chan, Suzuru Karpov. All I could do was watch him leave in a daze. I tried to go after him, but my legs wouldn't move. Only my upper body was falling forward and I was about to fall down. I finally felt as if I had caught a glimpse of his true intentions. Yukito was right. Sadness washes over me at my own sinfulness. I can't help it. I felt like my heart had been grabbed by an eagle when I heard Ms. story. Yukito had missed school because of a cold. I wondered if he might be suffering from a terrible, monstrous injury. I was filled with fear. He would disappear. He was going to disappear. I was the one who had caused it. I wanted to deny my worst imagination, but I couldn't. My heart feels frozen. I looked down. The precious bond. I couldn't reach my heart. I couldn't touch it. That summer festival day, I shook off his hand. I was so excited that I didn't see the look on his face at that moment. Yukito might have felt rejected by me. I didn't tell him otherwise. I realize it now. It took me a long time to even understand that. Right. He was always the first to hold hands with me, to confess his feelings to me, and so on. What was I doing then? Like a baby chicken just waiting to be fed. I only received from him. But did I ever do anything for him? Did I ever tell him? I am the one who lied. That's right. The lies I have told have caused him to suffer and me to suffer. It was easy to correct that lie. But to reveal my true feelings about why I lied was terrifying. My ugly heart. I was so self-protective, testing others, keeping myself in a safe place, and hurting only others. If I had been honest with myself, if I had waited just a little longer, none of this would have happened. At that time, I was in a hurry. Yukito was popular. He didn't realize it, but he was more mature than anyone around him, and above all, he was kind. It was impossible for him not to be popular. Even his occasional eccentricities and outlandish behavior were hard to leave alone. I know girls who liked my childhood friend with his unbalanced charm. They didn't confess their feelings to Yukito because I was there. That's why I did such a true impersonation. I am the worst. Ugly me. I am dirty and jealous. As soon as word got out that I had hooked up with a senior, the other girls immediately approached him. One of them was Shiori Kamishiro, but Yukito began to devote himself to club activities. He didn't care what he looked like, didn't look away at all, and just chased after the ball. By that time, I was in the grip of my own lies, amplified by malice, and they were irretrievable. Unable to move, unable to scream, I was bound to the thorns of reality. My mouth did not speak the truth, and I called him a liar. I will always be on Yu-chan's side, forever. Then, I will help you if you are in trouble. The promise I made to him when we were children was not something that could be dressed up as marriage. But I still keep it in my heart as a precious memory. He probably doesn't even remember it. Even so, he could not forgive me. I told me that he would help me. I was not the one suffering the pain, but someone else. I was helplessly saddened by that. I gently tightened my grip on the strap. I knew the truth. He would never lie. Just as he had helped me today, I was the one who betrayed him by lying and not asking for help. Even then, if I had honestly asked him for help, he would have solved the problem right away. Because he is a strong person who can do that. I wanted to change. It was me who needed to change. If I had been honest, I wouldn't have been in such a horrible situation. My family despises me. They are disgusted with me. They are angry with me. And my sister, who adored Yukito, still hasn't forgiven me. Even though I love Yukito so much, I couldn't tell him how I felt. I couldn't tell him what I said. When I did, I could no longer reach him, and he had lost his affection for me. It's me who is chasing after him. I will make him like me again. He no longer needs me to just wait for him. I long to be a princess, as everyone dreams, but my glass slipper was shattered, and I had no magician to help me. No pumpkin carriage to take me to the castle. Nothing. But I still have the kindness of the man who never gave up on me. In my aching leg, I will never give up. I can't give up. I don't want to give up. If I reveal this ugly truth, he will surely hate me. That is why I have come this far without being able to say it. I didn't have the courage. I didn't have the resolve, and now I was condemned as a liar. Yet I had to say it. I had to take just one more step. Finally, I understand clearly. It was too late. But still I was. In order to start everything over, I would have to be hated by Yukito. I have to admit all this ugliness to him, or I can't go back. No, I'm not going back. This time I have to move on. I'm sorry. This is the last time I'm going to apologize. So, hate me and let's start again. This time, it's about the true love of Suzurikawa. Chapter 4, True Feelings and Suspicions. The next day, when I left the house to go to school, fully recovered, my sister stopped me at the entrance of the house. Even though we went to the same high school, we did not go to school together. I usually leave the house earlier than my sister, who is weak in the morning. What does she want? As I was wondering what was going on, she put one hand out in front of her. Ha ha ha, I see. So you're charging me because you took care of me yesterday, huh? I made you buy a lot of things for me yesterday. I feel bad for having bothered her. I took out my wallet and put a 1,000 yen bill in her palm. Huh? I'm sorry, I was joking. I know, 1,000 yen is not enough. I'll change it to a 5,000 yen bill. Are you making fun of me? This is bad. Her eyebrows are wrinkled. I must have made her angry. Unlike boys, girls have to pay for everything. It was only natural that I should add it to the nursing fee. I took out a 10,000 yen bill from my wallet with this in mind, but the voltage of my sister's anger skyrocketed. See, can you give me a break on this somehow? I offered her my entire wallet. I usually don't spend much money, so it's no problem. My name is Yukito Kokonoe, a man who has never been a rebel. If my sister needs it, I'll just give it to her. I'm just thankful that they let a piece of shit like me go to school in a decent way to begin with. It is my policy not to go against my family. I never said I wanted money. Then what do you want me to offer you? What's with the assumption that I'm asking for something? I'm sorry, I'm such a foolish brother. There was no way for me to understand the thoughts of my deeply thoughtful sister. I will be diligent. I know you've been sick. You're anxious, so I'll hold your hands and we'll go together. Are you crazy? Am I in kindergarten? I can't keep up with the unexpected and oblique answer at all. If a high school senior tries to go to school holding hands with my sister, there will be another problem. My sister is famous for her beauty. It would cause unnecessary rumors. Besides, there is no way I can hold hands with my sister. If we did that, it would be just like that time again. I can't do it. You still don't trust me? No, that's not it. I can't take advantage of her kindness. It was enough for me that she was concerned about me like this even if she didn't like me. I can't ask for more than that. I'm already in perfect physical condition. I turned on my heel and headed for school. I know that the only thing that lies ahead is sadness. How did this happen? You're getting a lot of attention right off the bat, sexy man. As soon as I arrive at the classroom, a fresh handsome guy makes fun of me. I was sick, and this commotion was hard to deal with in the morning. My sister was persistent. She was so persistent that she forced me to link arms with her, as if she was annoyed that I could not hold hands with her. I tried to push her away, but she was holding me tight and it was impossible. Thanks to this, I had to go to school in the morning in a state like a couple of idiots. Sure enough, it was an early topic of conversation, and rumors quickly circulated. If there was one good thing that came out of it, it was that I enjoyed the soft feeling on my arms, but the fatigue was winning out. It was not worth it. After spending the first period of class exhausted, I was summoned to the hallway by a senpai whom I had never met before. Sorry to call you out, I'm Mizuguchi, a second-year student. Is it true that you're Yuri's younger brother? I don't look much like my sister. In the morning, I was surprised because I thought she had a boyfriend. Did something happen? I caught a cold, so my sister was just worried about me. Are you all right now? Yes, I'm fine. I took yesterday off and rested well, so I'm fine, but I'm a little tired from the morning's commotion. Cuckoo. She's a popular person, but still, she's a very anxious person. I think it's good that she cares about her family. But I'm sorry to hear about your troubles. My sister's eccentricities amaze me, too. I don't have much time, so I'll keep this short and sweet, but I do have a favor to ask of you. Is that okay? Are you talking about confessing to my sister? That's the only way it can be when he asks me something about my sister. Yuri is a beautiful woman, just like my mother. This happened to me several times in junior high school. Does your sister have a boyfriend? I was often asked, but we didn't talk much, so I didn't know much about her private life. It would not be surprising if she has a boyfriend. I'm embarrassed to even say this, but could you call up Yuri and ask her? Do you need to rely on me? I don't know if you know this, but she never comes when I call her. I've given her love letters and stuff, but she either doesn't read them or ignores them. She's famous for that too. Who is that bitch? You mean my sister, huh? I know, but that's the weakness of being in love with someone. Even if you confess your feelings to someone and they reject you, you can't let them go, can you? Even though she is my sister, her attitude is too harsh. The truth of the world lies in the fact that she is popular in spite of this. I took a quick look around Mizuguchi-senpai, but he doesn't look like a barbaric person. He speaks to me in a friendly manner, and I have a good impression of him. I've just given my sister a lot of trouble, and I don't know what kind of response I'll get, but I should reward her once in a while. As a love cupid, it must be my brother's duty to support my sister's love life. I understand. Leave it to me. Will you do it, young boy? You're only 1 year older than me. You've got to knock it out of the park. Mizuguchi seemed like a nice guy. Yuripov, you. Just now did you just make strange noises? Shut up. What's with that character? I checked it over seriously, but it was definitely an email from my brother. Was it a misdirect? But there was no way that the message was sent to someone other than me, as it said, "I have an important message for you, Yuri." I still couldn't believe it, because he almost never sends me emails. Even if he did, it was only to communicate with me on a rare occasion, and this was the first time he had ever sent me something like this. What should I do? I'm not wearing any makeup today. You always do. You're unusually upset. What's up with this morning thing? From now on, it won't be so unusual, but still, what the hell is going on? What? Are you going to walk to school in that every day? I'd love to. No way. Was that thing in the morning an anikatsu? Anikatsu, a woman provides financial and other support to a younger man. In many cases, the female partner pampering the younger man is intended to enjoy a pseudo-sibling relationship. The specific details include buying him a meal or paying for his shopping. Basically, the goal is often to provide support to the partner, rather than focusing on a romantic or physical relationship. I noticed it suddenly. In the morning, for some reason, my brother handed me some money. It may sound a bit juvenile, but there is such a thing as papakatsu in the world. I was wondering if my brother might have proposed anikatsu to me. He said that the content of the offer depends on the amount of money, but I don't understand it because I don't know the market price. Come to think of it, my brother first offered me a 1,000 yen bill. Eventually he offered me his entire wallet, which makes me wonder how far he wanted me to go with that. What did he want me to do? Shit. I should have never said no. I couldn't stay like this. I took out my cosmetic pouch from my bag and headed for the restroom at once. This was the first time I had ever received a call from my brother. I had no idea what it would be about, but I had no choice but to face it with a single-minded determination. I waited for after school while suppressing my excitement. Where are you with Yukito? The fire escape is always quiet. I looked around, but my brother was nowhere to be seen. Thank you for coming, Yuri. I felt like someone had called my name, but I didn't care about that. For some reason, the man I didn't know well who came in front of me made me feel depressed. I have something to tell you. Who are you? Kyoichi Mizuguchi from the next class. We were on the beautification committee together once before. I don't know you. I'm busy. If you don't need me, can you go somewhere else? Wait a minute. I'm the one who called Yuri. I asked your brother for you to come here. Huh? I finally became interested in the Mizuguchi in front of me when I heard that much. Just now, what did he just say? Did you ask my brother? I like you. Please go out with me. Did you say something, Mizuguchi? Did you use my brother? No, it's not like that. I just asked him to help me. Otherwise you wouldn't come. You've got to be kidding me. Don't drag my brother into your nonsense. I'm just confessing to you. Then why don't you just tell me right there and then? Did you threaten my brother by calling me out here? Threats? I didn't do that. Who knows? Moo. Ignoring Mizuguchi, I start running. I have to leave now. I'm worried that he might have done something to me. By then, the fact that he had confessed to me had completely disappeared from my mind. Your answer? On the fire escape, left alone. Mizuguchi was at a loss. Yukito Poff. Did my sister's love go well? Yes. I feel very good. From now on, I will make it my goal to do one good deed a day. Maybe, but that's what Shakyamuni Buddha said. They say it comes from Buddhism, but my family is not religious. I heard footsteps slamming and came to a stop in front of my room, and the door was opened vigorously without regard to my knocking. Yuri-san, who had taken off her school uniform and was now wearing a tank top, was standing in front of me. Oh, did he succeed? Welcome back, Yuri-san. That guy Mizuguchi didn't do anything to you, did he? He just asked me to call Yuri-san. Thank God. Did you and Senpai become lovers? I could care less about anyone who tries to take advantage of you. My sister was spitting with a face that she couldn't show me. She seems to be fuming. What happened? Mizuguchi-senpai. For some reason, my sister sat down next to me. Senpai, he seemed to be a pretty nice guy. Huh? So what? Are you asking me to go out with him? Yes. I never said anything like that, but her eyes scared me. I had to keep my mouth shut. You know, if there's something you want me to do, I don't need money or anything. Thank you. Yes. What is it that I want her to do for me? Her cheeks were slightly red. Don't you want money? Come to think of it, we had such an exchange in the morning. Fumu. So, my wallet is not enough money. Maybe there is something she wants. I'll do my best to cooperate. Then, let's take it out of my savings. Savings? What is it that you want me to do? I don't spend much money. But that is just too morbid. I understand. I'll make up my mind. I'll do whatever you want. I don't want your money, so just tell me when you're ready. I see. Thank you. It's fine. No, I just want to do it for you. The sister's face changed and she walked out of the room with a look of love and contentment on her face. She left like a storm, but I didn't quite understand what she was saying until the end. What do she mean by morbid? Yukito, let's compete in the next 1,500-meter run. The fresh and handsome man's face is as radiant as the clear sky. It's a beautiful day, huh? Why don't we do long body forward bends anyway? I don't understand what you mean by anyway. Is it fun to compete in body elasticity? A large number of students are gathered on the field today. A new physical fitness test was being held to measure individual athletic ability. Some of the tests had already been completed. My grip strength, which had been a personal concern, was almost back to normal. Looking next to me, I saw a sparkle in the eyes of a fresh and handsome man. What is it that makes me so sad that I have to deal with this all-around sports prince? I'm pretty good at basketball, but not so good at other sports. As far as my running ability is concerned, I can run long distances, but I'm no match for the fresh, handsome guy when it comes to short distances. Knowing that, I chose middle distance running, which is really obnoxious. When I was about to open my mouth to say something sarcastic, there, girls cheered. They seemed to be getting excited about something. That's Kamishiro, isn't it? She's amazing. The fresh-looking guy was impressed, but I followed his gaze. At the center of the circle was Shiori Kamishiro. She had set a new record in the standing long jump. Shiori is a physical specimen. I'm not surprised. It's a shame that Kamishiro is a homecoming student when she's so athletic. That's true. Yes? Her smile was dazzling, filled with energy like a bursting bullet. However, I felt something strange about the way Kamishiro was looking at me. Oi, Yukito, where are you going? I headed toward the group of girls. The sudden intruder had quieted the cheers and made the girls' eyes go black and white. Kokonoe-chan, what's wrong? Yuki, why are you here? You look very sick. Are you alright? Kamishiro's movements were dull. It was obvious to those who were more or less familiar with her. The fact that she can still record a record is impressive. But Kamishiro, who has her mind set on physical parameters, is a girl who can do more than that. Yes. There is nothing to worry about. Look, I'm full of spirit. It seems like an empty cheerfulness, but then I remembered. I see. Come to think of it, you're pretty good at lying. Sorry for interrupting. I was conscious that I was talking in a very mean and cowardly way. But it might be useless. I asked out of curiosity, but when I thought about it, it would be extremely annoying to being worried by a shady person like me. It's not surprising that people might think that a bottom feeder like me should crawl down and sip muddy water, which would just be annoying. I'm sorry to have interrupted the excitement. Wait. I'm sorry, Yuki. I lied. Just as I was about to go back, I was stopped by a frantic-looking Kamishiro. She looked pale, as if she was getting seriously ill. I just forgot to eat breakfast. It's really not that big of a deal. That's enough. I just didn't want you to worry. I won't ever lie to you again. Did you oversleep or something? I was a little busy in the morning, and all I had that night was a cup of noodles. You're a big eater. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I don't want you to worry about it. You're 3 sizes? The last time I measured it, it was 90. Wait a second, Yuki, do you know what you're doing? That kind of thing has to be done in secret later. Oh, she told me. I was just asking in the heat of the moment. Shiorin, were you really sick? Why yes, it's not so much that I can't move, but it's not very comfortable. I didn't notice it at all, and yet I made a fuss. Sorry, Kamishiro-san. It was my fault. I didn't mean to hide it. I just thought it was okay. Kamishiro apologizes apologetically. The people around her are also worried. It was enough to know that she was not ill. It was very typical of Kamishiro to be so hungry that she didn't have any energy, but she should be able to complete the rest of the tests without any problem. Hey, Kokono-kun, how did you know that Kamishiro-san wasn't feeling well? Yeah, she didn't appear to be that way at all. Sakurai and the others gathered around, asking me to teach me for the future. As expected of a cheerful girl, she was very attentive to others. I pointed at her ponytail. Whenever she's happy, in a good mood, having fun, or has too much energy, her ponytail bounces around vigorously. Look at that. Right now, she's a little sad now that you mention it. It certainly is. My ponytail doesn't work like a dog's tail. All of them became reluctant. I was one of them. What? Did I say something funny? Yeah, geez, not good. Not good at all, Kamishiro-kun. Look, a face that is trying to resist the classic "that's a horse's tail, not a dog's tail" comment. It's my fault. What's the point of burning calories with a lucky break if you're not feeling well? I feel like I'm being treated unreasonably. Kamishiro is being dishonest, which is one of the advantages of Kamishiro, that it doesn't last long. Actually, it's just an observation. In time, everyone will understand. I'd be punished for disrespect if I didn't notice that Yuri's bangs were just slightly shorter. She gets into a bad mood right away. Don't you have something to say? When asked, I desperately search for changes. As a result of persistent asking, I have improved my observational skills. This is also the result of Yuri's training. Don't be too hard on yourself. Yes, sorry you had to worry about me. This should allow things to proceed smoothly and without recklessness. The people around her would not force her to do too much. However, I was concerned about how fragile Kamishiro seemed to be at some point. I'm very disappointed. After school, we were summoned to the staff room. In front of us was Sayuri-sensei with a stern expression on her face. Sensei, are you mad? Yes, I'm mad. There is an awkward silence. If you're ashamed, you shouldn't have said it. You made me say it. I'm sorry, Sensei. I apologize in my heart. I'll get straight to the point. Why are you guys in the homecoming club? We looked at each other at the unexpected topic. Kukimu and Shiori Kamishiro were standing next to me. Why? Because isn't it common knowledge that shady people go home? You're not as shady as you think you are, you know. Seriously? Yes, seriously. I just became friends with Shakard the other day as a fellow shady person. When did you become friends with Shakard-chan, Yuki? That person. That's great, but, well, please be good friends with Shakado. Shakado, for the record, is a reptile-like girl who loves to be in the shady side of the class. She was loved as the class mascot because of her lovable personality. I'm thinking of joining the same club as Yukito. As for me, I'm going to be a manager in the same club as Yuki. Don't drag me into this. Sayuri-sensei pointed at me as if in dismay. Are you two being blackmailed by this troublemaker? Isn't that a little harsh? Reap what you sow. A while ago, a sensei from the athletics club came to me and asked about you guys. I told him that you were a homecoming club. I'm sure they'll recruit you soon, so think about it. That was because you made it an unnecessary contest. It was a mistake that Kuki inadvertently set a good record in the 1,500-meter run, which was unexpectedly heated, because he's so stubborn and refreshingly good-looking. So, what are you going to do, Yukito? Are you going to join the track team? I told you, I'm in the homecoming club. You can do whatever you want. Then, I'm not going to do it either. Sensei, I think there's something wrong with this guy. His face is too bright. I don't know what you're talking about. Kamishiro, what about you? I heard you had all these great records. You can bet you'll be getting more invitations in the future. I am in a little club right now. Kamishiro looked apologetic as she turned her gaze toward me. Geez, I don't know what kind of relationship you guys have, but there aren't many opportunities for youth. Make sure you don't have any regrets. Don't worry, Sensei still has a lot of youth left. You really only say unnecessary things, don't you? I made her angry again. I thought I was following Sayuri-sensei on the spur of the moment, but it turned out to be a snake in the bush. But I was still taking it lightly at the time. Something had already started to happen. You must be the Kokonoe-kun. I've heard so much about you. The next day, as soon as I arrived at school in the morning, I was involved with a group of third-year senpais. To make use of your height, volleyball is the only way to go. That's right, isn't it? Am I reincarnated in a gag game world by any chance? Come to your senses. This is reality, okay? That's a little too much for me to comprehend. T.Get element by its slotted plus s loaded attributes true. Could this be a beauty pageant type of a spoof? The answer to such a question was easily revealed. If you agree, Kamishiro-san will also join our club, okay? What's with that agency system for the majors? Sorry, can you give him to us? The one who saved me from a tight spot was another senior student. This time it was a boy. Thank you very much. You saved me, don't worry about it. If I can convince you to go along with me, we are from the track and field club and we are going to have to get serious about this. Ah, this one is also bad. I invited Mid to join the club first, and he agreed if you would join. That solar-paneled bastard. Hold on, we invited him first. Recruitment of potential new members has nothing to do with inviting first, do you think? Fun. Well, then, we don't have any choice. The seniors were bickering with each other. Then another group of seniors appeared. Shit, they beat us to it. Hold on, the soccer team will take care of him. How about we play doubles and go to nationals? Forget about that, let's play baseball. How many are there? Don't try to take me in with the whole group. Shortage of talented people. Is this another evil of the declining birth rate? Well then, that's that. With the bell ringing, I tried to escape. What is this school? So why are you so tired in the morning? When I arrived at class, the source of the evil, the face-colored light-emitting diode, spoke to me. I'm going to weld your face. When I explained to him about my morning slapstick, he laughed at me and wondered what was so funny. I'm sorry, Yuki, this wasn't supposed to happen. Kamishiro, listening next to me, apologized. But in Kamishiro's case, I couldn't get mad at her. No way, this will go on forever. I'm not proud of it, but my predictions are always right, and it's usually for the worse. Now, it's time for you to switch seats. Take this opportunity to get to know each other well. Sayuri-sensei's comments set the classroom abuzz. This is an important event that affects everyone equally. Many students begin new friendships by changing seats. Some see it as a chance to get closer to the opposite sex they are interested in. One by one, they draw lots. The results are mixed. The result is not the last row by the window, which is the privilege of the main character, but a common seat slightly in front of the center of the room. Then Sakurai and Minato came in. Oh, yay, Kokono-chan is here. Minato-chi? That's right girl. Seriously, I understand how you feel. We really got a gape on this. TL, gape is slang for kanpai aka toast. Sorry, Kokono-chan. You don't have to force yourself to use gyro language. Okay, I thought it was essential for communication, but I guess not. You don't mistake gyro for some kind of rare animal or something, do you? I'm the one who's treated like a rare animal. Ahahaha. Ahaha, there is no such thing, right? Kokono, your dark joke is not funny, you know? It is not that dark joke. Don't you have self-awareness? Somehow, the seat behind me was the refreshingly handsome man. And next to him sat Takahashi. I'm glad to finally be a part of this group. Nice to meet you. You're not gloomy. I decline, that's a bit of a stretch, don't you think? Takahashi complains about the group, but I'm a loner. Yet I'm in a group. I don't remember making it. After all the chattering and moving, Sayuri-sensei opens her mouth. You may be happy, but it's almost time for the exam. Study hard. Thanks to the 3 idiots in the homecoming club, I'm in a very awkward position in the staff room. You should feel sorry for me. Shakudo, don't cause trouble for sensei. Hi. She was talking about me. Sensei, I'm sorry, I'm talking about you. Yukito Kokonoe, don't rub it in Shaker's face. Stop making a face like you're out of the loop. Anyway, supplementary examinations are troublesome. You should do your best to avoid them as much as possible. As I watched Sayuri-sensei leave, I asked the dazzling man behind me. By the way, idiot number 2, how is your test going? You never know unless you try, but, well, it's not a problem, I guess. What about you, idiot number 1? Why am I number 1? I can't embarrass my sister. You seem to be having a hard time. Why Yuki? The familiar face that took the seat next to me had a pitiful expression on her face. Can you teach me? Kamishiro, aka idiot number 3, was not good at studying. Today, at the request of number 3, we are going to hold a study session. I'm assistant number 2. There was a round of applause. Isn't that funny? Number 3, what's this all about? I told them I was going to have a study group and they all said they'd join me. A crowd of people gathered behind Kamishiro, who was looking very distant. This girl is very popular, Kokono-chan. We will join you. Oh, by the way, I'm number 4. I'm Kanekai's number 5. It's so lame. And is that numbering really necessary? So I'm number 6? If I get a red mark, my advisor will get mad at me. Hi. I am number 7. I've never scored more than 60 on a test. I'm number 8. Stop playing around, Suzurikawa. From a feeling point of view, you are number 7. Sorry Shakered, give your place up. What's with the obsession? It doesn't matter. Let's get on with it. After school, there were quite a few people left in the classroom. There were too many people with too much free time. They were writing questions and answers on the blackboard. There will be this question on the test, to be honest. Memorize it. Yes? Everyone looked at each other with a blank expression on their faces. How do you know, Kokono? Because it's been on the test for 4 years in a row. It will probably come up again this year. Since it appeared last year, it will not appear this year. It is tempting to think so, but in fact that is unlikely. As long as the course scope is fixed, the content required within that scope is also fixed. The fact that the questions are asked every year means that they are of high significance. It is not a test to check the comprehension of a class unless you make up some outlandish question. Past papers are filled with such wisdom and knowledge. I have a copy of last year's test from Yuri-san. Normally, there is a fee for this service, but this is a special grand opening. A little while ago, Yuri gave it to me, saying, "It's almost time for you to take the test. I'll give you this." To put it mildly, she is an angel. Based on this, I went back and looked up the questions from past years and identified the ones that are always on the test every year. Kokono, that's awesome. Thank you. Hi. As I thought, a god. Thank you. Thank you. If you see Yuri from now on, worship her properly. Don't be disrespectful. I took this opportunity to lift up my sister. Praise and worship Yuri-san, all you believers. Now, I will explain about the pre-test question, hinting that each teacher does before the test. Yuki-sensei, I feel like this is not a study session. What's the matter with you? Number 3, it's complicated. Kamishiro protests. Before a test, teachers always give hints in class. Recognizing those cues is a very important factor in test-taking strategies, but not from Kamishiro's point of view, apparently. How come? Look. A study group is where everyone teaches each other if they don't understand, right? I see. Hey, I chewed and crunched slowly. I looked at the ceiling. There is no particular change. There's no question that you need to understand. So blunt? Yuan, Kanachi. I hate Kokono-chan. Yosh Miki-chan. I guess that's true. Yukito, even the assistant, the fresh and good-looking guy, has the same opinion as me? Assistant Yuan, Kanachi. I hate me too. Yosh Miki-chan. No, don't let Yuki brainwash you. I see. Right. When did this happen to me? This refreshingly handsome guy totally betrayed me. Yuan. Elizabeth. I hate the fresh-looking guy. I will not do it. And don't look at me like that, okay? After all, we are rivals. I don't know anything about that setting. After all, Elizabeth and I were water and oil. We are natural enemies. I knew this would happen. What are you doing? Let's get started. Suzurikawa was the one who was in charge of the project. Number 7 was a high achiever. Can I ask you this question, Suzurikawa? Oh, yes. This is. Suzurikawa was an excellent teacher. Her teaching skills were excellent. However, Kamishiro was reserved and only asked questions to me or my assistant. I was curious, so I secretly asked Elizabeth. Saka. Elizabeth, are those two not getting along? You didn't hear that, Kokono? And you almost said Sakurai, right? Kokono-chan. That's not true. Those two are rivals. I see. Kind of like me and Saka. Elizabeth. You're doing it on purpose, right? Hey, you're doing it on purpose, right? The study session ended without a hitch. For some reason, I was walking with Kamishiro. The reason was stalking. I'm the victim. We stopped by the park and shot on the clay basketball court that had been set up. I hadn't felt it in a long time. I missed the feel of the ball. I clench my hand a few times to check it, but it still feels slightly uncomfortable. It doesn't really matter. I've been running and doing strength training as part of my routine, but mindlessly shooting like this has a relaxing effect on my mind and helps me to organize my thoughts in a smart way. Aerobic exercise is amazing. Yuki, I'm done with my preparation. I didn't think you'd actually follow me. I've been looking forward to it. Kamishiro is very motivated, but I was in trouble. Perhaps she is trying to relieve the stress that has built up from her unaccustomed brain work. A big smile on her face. Sure. We talked about that before. But didn't that one mean I'll go if I can? Of course, it's the one I don't go to. In the first place, today, I am simply distracting myself. I wonder if it's a good idea to make Kamishiro accompany me in that kind of thing. As I was pondering this for a moment, a voice suddenly called out to me. Hey, Yukito-kun, it's been a long time. Hyakuma-senpai? Names were called from the rear. Several people had gathered. All of them were familiar faces to me. The person I called Hyakuma-senpai was not a senior at school. He is a member of a street basketball team that often practices on this court and is currently a college student. I met him when I was in junior high school, practicing outside, and since then we have played together from time to time. Did you join the basketball team in high school as well? No. I'm a shady person, so I'm a homecoming member. I haven't been able to come to the club much since I entered the school. I see, you are busy, aren't you? Do you have time today? Let's have fun. Yes, I'd like that. Is that cute little girl over there your girlfriend? Gee, girlfriend, that's not possible. Why, you don't seem too upset? Kamishiro put her hands on her cheeks and shook her head reluctantly. I don't know what to say. I can't afford to be misunderstood. Well, it would be safe to tell him that we were classmates, I thought. But my light mouth slipped out. Stupid, stupid. You fool. Kamishiro is a dog. What are you talking about, Yuki? Such a maniac play at that age. Why, you got it wrong. Yuki forced me to do it. That's not what I meant. That's right. Look, senpai, she doesn't have a collar on. It's a stray dog. Why are you adding fuel to the fire? I come with a pedigree from the Kamishiro family. Ain't that a dog? Exclamation mark. Important. We're classmates. As a matter of fact. You're still the same, aren't you? While Hyakuma was holding back his laughter, Kamishiro protested vehemently. I'm sorry, Mu. I'm Shiori Kamishiro. I used to play basketball too, and I thought I'd come here today to exercise with Yuki. I see. What a good opportunity. So why don't you join us, Kamishiro-san? We often practice on this court. I guess you and Yukito-kun are fellow basketball players. I see. I'm looking forward to working with you. All right. I am so excited to have a girl. Let's split into 2 teams. Let's keep it light. Yukito-kun and Kamishiro-san, you're in that team. Understood, Roger. Yes. I feel a little uplifted by the fact that I haven't played against them in a long time. I feel as if I have forgotten these feelings for a long time. This was neither a physical education class nor a club activity. It was a match for the pure purpose of having fun. This feeling is fun. I was glad that I still had such feelings. I am tired. I'm losing strength. Keep your body cool. Yes, slowly stretch and hold for 10 seconds. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You're so solid in these areas. Aren't you, Yuki? I've had so many problems with people. I know how to take care of myself. Sorry. I was not trying to be dramatic. Practicing with the seniors was a nice change of pace. I was sweaty from working hard for about an hour. After breaking up with the seniors, we did some cool-down stretching on the spot. As we relaxed our muscles, we could feel them gradually relaxing. Are you going home like this, Yuki? My body needs sugar. A crepe. Are you going out to eat? I'm going too. After waiting for the sweat to subside, we walked downtown for about 10 minutes and quickly found the restaurant I wanted to go to. I am hesitant to snack before dinner, but the orexin secreted from my brain forms a separate appetite for something sweet. I ordered a crepe with chocolate and caramel, topped with bananas and ice cream. As I was biting into it with a smile on my face, for some reason, Kamishiro, who was standing next to me, was blushing. Hey, this kind of thing feels like a date, doesn't it? I don't want to go on a sweaty date like this. Of course, I've never been on a date before, so I don't know what it's like. Perhaps there is such a thing as a sweaty date in the world. My poor imagination could not come up with such a thing. It was the limit of my poor imagination. I am also at the age when I worry about sweaty armpits. We headed home while eating crepes. Kamishiro is moving forward with a slow pace as if she is regretting leaving behind her last breath. I couldn't leave her behind, so my pace naturally slowed down as if I was being caught. I didn't know Yuki had that many acquaintances. I'm a loner yet I'm cheeky, aren't I? Hi with a straight face. You don't look like you're smiling at all. But, well, not everyone knows everything about the other person. Right, but I want to know more about you. I had a lot of fun today. Very. It was like we were back in junior high school. I was glad to be with her. It's been a long time since I've had fun with you, too. The truth spills out. Kamishiro gasps in surprise. Then, let's do it again. I'll be Yuki's manager. Somehow, I knew it was going to come to that. It is understandable that Kamishiro is so obsessed with the idea, but there is no point to it. Such a relationship would only be unfortunate for her. Kamishiro, it was my choice to do that. As long as you weren't hurt, that's all that matters. I've said it many times. You don't have to worry about it. I don't care about that. This is just my selfishness. I want to see Yuki playing again. I want to see you running on the court. I want to see Yuki holding the ball and shooting. This is my selfishness. I've said it many times, but I have no motivation. I don't have a goal I want to achieve. Then, if you find it, will you do it? That depends on the time. I am comfortable at home and I am getting used to laziness. Me too. In the past I was always involved in club activities, so it's liberating. The seniors are annoying to recruit, but I can understand their desire to draw you in. I know how much they want to pull her in. There are many people in need. A physique that is well endowed. Athleticism to make the most of it. Athletic talent that would be at the top of any athletic club's list. Don't waste your talent by going home. Parting of the ways. Approaching a crossroads. As I was about to take a step forward to get away from the sad look on her face, something bumped into my back. I don't feel guilty. I want to be with you. I love Yuki. Why can't I be with you then? The hand that is placed on my back conveys body heat. The confession I made then was not a lie, but it's different now. I don't know why I said that. My friends made fun of me. I was embarrassed. I was trying to protect myself. I could only see myself. I didn't understand anything. That falling in love is such a pain, Kamishiro. It wasn't just the injury. Afterwards, too, why didn't you tell me I was the cause? Kamishiro, who has moved away from my back, turns in front of me. She takes my right hand and holds it delicately as if it were a piece of jewelry. I'm the one who got injured and betrayed the expectations of those around me, and nothing has changed that. The cause is a trivial detail. There is no need for her to worry about it. I am grateful to you for protecting me twice. Because Yuki protected me, I am able to do this now. I feel guilty, too. I want to make up for it. But more than that, I'm in love with you. That is undeniably my true feelings. Can't you tell by this? Your heart rate is elevated because you've been exercising. I have cooled down. Embrace it. Kamishiro's expression was serious. No room for rebuttal. There is no room for light talk. Her heart was beating like a fast bell. It is not only the hand. At that moment, I realized for the first time that Kamishiro's body was also trembling. No idea. What should I do? How can I convince her? I couldn't find the words to say to Kamishiro, who was much closer to me than before. You've got cream on you. I was wondering when you would notice. Too much bruising. I just wanted you to wipe it off. I gently wipe her cheek with my finger. You told me before why you started devoting yourself to basketball. Simply because I was heartbroken. It was such an easy reason. Then, why can't I be your reason this time? Kamishiro being my motivation? I want you to look at me. Yes, I want to become. I want to be Yuki's motivation. Because I can't end it like this. I don't want it to end. The strength in Kamishiro's hands was strong. It was more powerful than I had expected, and it held a strong will. I had not thought that I had forgotten about it, but I remembered. Kamishiro is a gymnastic maiden. No matter how far she goes, she should have a place where she belongs. My motivation will be, all you can do sexual harassment, saying it myself like a donkey's ass. No excuse for being pointed at as an enemy of women. This is enough to make even Kamishiro give up on me. That's all I can pray for desperately. That's fine, she should give up on the idea. If that's what motivates Yuki, please give up on me. Believe me, I love Yuki. I'm not lying. It's not atonement. It's my wish. I grieve to the heavens. Why is it that so many things are not going well? I knew that Kamishiro was suffering. That is why she and I should never have met again. The Constitution of Japan stipulates that every human being has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The best thing for both of us to have done would have been to forget about each other and stay away from each other. Yet, why did it happen? Love is a vague feeling. It is an illusion that will eventually cool down. I can no longer remember how I felt when I loved Suzurikawa. Besides, my mother is divorced. The divorce rate in Japan is said to be around 35%, but that's nothing compared to the rate for those who marry with a vow of eternal love. Even if you marry someone with a promise of eternal love, that's just the way it is. Reality is cruel. Which would you prefer, Yukito? I was being preyed upon. Apparently, she was going to treat me to a cake. On the way back home, I inadvertently ran into Himeyama, and before I knew it, she was taking me into her house. She smiled at me and asked me to join her, and when I tried to refuse, she gave me a very sad look. As an advocate of ladies first, I had no choice. The Montana Blanc on that side, please. Fufu. I'll have the rare cheesecake, then. I am so happy to see you today. Himeyama-san's home had changed since the last time I saw it. The cardboard boxes have been put away and the decor and interior have been completely changed to a more feminine look. And for some reason, she was sitting next to me again. She sits so that her body is perfectly close to mine. No doubt, she is trying to seduce me. The aroma of the room is slowly weakening my resistance. I can't do anything anymore. The era is social distance. My personal space should be 3 times larger than that of others, but it didn't matter to Himeyama-san. Rather, I was in close contact with her thighs and so on. Himeyama-san was completely a 3-density woman. Eating alone is boring, isn't it? I see. Why was she using a slightly questioning tone? Was it an invitation for me to come and play with you because you were bored? Himeyama-san lacked the awareness that she was a beautiful woman. I had worked up a nice sweat playing basketball with the seniors, but now I was sweating cold sweat. Sorry, I know. I smell sweaty. I was exercising a little. Don't worry about it. Besides, I don't dislike it. Students are like that. She was in a great mood. Does the smell of sweat make you happy? Does she have a fetish for sweat? The situation was getting critical. If I didn't get out now, I was going to get stuck in a quagmire. But it's no good. It's moving. Mom is beautiful, but so is Himeyama-san. Even with 8K resolution, there is not a single blemish. She is at the forefront of the times. Beautiful people will always remain beautiful. It's unfair, isn't it? When my mother came to visit my class a long time ago, she was so beautiful that I couldn't make eye contact with her at all. There were many other parents there, but no matter how I looked at it, she was the most beautiful one. I felt strangely embarrassed. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't turn around and just looked straight ahead at the blackboard. Mom was sweet to me. I didn't want to bother her. She bought me all sorts of things even though it wasn't my birthday or Christmas. Thanks to her, I have never wanted anything in particular. Yukito, would you like to have dinner with me? I am sorry, but unfortunately, I can't do that. My mother has prepared something for me. I see. Unfortunate, I know. It was sudden, so it can't be helped. Can I invite you again next time? Will you come then? Yes, the answer is no, but I am Japanese, so I couldn't say no in this situation. Incidentally, my mother has been working from home, which means she spends much more time at home, so she cooks dinner for me. Until then, I had been the main cook, and my cooking skills had been improving rapidly. But I'm sorry to say that I have fewer opportunities to show off my cooking skills these days. What's troubling you, Yukito? You look so troubled. Come to think of it, Himeyama-san, you used to have a fiancé, right? I'm devoted to Yukito now. I dug a grave. I'll bury you. Thank you. I know this is extremely rude and may offend you, but I wanted to ask you what you think about your fiancé now. Ara, you care about me? I wonder what it means to like someone. My mother is divorced. Is there someone you like? Or did she confess her love to you? Wait a minute. Himeyama-san walked from the living room to the bedroom. The door closes, and after about 5 minutes with a rustling sound, Himeyama-san comes out. I involuntarily choke on my Montana Blanc. How do you like it? I'm so old and embarrassed. Why are you playing such trick? By your reaction, it seems that you're not ready yet. Hi. Himeyama-san came out of his bedroom wearing clothes that would kill me. No matter how patient my mentality is, like the agave that blooms only once every 60 years, there is a limit. Fun. I secretly bought it. Does it look good on me? It looks good on you. It's so good on you. It has almost collapsed my reasoning. Are you going to collapse? She whispers in my ear. Like a rock being mined by a boring machine. The mental barriers are being chipped away. You banishing evil spirits. Dispel evil spirits. It was the vexation that was to be dispersed. I'm sorry, please let me go, please. I had no choice but to beg with a lowered head. My veins were dying out. Well, are you feeling better? I'll refrain from commenting. I looked down. No matter what I do, it will only be a comment on the bottom of my voice. I used to like you, but there were things I couldn't control. Things I couldn't fill with just liking him. We had to break up. That's all. Did the feelings ever go away? I guess I gave up on it. So, apart from feelings, there is nothing left but the fact that I used to like him. I think that's the way it is. I don't think I understand. There are some feelings that will always remain with you. The feelings of hurting someone do not go away. Himeyama-san patted me on the head. Her eyes were somewhat compassionate, yet sad at the same time. I don't know Himeyama-san well enough to ask her what it was. I don't think you have to think too hard about it. At least while you are a student, I think you are allowed to do so. No one will judge you if you freely put your feelings first. I wonder if there is something like that in me. Himeyama-san sees me off with regret on my way home. I'm sure she's a good person, but the distance between us is so broken. She definitely likes me, doesn't she? I should say to myself. It's hard being a popular guy, but I was the one who had never had a girlfriend in my life. Motherpoff, my son was a little late getting home. He told me that he was visiting Himeyama at her home. Apparently, he was invited. It seems like nothing more than a friendly neighborhood encounter, but I feel it is something more than that. He has bad luck with women. He is unstable and is some kind of danger. It was my fault. I can't regret it enough. A child's character is formed in childhood. I wonder how much love I had given them at that time. When I realized it, it was too late. I was naive because he was my second child. Mommy, today. I'm sorry. It's late tonight, so I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yes. He was trying to tell me something. He was desperately trying to spell out the words today. I'm going to be late today, so will you eat dinner with your sister first? Yes. The fact that I was busy with work and it was an important time for me to get back on track was just an excuse. As I kept repeating such things, I realized that he had stopped talking to me about anything. I even foolishly mistook it for growth. And part of it was that she was taking advantage of Yuri's role as his big sister. Mothers and sisters have different roles. I had forgotten that I could never take her place. Yuri was still a child. As a result, Yuri reached her limit and overflowed. And then the incident happened. After that, Yukito was like a different person. Something was missing. Since then, I began to feel insecure about my ability to treat him properly. I don't feel that any of my feelings or words are being conveyed correctly to my son. I feel as if his eyes are rejecting me. On birthdays and Christmas, children usually beg their parents to give them something they want. Yuri also used to say that she wanted something. However, Yukito has never asked me for anything. He even forgot his own birthday. He had no interest in himself. He despises himself. He feels he is not needed. I was afraid of that. So I bought him things that he seemed to want at any given moment. But what I really should have done was not that. I knew that. When I went to visit the class, I froze. While the other kids turned their backs in embarrassment and looked at their mothers as they conversed, Yukito did not give me a second glance, but only looked ahead. No conversation took place until I spoke to him. Perhaps he thought that I was not there anyway. My sister Seka was furious with me for being such a bad influence, and she angrily told me that she would take my son away from me. We had an argument, but Seka's argument was the most plausible, and I could not refute the fact that I had neglected child rearing and had not given him enough love, and the child had to live under the care of Seka for a month. Since then, Seka has been very concerned about Yukito, or perhaps she cares too much. Anyway, she is always attached to him and loves him like a cat. Her eyes are also dangerous. I can't help but feel that Himeyama-san is just like my sister. It may be too late, but still, I must face my son properly once again. Since I now work from home, I have much more time to spend with my son. I cannot waste this opportunity. No matter how late it is, no matter how much I can no longer communicate with him, as his mother, I cannot pass up the chance to give him my love. No matter how late it may be, I feel a strange rivalry with Himeyama-san. I am his mother. That is the one thing I will not compromise. A sense of frustration and possessiveness wells up in my heart. Why don't we take a bath together once in a while? While my son is bathing, I intrude to wash his back. When was the last time we took a bath together like this? I wash his head. I wash his back. Ah, I can't believe that just by doing that, I can feel so much love for him. My resting place is not even at home? Ara, what's wrong? My son's scream echoed in the bathroom. Chapter 5, False Accusations that CL come to light. Crowded trains. It is the baptism of company livestock. Thank you for your hard work early in the morning. My life's diagram is completely disordered and delayed, but I'm going to school by train today. Yesterday, I stayed at Seko-san's house. Seko Kokonoe. She is my mother's sister and an aunt to me. Kokonoe is my mother's surname, so please don't be confused. I used to live with Seko-san for about a month. In the past, my mother and Seko-san had a big fight because of me, and she was forced to take me in. Since then, I had to stay with her regularly or she would be sad. That's when I had to commute to school by train. Seko-san was overly overprotective of me, as if she was worried about me. It sounds good to say she was a kind aunt, but she was too young to be an aunt. She tries to buy me everything, but yesterday I was ready to accept defeat. She was melting my steel mentality into mush. Yuki-chan, is there anything you want? A child, perhaps. If I nod yes, I wonder what will happen to me 10 months from now. I'm scared. I am too scared. I had no choice but to pretend I couldn't hear. Even though the train was packed, I was sitting down now. It's because I won the game of chair. A faint sense of superiority. I was feeling comfortable with the jealous eyes on me, but when I arrived at the station, the newly arrived passengers were pushed into the train car. Is she all right? The woman standing in front of me, she doesn't look good. She looks like she is in a bad mood. Recently, it is said that an increasing number of old people get upset when they are offered a seat. However, there was no use thinking about it. Here you go. Thank you. I quickly stood up and gave up my seat. Despite appearances, I am confident in my physical strength. I used to be active in club activities, although I am now a depraved homecoming club member. My legs and back are strong. It is only a few more kilometers to go. Anyway, there is no need to be stubborn. I played with my phone to pass the time. There are words in the search history that I cannot show you, such as 10 months later, so I will erase them in due course. As I think about this, the figure of a female student near the entrance comes into view. So what's the matter with her? She was looking downcast as if she was holding something back. Are there too many people in bad shape? Is it this poor environment of crowded trains that makes them so? But it didn't seem that way. She was pressed against the wall, shivering. There was only one possibility that came to mind. Are you too naughty in the morning? Early in the morning, sleepiness probably prevails in most people, but there may be some people whose sexual desire prevails. I can't speak for others because I'm also troubled by Seko-san, but that doesn't mean I can't get excited in such a crowded train. There is no such thing as a hobby. It's true, right? I quietly move closer to her as if to wade through the waves of people. I give a little distance to observe the situation. I hate to admit it, but there is no doubt. How is it that a grown man can be fondling the buttocks of a high school girl so early in the morning? There are too many perverts. Too sick. A sigh spills out from my mouth. The next station arrives. I walk along with the flow of people and reach out to grab the hand of a businessman in a suit and tie it. What are you doing? I realized that my hand had been grabbed. I realized it was another trouble I had gotten myself into. President Poff. It was just a few minutes ago that I received a call from my best friend, Yumi Mikumo. Apparently, she was being molested again. She is too well liked to be molested even for a short time before meeting up with me. She is a cute little animal, so she is an easy target. After I meet her at the station, there will be no problem because I will be there, but until then she will inevitably be alone, so there will be no end to my worries. In fact, This is how Yumi sometimes contacts me. I get angry when I see a short help message typed on my phone. Perhaps it is because of these incidents that Yumi has developed a mild distrust of men. There must be many people on the train. Not all of them are perverts. But why didn't anyone try to help her? I also blame the passengers for pretending to ignore the situation. Well, what should I do? It depends on how the other party responds. If he apologizes honestly, there is still room for improvement. But depending on his attitude, I may have to consider turning him into the police. If that happens, we will be late for school. But this is also for the sake of justice. The station staff or the police will tell the school what happened. The train arrives. Yumi is always in the same position in the same train, so she is easily recognizable. So, what kind of guy will we be dealing with today? I am a martial arts student, so I have a certain amount of strength. First and foremost, as student body president, I will not tolerate anyone who tries to harm the students of our school. Even though I am not at school, I am on my way to school. That is the duty of the student body president, and it is also the justice and the pride of Tsukitsuki. That's him. I grabbed the arm of the man who was reaching for Yumi and twisted it up. I was about to check what he looked like when I was surprised. It was a student from our school. Yukito Kokonoe. No, it wasn't me. I won't listen to your excuses. You, a student of our school, have you no shame? My arm was twisted up and I was held down to the ground. I could have forced myself to shake her off, but the situation was about to get complicated, so I complied maturely. I had a feeling this was going to happen, though, didn't I? After being named a molester in high spirits in the train, I was pulled out of the train and pursued. I am having a bad day. I can see with my own eyes that you were reaching for Yumi. You had better not lie. It's a knotty hole. What the hell? With a snap, a weight was placed on my arm. It was a very dignified move. The other woman lying on the ground next to me is a woman. She was very different from the other female student who was lying on the ground next to me. I think I've seen her somewhere before, but I couldn't find her name in my brain library. It sounds good to say that she is a sporty type of girl, but this is something else. Brainy. If you had just admitted it and apologized, there would have been extenuating circumstances. I cannot admit to something I didn't do. It's against my justice. A molester can't talk about justice. I didn't molest her. Then I'll have to call the police. I'm in a bind. I couldn't get through to her. As for me, I was fine with that. If I verify it thoroughly, my innocence should be clarified. In that case, it's the girls who will be in trouble. But as expected, I can't feel any sympathy for them if they treat me like I'm guilty. If they suffer from that, it's their own responsibility. Then, why don't you just call them out? Do you really think that because you are a student, you are not guilty? You are very foolish. You look more foolish to me. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. Call the police. Such a person has no place in our school. We don't need you. Yeah, I understand. The station attendant was about to run out when I said the word. I'm not sure why I'm having such bad luck with women. Wait, he didn't do it. He is not the perpetrator. Let me take back what I said before. Maybe my luck with women is not that bad. President Poff. I was surprised that the molester was a student at our school. He seemed to be an underclassman. The fact that he looked at me and showed no reaction bothered me, but I felt a little remorse in my conscience whether I should crush a young man with a bright future. However, this student showed no remorse whatsoever. At all times, he insists that it was not his fault. This open attitude is gradually making me feel irritated. If he is a student at our school, he may meet Yumi in the school if things are left unchecked. Yumi is distrustful of men, and she can't bear the thought of the man who molested her being in the same school with her. I was able to save her this time, but she might be attacked someday. I could not allow that to happen. The only way was for this student to be expelled. Having such a student enrolled in the school was not a positive thing. I decided that there was no room for rehabilitation, and I was prepared to call the police. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. Call the police. Such a person has no place in our school. We don't need you. Oh, yeah, I understand. Now I'm going to be late, but I don't have a choice. If left unchecked, not only Yumi, but other girls and other women may be harmed. He is an unforgivable person. Why is it that no one tries to help Yumi, but only people like him? It makes me feel so gloomy and anxious since this morning. Wait, he is not the perpetrator. The words slipped into my ears as I lamented in my heart. Yukito Poff, where are you? Thank you for earlier. The woman who approached me was looking somewhat better. It was the woman who stood in front of me in the morning. Apparently, she was going to help me. The woodcutter who dropped his axe in the lake may have felt this way when he saw the goddess. What the hell? I'm sorry. Who are you? I was sitting in front of him. He's not the molester. You were sitting? I saw this man reach for Yumi. Why would you, who was in the middle of the train, try to cover for him? Because he approached the girl on that side by himself. That's because he was going to molest her, isn't it? That's not true. Hey, you, remember when you were molested? When you were being molested, were there boys around you wearing school uniforms? The focus turned to the girl who had been molested, who had barely spoken up to this point. I was, remember. He thought you might have been molested, so he approached you. He must have been trying to help you. He got close to you just before you arrived at this station. You must remember at least a little bit about who was around you when you were being molested, right? I was afraid, because they were all adults. Come to think of it, maybe it was someone in a suit. Was there anyone wearing the same school uniform? I don't think there were any. No, there weren't. What? The senior who still doesn't listen to my arm kicking in. The only thing I can do is enjoy the feeling of her breasts, but it's sad to say that it's not a situation where I can call it a privilege. That was a little indiscreet. You guys. You could have possibly ruined his life, you know? Not only that, if it turns out later that he is innocent, you will be accused of being the ones who set up the false accusation. No way. Then, we were trying to help Yumi. I am sorry. Well, don't worry about it so much. I'm the one who's at fault. What do you mean? I don't feel anything now that she apologized. In other words, as usual, I did something wrong. It was a mistake to act. It was a mistake to care. Since it was the senpai who saved the day, she didn't need me. I knew that I would not be good at anything if I got involved. I should know that better than anyone, but I always end up making the wrong choice. After all, I shouldn't have tried to help her. I should have ignored her. If she's being molested, she should have just raised her voice herself. Relying on someone else, depending on someone else, asking someone else to protect you, is not going to solve anything. At least, that's how I lived my life. May I ask you to let go? Don't worry. I won't make the same mistake. I will never make the same mistake again. It's just as you said, senpai. You don't need me. I will not repeat the same mistake. In this case, the cause is clear and the countermeasure is easy. From now on, even if I see a woman who looks like she is being molested, I will abandon her. Then nothing will happen. I will not be involved in anything. It is the person who should change, and it is the molester who is committing the crime. I, an outsider, have nothing to do with it. I am a stranger after all, and it doesn't matter. Wait! Exclamation mark. I'm sorry. You're not wrong. Everything you did was that's enough. Well then. I shake off the hand of senpai who is clinging to me and turn away, and I bow my head to the elder sister. Without her, I would have been in more trouble. It is no exaggeration to say that she is truly a savior for me. Thank you very much. May I call you Messiah? I'd rather not, but you've made me feel a little better. I have low blood pressure in the mornings and I don't feel very well. It was especially hard today, which is why I'm glad you gave it to me. But then I saw you in such a mess. I was so surprised. I'm curious about that. Are you feeling all right now? Maybe not quite yet. I was going to go to college like this, but I guess I'll just have to take the morning off. I don't feel so good either. I'm going to go into a coffee shop for a bit and rest. Oh, you can skip school? Then can I join you? I'm a problem child, so I'm fine. Then please let me buy you a drink. I should at least thank you for saving my life. I know it's not okay, but I'm sorry. It would help me a lot. The return is too big. While chatting like that, I decided to rest for a while in a coffee shop with the elder sister. Her name is Minamiya. She gave me her contact information, saying, "If you have any trouble after this, please contact me. In this world, there are women who make false accusations against you, but there are also saviors who can help you. If there is a God who discards, there is a God who picks up. It's a very well-made world. That's just the way it is. I don't want to go to school." My mood had cleared up somewhat, but it was around 10 o'clock. Yes, I am an outlaw, Yukito Kokonoe. After all, I'm a problem child. A little slacking off wouldn't be a big deal. By the way, if I take the train for about 30 minutes from here, I will get to the seaside district. One of my few hobbies is to visit sweets stores, and a store nearby that sells a limited number of tarts, 50 a day, has become the talk of the town. Sugar is calling me. Phew. That's settled. I smile to myself, grinning, and start walking away from the school toward the exact opposite direction. This may also be called youth. So I skipped school and went to the seaside district by myself, and the limited edition tart was very tasty. Only because it was limited. I achieved my main goal, but I still have to go to school in the afternoon. No one would think I'm skipping school and playing here. Foo. There are many places to play. Shall I go shopping at the mall? Or maybe I could go on a Ferris wheel ride or even go to a TV station for no particular reason, just like a school trip student. A one-person school trip is also a fun and somewhat shady experience. It is also romantic to enjoy the empty International Exhibition Hall, which is different from the festivals held during the Obon and New Year's holidays. The spring sunlight was dazzling. The smell of the ocean uplifted my spirits. I gazed at the sea in a daze, watching the birds play with each other. When it comes to things like purses and wallets, the return rate for lost and found items in Japan is said to be around 60%. I lost to affection at some point in my life. I don't know when that was. Was it that time or the other time? No matter how much I look back, I cannot find the answer. I may say, I'm lost, but I'm just lost. Where is the affection that I have lost? Will there ever come a day when I can get it back? After I lost my affection, I don't care about anything anymore. I don't care how people see me or what they think of me. If there is no affection, there is no ill will, either. I don't care if other people don't like me. I don't care what kind of feelings people have for me, and I don't direct those feelings at them. There is a gaping emotional void, but that is not right. That's not possible. There was a time when I had affection for someone. And now that I have lost affection, I am not qualified to face anyone. I can't return the same amount of feelings no matter what kind of feelings are directed at me by the other person. No matter how many affection they show me, I will never return the same amount of affection. It is impossible for me to return it. The feelings of love that are supposed to be beyond those feelings, and the love that I feel, are also lost. I can no longer be in love with someone else. Therefore, I should not get involved with anyone. At least, until I get back what I lost. I have to stay in the shadows. Now thinking about it, how could this happen at all? Contrary to my intentions, strangely enough, there are a lot of people around me who want to get involved. Frankly, it's annoying. I'm not good enough as I am now, and I'm going to hurt someone. I would make them unhappy. I don't want that. Suddenly, I looked at my phone. There were several messages. I had suddenly skipped the class without saying anything. Someone might have been concerned and contacted me. Why didn't they just ignore me? Why try to get involved? It's a bad trend. Caring about me is not a good thing. I'm sure they don't understand that, which is why I'm here now. Somehow, the depression returned. By that time, I had lost all desire to go to school in the afternoon. I'm free. So let's go to the arcade. Third person Pof, sorry, is Yukito Kokonoe in this class? Lunch break, a sudden visitor appears, the student council president and vice president. The two students were Matsuki Kado and Yumi Mikumo. As student council president, Kado has many opportunities to address the entire school. Even from the first year, they were familiar faces. What did such a president want with the first-year students? Surely, the president is not the kind of person who would show his face in a first-year class without a reason. The first person to respond to this question was Sakurai. who was the subject of many suspicious glances. Kokono-kun is absent today. Did you have some business with him? If it's Kokono-chan, he's skipping school. Minata, however, was the one who yelled. Kidu's expression turned severe. What? He didn't come? No, that's strange. He was supposed to be on his way to school this morning. Matsuki, this is not good. This is, come to think of it, Fujishiro-sensei said she hasn't heard anything from him. What should we do? Maybe he just went home like that. Senpai, what's going on? I want to know too. I tried to contact him, but he never replied. The bustle and noise filled with mystery spread out. I'm sorry, I can't talk about it too casually. Yumi, let's go to the staff room. Yes, we have to hurry. The class was quiet as the two senpai students rushed out in a hurry with impatient expressions on their faces. The air was filled with a sense that something must have happened. I'll go with you. Mi runs out into the hallway. Some of the students ran after him, following the back of the senpai students. Fujishiro-sensei. Sorry for interrupting. Do you know anything about Kokono? The door to the staff room was opened with a bang. Fujishiro, who had been sitting down to eat a piece of bread, choked as her name was suddenly called out. Go ho. What's the matter, Kudu? How unusual. What about Kokono? It's our fault. Wait a minute. Stop strangling me. Calm down. What's going on? Have you heard anything from Kokono? I heard he's absent today. He's a real pain in the ass. That guy. He was absent without notice. You got it wrong. In the morning, he was. Anyway, speak in chronological order. Stop hanging on me. You're going to rip my neck out. What happened? They told Fujishiro about the details of this morning's events. Fujishiro's expression became more and more grim. The other teachers were listening to the unusual situation, but by that time, Mu and the others had arrived. Not noticing the situation, Kudu continued, so that's why he didn't show up today? But still, you're lucky it ended in an attempt. If it had turned into a major incident, we would have had to get rid of someone. I'm responsible for everything. He did nothing wrong. If it had gone as it was, Kokono would have been innocent. If it had been left as it was, Kokono would have been in trouble, and if he was innocent, you guys would have been in trouble. On the contrary, totally troublesome. What should we do? Sensei, do you know where he is? In that circumstance, I would think twice about an unexcused absence, but I haven't heard from him either. Perhaps Yuri would be able to do something. Kokono, I see. Yuri Kokono is his older sister. Matsuki, let's go. Wait. Don't be quick. I'll call her on the broadcast. Kudupov. The situation became more and more chaotic. This is not good. This is not good. When was the last time I had felt such a sense of urgency? No. Perhaps for the first time in my life. A vague sense of anxiety swirled in my chest. During lunchtime, I headed to his class to make a formal apology. I checked his face in my memory against the student roster and immediately recognized his class. His name was Yukito Kokono. His last line of dialogue stuck in my ears. My chest tightens as I wonder what I have done that cannot be undone. I have distorted and twisted his justice. I violently trampled and mistreated what he cherished. I should never have harmed a student without protecting him. Even though I am the president of the student council, I have always placed a high value on justice. I have tried to be fair and just. People have gathered around me, and they have come to appreciate me. And now I am in the position of student council president. However, this is only the result of my actions. I have only followed the way of life and justice that I believe in. As a result, I am standing here now. My beliefs were shaken. I am amazed at how fragile and weak my standpoint is. Fear that my justice may have destroyed someone else's justice. He did nothing wrong. His actions are justice itself. I don't think I acted wrongly either, and if the same thing were to happen to someone else, I would move without hesitation. Still, it was my fault and my sin that I was not thoughtful enough, that I did not listen, that I fell into narrow-mindedness, and that I hurt the other person unilaterally. I must atone for that. Otherwise, I will never be able to act according to my own justice again. My justice must not be a distortion of someone else's justice. I don't know why I can't stop the turmoil in my heart. This is the second time I have felt this way. Why do I remember it now? Is it because I saw the look in his eyes as he was leaving? He didn't come to school. Of course it was my fault. It's because I hurt him. What is he doing now? Is he grieving? Is he in despair? Does he hate me as a person? I am afraid. I am afraid to see him. And yet, I still want to say to him, Yuri Pov, what have you done to him? Yuri, calm down. Can't you get in touch with Yukito? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Weren't you two going to school together? He went alone today. Moo. I was so furious that everyone around me was horrified. But that wasn't the point. What a stupid senpai. The student body president. I can't believe that such a person is the student body president. Again. Someone has hurt him again. Just like me. Just like they did to the boy. I hurry to make a phone call. He'll answer if it's from me. After a few calls, the connection is easily connected to the mesh, regardless of my concern. Yukito. Where are you? At the ocean? Ocean? The people around me start to get confused. Of course they would. It's not the kind of place you would skip school to go to. The fact that the situation is so complicated stirs up unpleasant imaginings. You're not thinking of throwing yourself into the sea, right? Impatience rushed to my mouth. Tension clearly ran through the staff room. It was not only Fujishiro, the homeroom teacher. The other teachers were watching with bated breath. Ahahaha. That's really funny. It's not a laughing matter. I can't find what I have lost, so I'm about to leave. I have some souvenirs for you. What souvenirs? Where are you going? I'm a problem child, so it doesn't matter. Problem child? I never thought my words would affect him. Fujishiro was mumbling something, but I couldn't care less at the moment. After all, the International Exhibition Hall is only open during the Obon and New Year's holidays. What are you talking about? Anyway, I heard what's going on. You're okay, aren't you? You're really coming back, right? Just wait for while you're at the high school. I won't bother you anymore. High school? Wait, what do you mean? Could it be that you? I'll be going soon. It's too early to leave. Stop it, Yukito. That's not what I will be going home. The call disconnects. I was in a state of shock. I didn't think that even now. Oh Yuri, you seem distraught. Are you okay? He's going home for now. I see. So he is going home now. I think he will come to school normally tomorrow. Why don't we talk to him tomorrow? There is nothing more we can do today. Yuri, I'm really sorry. I'm very sorry. I will never forgive you. I left the staff room without a single glance. I saw the faces of Yukito's classmates. I could no longer hear what they had to say. I couldn't get the last words of my brother out of my mind. I knew it was true. I had a feeling that one day, if I had seen the way he was behaving, that such a day would come. I still remember what he said to me, the feeling that lingers in my hand, the tired, exhausted look on his face. The little bit of Yukito's true feelings that leaked out during the conversation. It is extremely rare for him to reveal even the slightest of his true feelings. That's how much he may have been thinking about today's incident. He had asked me to wait for him during my high school years. If that is the case, the time limit is now only 3 years until graduation. After that, it would be too late. Suzurikawa, that was a childhood friend of his. My brother was getting better by being in touch with her. I was relieved. I knew I could trust her. Before I knew it, however, things had returned to normal. No, it had gotten worse. And his childhood friend, who should have always been next to him, was gone. As he threw himself into basketball to forget her, this time a woman named Shiora Kamishiro was snuggled up to my younger brother. He was slowly getting to know her. I hoped that maybe it was her, but she was also gone after hurting my brother as much as she hurt him. I didn't think that even the student body president would enter my brother's trauma race. But why do all these women, including me, gather around my brother? What my brother needs is not someone to hurt. I don't trust anyone anymore. There is no one to trust anymore. It is to be me. This time, I will never betray him. Yukito Pov. It is said that even if the warrior can't afford to buy the meal, He will proudly flaunt a toothpick. I am not a samurai, I am a high school student, not even in the Edo period. Nevertheless, I would like to live in such a noble way. Even I, whose life is closed off from the rest of the world, have that kind of yearning. I'm going to banish the Bantenron, be that as it may. It is now lunchtime. I am standing in the hallway in front of my classroom. In front of me, the student body president and vice president are on their knees. What is this situation? I'm really sorry, Yukito Kokonoe. Please forgive me. I'm sorry, Kokonoe-kun. Needless to say, the classroom was abuzz. The students who were walking in the corridor also stopped and looked at the situation from a distance. Pictures were being taken with their cell phones. For now, I'm going to make a W piece. We stand out. It stands out as a ruinous and bitter Chikaiyo. No, it's crazy. Isn't it? Are they warriors? When did I become a feudal lord? It's time to go to work. Hold your heads up. No, I'm just kidding. Please stand up. You're standing out. I want to sincerely apologize for hurting you. Thank you for trying to help me. Didn't I say that I had it enough? Finally, the student body president and vice president looked up and stood up. In the meantime, the gathering continued to grow, but the two were either oblivious to their surroundings or not paying any attention to them. Objectively speaking, there is no way that a third-year student walking up to a first-year student's classroom and getting down on their knees to apologize would not attract attention. The student body president was on the other end of the line. The student body president was on the verge of becoming a star. I would love to be sidetracked. My road to being a loser had a red light on it. And if she's going to apologize, shouldn't she at least bring one of those golden buns with the koban on them? No doubt, Ikigoya must be furious. I cannot have it that way. This is important to me too. You know, I need to do something for you. Please leave me alone. I tell them as coldly as possible, because the more I get involved, the more it will be unilaterally my loss. Yukito Kokonoe hold me. I was wondering if you'd let me buy you a drink or something, Matsuki-chan. Senpai has a very clear and smooth voice. She is indeed the president of the student council. This school is in good hands. Yeah, I'm glad the vice president is sane. I know. I'm just trying to escape reality, damn it. For now, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. I'm the main character, so I can use this kind of technique. What is this? I'm new to this too, Yukito. If possible, I want you to use this. My technique was a failure due to lack of skill. I will be diligent. Struggling, Senpai handed something to me. The box was marked 0.01 millimeters. I don't know. It looks too familiar. There was also one at Seka's house. It was placed in an exquisite position in the field of view, as if it was very appealing. And, isn't it kind of thin? The development of technology is amazing, but if you don't want to wear it, I will accept it. Matsuki-chan. Hey, this is strange. What's going on? Gakagaku, the vice president, Mikumo-senpai, is shaking the president, but Kida-senpai is not making the slightest move. Her back is straight, and I can see that her core is well trained. How wonderful. As long as you want to, I'm fine without it. You're out of control. Please, come to your senses. Yumi, I'm sane. You're not sane at all? Come to think of it, it was almost time for exams. I'm confident in my academic abilities, so tests are nothing to be dreaded. It was a bonus time to be happy that school was over early. My thoughts were drifting off to somewhere else, because my mind was going crazy when I heard it. Because listening to them makes me crazy. But as far as I've been able to find out, the one thing that boys love to receive is a form of wow. That's what the magazine said. If I had made a mistake, I might have ended Kokonoe's life due to my shallow thinking. Then it would be unfair if I didn't bet my life on it. To Kokonoe, it's an apology. Please accept it. This is the thing. The chairman is the same kind as Seko-san, a predator of the same class as the ravenous birds of prey. Maybe I'm just a herbivore to be hunted. I will live a quiet life. Senpai, even if you are embraced with such a feeling of redemption and guilt, I will not be happy. What? But you may indeed have a point. That's right, Matsuki. Let's cool down a bit and reconsider, shall we? No, but Kokono, the feeling of redemption is there. Of course, and yet, that's not all. Ah, this person can't be saved. I tried to say something like that with a smug look on my face, but I failed. I had no experience either, but this was the only way to get through this. It is a shame for a man not to have a meal, but I am not that hungry. A normal meal is enough to satisfy my hunger. Besides, I'm heading to the store today, so if you'll excuse me. The 36th strategy is the best way to escape. I fled the scene. The strategy of defeat is one of the most common strategies used in the art of war when you are outnumbered. I had lost from the beginning. Exclamation mark. My screams reached the end of the corridor. I had escaped from the pervert's clutches and fled to the fire escape. This was the place for a serious rest and relaxation. I let out a sigh of exhaustion and sat down. And, for some reason, there was a guest in front of me. It was a familiar figure. She is one of the 12 gods of Olympus. Aphrodite-senpai? HMMPH. She ignored me. She seemed to be angry. I was mentally exhausted after being involved with the president, and I didn't have the energy to deal with her. Everyone has bad mood days. Even my sister has such a day at least once a month. It's better not to get involved at times like this. I opened the bag of grape bread and cheese milk bread I had bought. This time it was a perfect match. The combination was a real winner. Why are you ignoring me and starting to eat? It's a pain in the ass. Oh, I mean that in a good way. Didn't I tell you that saying that doesn't mean you're allowed to do it? Even if you say that, it doesn't matter to me. It does. Don't you remember what you said to me when we met before? What did I say? You said you would come here once or twice a week. But when I came to check on you, you weren't here at all. Come to think of it, something like that had happened. I had forgotten all about it. The weather was bad, and I remember that I usually ate in the classroom, but I'm not afraid to tell the truth about it, so I'm going to cover it up. I am a man who can read the air without making a corner. And that is me. I was going through a lot. I mean, Aphrodite-senpai, did you come here every day? Not really. I just come here because sometimes I want to be alone, not because I care about you, okay? What? You're just a shady loner like me. Ha 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 ha. Stop it. Don't put us together. And what's wrong with the name? You see, you are a goddess. It's getting complicated in a roundabout way. But I don't know my senpai's name. I introduced myself, didn't I? Right? Why you're learning all the wrong things. Why is it that the grapes in grape bread don't really feel like grapes? Listen to me. You should be interested in me. I'm pretty popular among the second graders. You think you're a star, huh? Stop being so harsh. You're embarrassing me. Well. Huh? Why is Suzurikawa here? As I was taking in Aphrodite-senpai's self-deprecating boasts, I saw a couple approaching. They looked nervous. They didn't look like friends. What's going on? Tasteless. They're coming this way, aren't they? Why don't you just be cool about it? We're not doing anything wrong. It's awkward. He must be confessing his feelings. Ah, I remember Aphrodite-senpai was also confessed here. Fufu. That's right. I'm very popular. Cheese and milk bread is really interesting because they're two different kinds of dairy products. You really are testing my limits, aren't you? Come on, hide. Senpai quickly pulled me by the hand and took me to the shade of a tree. Do you know either of them by any chance? Yes, the girl is a classmate of mine. I'd be so nervous if it were me, but I'm thrilled to be a part of something like this. We are just suspicious people who sneak a peek at the situation. In the meantime, they are exchanging some words with each other. I can't hear what they're saying, but my guess is that it's Suzurikawa who's been summoned. Come to think of it, she said she had broken up with her senpai. If that is true, it is not surprising that she is embarking on a new love life. The confession is over, or they are going back to their separate ways. Ha! I was nervous. She was pretty cute, but what happened? You're making it sound like you're prettier than her. Senpai, lunch break is almost over. I really need to settle things with you. The chime rings and we split up. Crap. I failed to get her name after all. Who is she? If not Aphrodite, then Athena. If she's a famous person, I'm sure I won't miss her. If I encounter an acquaintance whose name I don't remember or have forgotten, I can say Tanaka, Sato, or Suzuki, and the percentage of correct answers is about 20% most of their time. After that, they will tell me their names, so there is no problem. This was another way of getting around. At that time, I was unaware of it. The presence of one student who stared darkly at the men and women returning to their classrooms. Chapter 6, Ball of Rejection. Today, we live in an IT society. Even though we live in a digital age where ministries and agencies are encouraging people to get rid of their stamps, I've been struggling with the analog world since this morning. Should I just ignore it? It's a hassle anyway. As I was struggling alone with the prospect of new trouble, an easygoing-looking man approached me and asked, "Do you have any problems?" "What are you doing, Yukito?" "I found a letter in my box." "Oh, a love letter?" "Yes." Attention. All eyes of the class are on me. Drop dead. You refreshingly good-looking Yui. Kokonoe-chan, did you get a love letter? Of course not. I'm not boasting, but I've never been popular with the ladies. Isn't this guy crazy? I think so too. I think as well. I agree. I was convinced from the beginning. Hi, that's the good part. Don't worry. I'm on your side. Me too. Me too. I vote funny. I knew it. He was weird. You could have said that. Hashtag funny, die scum, psychotic bastard Naya. Who the fuck are you people? Shut you up. Don't tweet hashtags on social networking sites. And weren't there any inhabitants of the fantasy world? What, did they look at me like that? I was supposed to live my life as a quiet, reserved, brooding loner. So why? So what's it really about? I don't know. This is why I'm in trouble. Does this look like a love letter to you? What was carelessly shoved into the shoebox was not a stylish love letter. It was an inorganic loose-leaf letter divided into 4 equal parts. The only words written on the plain page were, "Please come to the study room after school." There were no such things as dreams or hopes, but isn't this a girl's handwriting? It looks like something like that, although it doesn't look like a love letter. Sakurai, Minato and the others had also dismissed the idea of a love letter. What is it then? What is it? Scary. Yuki, you don't have to go to that weird thing. I don't want to go either, but what shall I do? Kuki, why don't you go instead? Why me? Well, I'm not busy. And if you insist, I can go check it out. You're a really nice guy. What's your opinion of me? That you're not the only one with a lot on your mind. What is this thought-provoking, fresh and handsome guy? The idea of reconnaissance is very appealing. But in any case, there's nothing I can do if I leave it to him. After school, I will jump to the event. Who are you really? The individual who had called me out was standing right in front of me. One thing I can say is that she was not in a sweet and sour mood to confess her feelings. We are the only ones here. It's hard to think of it as an invitation to join club activities. I'm Ren Hasamura from C class. Thank you for coming. Do I need to introduce myself? I know you very well. Do you remember me? We were in the same junior high school. We've never met before, have we? You got that wrong. We never spoke directly to each other, though. Unfortunately, I couldn't remember at all. More and more, I don't know what she wanted from me. I came here today to ask you to do me a favor. Suddenly, her slit eyes narrowed and the gaze was almost hostile. I'm going to be straight to the point. Please release Shiori. I ruminated over the words. Shiori? Is she talking about Kamishiro? The word release is a word that makes me uncomfortable. Was she sealed up? Or was she a prisoner of war or something? No international treaties were violated. Could you please explain it a little more carefully? What do you mean, release? Shiori is my best friend. It's all your fault. After getting involved with you, Shiori became depressed. Even now, it's too painful to watch. A sad voice. Best friend, I see what you mean. If you ask that much, naturally it makes sense. This girl is simply worried about Kamishiro. Her words do not seem to be laced with lies. The determined look in her eyes was filled with a strong will. Hasamura-san is telling me not to get involved with Kamishiro. What should I do? Eh? I'm not forcing her to do anything, even if you say release her. Hasamura-san knows that much. I've told Kamishiro many times, but she won't leave me. So what should I do? Hasamura-san was bewildered by the suggestion that should have come from her. She looked back and forth as if in doubt. Why? Are you okay with that? In the beginning, I always had this feeling. I don't want to be pitied by Kamishiro forever. It wasn't true. That was just us making fun of Shiori. I don't care about the past. It's about the present, isn't it? But, can you give up on Shiori so easily? The question was baffling. Give up? Me? Who? If I don't give up, what will be there? Nothing. I have always come this far with nothing. Always looking for something, only to find that there is no way to get it. I was shaking off with a slight headache. There is no hope of us matching from the start. We are not equals. The reason Shiori chose this high school was because she was chasing you. How can you think that Shiori is lying when she likes you so much? You know that much. Wrong. You got it wrong, Hasamura-san. I guess she doesn't know what has been going on between me and Kamishiro. She is Kamishiro's best friend. Then it's a good time for her to know the truth. When I told her what had happened, she was visibly dismayed. No, that can't be. You want me to stay away from Kamishiro? All right. I'll give it one more try. Wait, that shouldn't be all there is to Shiori. Why? It's not supposed to be like this. I turned my back on the stunned Hasamura-san and left the study room. I should have clearly told Kamishiro earlier. I should have told her that she should leave me for the sake of both of us. Maybe the reason why I couldn't commit to it somewhere was because I felt that time back then wasn't so bad, but it was only the past that I could never get back. Well, hello there. I'm third-year fuckboy. My name is Yukito Kokonoe, and I have taken over the nickname of third-year fuckboy. Isn't it too terrible? What is fuckboy? Playboy? There are students like this in the first grade. Too bad I wasn't a Yokohama fan. Sniff. Yukito Kokonoe, has become the most famous person in the school as the man who got the third-year student council president and vice president down on their knees to become my fuck buddy. Rumors and gossip have too many tales. The nickname I got was third-year fuckboy for the record. I never set anyone up. I don't even know how to use rubber. So sex is out of the question. I have it in my bag with great care. Just in case something should happen, you know? It's true. There was no sign of the shady little boy plan at all. Just walking down the hallway, I'm being whispered to. In this case, it is terrible that the meaning is somehow understood even if I remain a 3-year bedridden person. To be exposed to the public and given such a nickname would have done me a great deal of damage if I were not as strong mentally as Camille Tait, who is beyond steel. In that sense, I could say that I was still lucky to be me, but my future was bleak. I was getting further and further away from my ideal school life. It's not good for me to be in this situation. I want to spend my time quietly and plain, like an outcast adventurer living a slow life in the middle of nowhere. But things are going against my wishes. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Something must be done. But what should I do about it? But then again, Yukito is Yuri's younger brother, right? What did he do to make the student body president get down on her knees? An extraordinary hope has emerged. Is that true? I can't believe it. I heard that someone took a picture of it. No doubt about it. Guys, it's not funny, it's something more serious. I have to protect my brother's school life. I am going to run for student council this year. With that, I will improve the school to make it as comfortable as possible for that boy. That's all I can do. But I still couldn't stop myself from doing it. I wonder if someday he will call me Oni-chan again. Such a trivial wish is the only thing that motivates me. I'm not much different from the Hinagi Suzurikawa and Shiori Kamishiro. I was aware that I was probably the one who hurt them the most. My brother never talked about what had happened. I was also afraid that someone would find out about it, so I kept it bottled up for a long time. It was an irrevocable sin. Looking back on it now, it is no wonder that I missed my brother so much. I guess he turned from my mother to me to be pampered. But even if I had realized it now, it was too late. I am carrying an unforgivable sin on my shoulders. It was I who destroyed my brother to the point where it was too late. I am the one who destroyed my brother with my own hands. I looked down at my hands, which I can still feel. I sometimes dreamed of his face at that moment. What was he thinking at that moment? Ah, you are one of them too. I'm sure his eyes were like that. Since that day, my brother, who had been so fond of me, were gone. The love and affection as well. The bond between sister and brother had also been lost. He probably thinks of me as a stranger. We have no bond. I don't think he knew that I was worried about him like this at all. That day, I tried to kill my brother. I really hate you. Disappear. Our hands were separated. He looked straight at me without averting his gaze. Immediately, the confusion that had been floating in me turned into resignation, acceptance of reality, and then, at that moment, is Yukito Kokonoe here? How many times have I seen this pattern already? This development has already become familiar. Now, my name recognition is growing. I have been fed up with the continuous recruiting by the athletic club, and now, as the man who has conquered the impregnable student body president, I have been asked for advice on love. I had never been popular with the girls, so I was not interested in counseling on love. I was simply constipated. There was no way I could understand how other people felt. I can't even understand my own feelings. So it's impossible for me to understand others. As usual, a senpai visited me in the classroom. And who is this guy? The number of people I know is increasing without my knowing it. And that is me, Yukito Kokonoe. That's me. And why are you in this class? I see, it's you. I'm Toshiro Himura. A third-year student. I'm the captain of the basketball team. I had a bad feeling. Come to think of it, Kokonoe was at the school cafeteria earlier. Don't become suddenly a different person. You just said you were Kokonoe, but you look like trouble. As one would expect from a member of the basketball team, Himura-senpai is quite tall. However, this school's basketball team is not a strong one, so it doesn't really matter. The school's basketball team is not a powerhouse, though, so there is no reason to be concerned about that. I heard about it from Hyakuma-senpai. He wondered why you weren't on the basketball team. You knew him? Hyakuma-senpai is an alumnus of this school, you know? You didn't know about this? I don't like to pry into other people's business, so no, that's how I found out about you. That's why I came to ask you out. If I had been so open-minded as to accept an invitation, I would have joined the club from the very beginning. I see, so Hyakuma-senpai was an alumnus. If I think about it, coincidences of that magnitude can happen in any number of ways. Perhaps he was concerned about me in his own way. Or perhaps he was simply wondering. To be honest, it's a bit of a nuisance, but I guess I should be thankful for that. There are people in the basketball club who are in the same junior high school as me, right? When these people don't say anything, you know what I'm talking about. I thought so and asked them, but none of them were in the same junior high school as you. Is that so? Because our basketball team is not very active. Then even more so, why do you have to invite me? It is too late for anything. The fact that I devoted myself to club activities was nothing more than an escape from reality. I didn't have a firm determination to do so. That's why my feelings were so easily broken. I was left halfway, unable to fulfill even a single goal. So I have no intention to resume playing basketball. It's not that I particularly like basketball. Kokonoe, this is the last year for us. It is true that we are not strong. We don't have the strength to win a championship. Even so, we have been playing for 3 years. We want to give it our all at the tournament. Please lend me your strength. Isn't that strange? It's not possible for a freshman to easily participate in the tournament in the first place. I should tell you, there are only 9 of us in our school basketball team, including me. Is the popularity of basketball in the 90s over? At the moment, it's 2021. A few years ago, there was a brief period of popularity, but it was thanks to jump in both cases. Weak, aren't you? That's why I want to surprise them with a little success, no? Who are you talking about? I don't have anyone like that. Kokonoe. There is a girl in my class whom I like. I'm going to confess my love to her after the tournament is over. I want to show her how good I look and how I like her. This is all about you. Why do the upperclassmen at this school start spouting off things to the underclassmen that they haven't even heard? Is it an endemic disease? Himura-senpai was a hot-blooded man who was easy to understand. He was also an idiot. He was passionate and straightforward. He is a nuisance to me. Do whatever you want. Look, my classmates are looking at me again. Stop smirking. What the hell is wrong with you guys? And if you think about the personality of Himura-senpai, I kind of feel like I can read what's going to happen after this. Well then, Kokonoe, play basketball with me after school. Himura-senpai was a resident of the manga world. What's with the then? The front and back don't connect. I don't understand the point of the game at all. For some reason, my classmates were excited. Some of them were operating their phones intently. What the hell are they doing? I understand. Let's do it, Yukito. Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Why are you suddenly jumping in? Let's do it, Yuki. You're looking good today. The fresh smile on his face is about 300% more attractive than before. And who's that other person who just agreed to do it? What about my intention? Something is going on around me without my consent. Ignoring me. Is this a violation of human rights? Is it bullying? How about a 3x3 match? There's also Ito from the basketball team at this class. What? I see. Hi Ito, you were in this class too. My presence. Reluctantly, Ito, of the basketball club from the basketball team came over. I don't know him that well. In fact, I still couldn't even remember his name. I see, so this person is Ito. Hi Ito, please do it without me. I mumbled to myself. Yuripov, the group chat on my phone is getting more and more exciting. For some reason, this is a mysterious group where my brother's information is reported every step of the way. I use it because it's convenient, but it's also a headache. My brother himself seems to be completely unaware of it. It was completely unauthorized. That boy is again! ! Since that one incident, my brother had been the talk of the town. He was so conspicuous that even the second-year class knew his name. In a sense, he may be the most famous person in the school. Otherwise, he would not have attracted so much attention. More and more classmates were joining this group. Apparently, this time he was going to have an after-school game with the captain of the basketball team. Why can't that boy just stay quiet? He had quit basketball in junior high school. He doesn't seem to be particularly attached to it now. He said he was a homecoming club member, but I can't help but wonder why this is happening to him. Will he be all right? Is he involved in some kind of trouble? There is no end to my worries. Foo-foo. It's funny, isn't it? What am I supposed to worry about now? I'm not qualified for that kind of thing anymore, right? I can't help but to let my self-mockery spill out. That's right. Since that time, I have long since lost such qualifications. Yuripov, I really hate you. Disappear. I pushed my brother from the top of the playground equipment in the park. I didn't realize the significance of that, but I was following my emotions and acting on them. I felt a fresh sensation. The hands that were connected on the chain were separated and my brother's body was thrown into the air without a struggle. A look in his eyes was appealing. Why? They were appealing to me. Why are you doing this to me? I was shaken. The impulse that was driving me. Because I hate you. I couldn't stand it any longer and shouted so. A few moments later, I heard a dull thud. Blood was flowing from his forehead. The blood of human beings is red and beautiful. I had such an empty feeling of reality. However, I came back to myself when I saw my brother, who had collapsed and was not moving even a twitch. What did I just do? I couldn't believe my own actions. I didn't want to admit what had happened as a result. A feeling of emptiness takes over. I was sure that now, with my own hands, my brother, the fear that came over me. My hands were shaking. Bending my knees, I laughed and slowly climbed down from the playground equipment. Yukito, hey, you're okay, right? There was no reply. It's the biggest surprise I've ever seen. It was too shocking a sight for me. a child. Blood gushed out and turned the ground black. No, that's not right. How could this happen? Wanting to deny reality, I fled the scene. And my brother never came back. I loved my brother. My mother was busy with work, so I had to take care of him more often than not. My brother was very serious and unmanageable. He was very attached to me. Maybe that made my mother feel at ease. But I am still a child. I am only 1 year older than my younger brother. I am only an immature child after all. I spent more and more time with my brother, and we played together more and more. It was not hard for me. But it was also a time when I was beginning to build my own relationships with others. The awakening of the ego. My world was rapidly expanding. In the midst of all this, being constantly with my younger brother became a burden. Even my mother only cared about my brother. Perhaps that cast a shadow over my mind somehow. Looking back, I guess I was also starved for affection after all, even though that was never the case. I was lonely, too. One day I was playing with my best friend Maki. There was also my younger brother there. Maki was an only child. I guess that's why she longed to have an older sister and a younger brother. She was very protective of my younger brother. I felt a sense of alienation in my heart. I felt possessive that he was my brother, and ugly jealousy that my brother had taken my best friend. Maki is my best friend. Such complicated feelings are mixed together. One day, when I was going home with my brother without being able to digest them, that's when it happened. I hid the bare skin of my emotions. It was too much. Too terrible treatment that hurt both my mind and body. It was not enough to be cruel. Can I deny that I did not intend to kill him? It was not an act that could be forgiven just because I was a child. My brother never came home. My anxiety grew. Even though it was my fault, regardless of what I had done, I could not get his eyes out of my mind. It was 6 days later when my younger brother came home. No, he did not come home. The police called us. I had told my mother everything. There was no way I could hide it. I rushed to the park, but my brother was no longer there. Maybe he was on his way home. I thought so and waited, but he did not come back. The next day, I filed a missing persons report with the police. The days went on like hell until I received a call asking for confirmation. But the real hell started after that. My younger brother, who had been found, was severely exhausted. He was found in a neighboring city. His forehead was badly injured and his bones were cracked. I did this to my brother. I was tormented by tremendous regret. My younger brother looked at me with dark eyes and uttered a muffled voice. "I'm sorry I couldn't disappear." Strange. This is strange. I'm the one who should be apologizing. You're the one who didn't do anything wrong. A flood of emotion washes over me and I can't say anything. It's not just the injury. Then is it my fault that Yukito didn't come back? Was it because I told him to disappear? Is that why he tried to disappear? Naturally. I was angry, but my angry mother was crying as she hugged me. That was more painful than simply being angry. But at that time, I still did not understand the meaning of my younger brother's words. My brother wanted to disappear from my life. He took that to mean exactly what it literally meant. I had taken it lightly, thinking that he would simply disappear. I feel bad that I pushed him away. No amount of grief and regret would ever forgive me, but that was still the extent of my perception. That was my limit as a child. When was the timing? It does not matter. But when I grew up and understood human death, everything changed. My brother was going to die. Disappearing, not from me, but from this world. That is why my brother did not come back. I don't think he understood death himself, but he may have sensed it instinctively. In fact, he could have died if he had been found a day later. Or if he had fallen off the playground equipment and hit the wrong spot. He might have died instantly. When I realized this, my mind went blank with fear. I was about to kill my beloved brother. I tried to take his life out of my temporary emotion when he returned home. He was a changed man. Our hands were no longer held together. He no longer missed me. My younger brother, who used to follow behind me with a smile on his face, calling me Oni-chan, was gone. Since then, he has never called me Oni-chan. It was obvious. I tried to kill my brother. There was no telling when he might be killed again. There was no way I could carelessly approach him. There was no way he could be friends with someone who had tried to kill him. But there was no fear in my younger brother's eyes. That also puzzled me. It would be easier to understand if he were frightened. But his reaction was so strange, as if he had lost something. As if he was broken. I apologized again and again. I repeated my apologies. Every time I dreamed of that day, every time I saw my younger brother broken, I couldn't help but apologize. But it was too late. No matter how much I apologized, my brother would not understand. Apologies are made to ask for forgiveness. Only when you tell the other person that it was your fault, and only when the other person is angry with you, can the rift be resolved. Otherwise, it is impossible to move. But my younger brother was not angry about anything. He had forgiven me from the beginning. No matter how much I apologized to him, it was meaningless. No matter how much I told him that I was sorry and that it was my fault, if he forgave me, it would not make sense. It is as if he has lost the feeling of anger. I can't help it if I apologize when he forgives me and he is not angry. My brother kept forgiving every time I apologized, so it always ends there. Nothing changes. Nothing can change. What is broken cannot be restored. No matter how much I wanted to go back to the old relationship, my brother, who forgave me, would never go back. I wanted to be condemned. I wanted to be accused of why I did what I did. I wanted to be honest with him, to cry, to apologize, to tell him that I really loved him, and to be a sister and brother again. It was a wish that would never come true. After that, my brother got worse and worse. It seemed as if every time something happened to him, he lost something. It was as if he was losing his emotions one by one. Then I realized, so what would happen if he lost all his emotions? I remember the conversation I had with him when I called him. He said he wanted me to wait until I got through high school. For what? That's obvious. That boy is surely going to disappear from my life. I may never plan to see him again. Besides, if he has lost the feeling of fear, he might easily choose death without hesitation. Even now, my words of that day are driven into my brother's heart as a wedge. I cannot pull it out. I cannot help my younger brother because I cannot touch his heart. That is why I hoped for someone else. I thought it would be her, but it was a failure. On the contrary, she ended up hurting him more deeply. I should not have relied on her. Still, I will save him somehow. It will be me, no one else. This time. A basketball game doesn't sound like the kind of thing he'd do. What kind of change of heart did he have? I should not miss anything. Every sign, every little change, every little thing about my brother, I will not miss. I will never let him out of my sight. Once I let go of his hand, we will never bond again. If I take my eyes off him this time, I'm sure I won't be able to see him anymore. Should I bring a towel and a sports drink? I think I have that much, but I can't help but do something anyway. When he was in junior high school, my brother, who was devoted to basketball, was honestly cool. Maybe I will be able to see him like that again. With my heart pounding, I waited for after-school hours. The gymnasium was overflowing with people of leisure who had heard the commotion. A crowd of spectators had formed in the gallery. I decided to ignore them as I heard that's the rumored one. I wondered if they were anticipating an event that had just popped up in their daily lives. I would like to pretend to be a bystander like that. The problem is that I'm at the center of this commotion. Excuse me, can I go home? At the center of the commotion, it's me, Yukito Kokonoe, who is yelling at people to go home. I don't understand why I, a member of the club that goes home, am being put in this situation here. My opponents are 3 regulars from the basketball club, led by Himura-senpai. Depending on how you look at it, I was the cocky, underclassman who disobeyed my senpai. I want to live in peace, but why? The 3x3 game is played in 10 minutes with 2 5-minute rounds per period with alternating offensive and defensive shifts. Once the game starts, it is over quickly and easily, and there is no such thing as strategy. Then, if we win, you will join the basketball team, right? Okay, nothing okay. Can you please not decide on your own? Isn't senpai being immature? We don't even know if we'll win. If I had that much confidence in our basketball team, I wouldn't have invited you. Then, if we win, the basketball team will be disbanded. That's. The senpai were in grief. It made no sense. Would any third-year student expect to be beaten by a first-year student from the very beginning? I don't even know how well the fresh handsome guy can move, let alone Ito-kun, who says he is a member of the basketball team. Besides, I have no motivation, so I honestly don't care if I win or lose. Yukito, let's win for sure. You guys, even though they're our senpai, they're regulars, remember? Of course we're going to lose. For some reason, the fresh and handsome man smiles at me. We're going to win. There is no way we're going to lose, right? Where do you get your confidence from? After the summer of my second year, there was a girl who talked to me strangely. That was Shiori Kamishiro, the one who lied to me. Shiori Poff, huh? Wasn't he here last week? Saturday. I saw him practicing on the free court at the park. He was a member of the men's basketball team, I believe. It was the second time I saw him at this place. I remember seeing him practicing alone at the same place at the same time last week. I didn't pay any attention to him at that time, but perhaps because I also play the women's basketball team, I was strangely interested in him the second time I saw him. He had a presence that seemed to attract me. But for some reason, the atmosphere was different and he was just desperately trying to get things done. The third time would soon come. I decided to see him properly at school for the first time. Even though the basketball clubs interacted with each other, we had never had much contact or talked to each other before. I wondered what kind of person he was. He even practices on his days off. He's a very dedicated practitioner, I guess. That was my first impression. He is different from me, who is not that enthusiastic about club activities. The men's basketball team is not that strong. So how can he work so hard? I was interested in him and started to follow him with my eyes. Perhaps that was a mistake. When I finally began to pay attention to him, his abnormality was remarkable. He practiced in the morning, after school, and at night, not with anyone else, but always alone. It was so unnatural in basketball, which is a team sport. What was the point of him practicing alone? What's the point if the team doesn't get stronger? He was an idiot, but at the same time, somewhere in the back of my mind, I may have been dazzled by his figure. He was becoming more and more prominent. No wonder he has practiced that much. The members of the men's basketball team were bewildered by his appearance. They did not know how to treat him. There was a clear difference in attitude toward club activities. They are doing it for fun, but there is one person who is very serious about it, and they feel like they are not part of the club. However, he doesn't mind being subjected to such an atmosphere, and he did not ask others to make the same effort as he did. Today he continues to practice alone. Hey, how are you able to work so hard? When I spoke to him, he was just an ordinary male student, or so I thought at the time. He was very easy to talk to and very kind. In spite of my appearance, apparently I am popular. I have been confessed several times. I am tall and my breasts are growing well. I knew I was well developed. I could feel the eyes of boys on my body. If I were to say that I was self-conscious, I would be right. But he was different. He didn't look at me that way. He didn't even recognize me to begin with. When I first spoke to him, the first words he said to me were, "Who are you?" I was a little annoyed by that and sulked. I wondered how I could get him to be interested in me. I felt that he had little awareness of other people. What is the point of continuing unrewarding practice alone? What is reflected in his eyes? He was so deep, dark, and stagnant that I couldn't help but think about such things. He was staring at something very coldly, and yet, his attitude and words were always kind. He was an unbalanced and strange existence that could not be left alone. That was Yukito Kokonoe. He became a person who made me feel at ease, an important friend of the opposite sex. It did not take long for him to become more than that. I started calling him Yuki, and he started calling me Shiori. I asked him to call me that. The opportunity to make a big change in his presence within the club game. In the fall tournament of my sophomore year, the men's basketball team defeated a strong school and made it to the top 16 of the prefectural tournament. It was a great accomplishment. The men's basketball team, which usually loses in the first or second round of district tournaments, made it all the way to the prefectural tournament and achieved a result. He also received a commendation from the school. It was almost entirely his achievement, but basketball is a team sport. No matter how great he is, there is a limit. However, this result will change the mindset of the boys. If they could do better, they could aim higher. Such expectations were beginning to emerge in the men's basketball team. If they improve, they may be able to achieve better results. Before long, the boys began to seriously devote themselves to basketball with a completely different attitude. He single-handedly changed the basketball team. He did not say anything on his own. He did not force anyone to do anything. He changed his surroundings just by his own actions. He was a classmate and good friend. At the same time, I had a strong admiration for his presence and his back, and the heat and aftermath of the event gradually spread to the women's basketball team as well. Everyone began to practice more seriously than before. Around this time, more and more people around me began to pay attention to him. Some members were giving him hot glances. Of course, he is simply good-looking. How could I not care about him with such dazzling brilliance and irrepressible darkness? I had a slight feeling of superiority, but at the same time I had a sense of insecurity. I was still too much of a child to understand what that feeling was. I had been exercising all my life, and I was too inexperienced to know that it was love. My relationship with him continued after that. By that time, I had already fallen in love with him. I was so excited that I clearly knew it was love. I enjoy talking to him. I wanted to be with him. These feelings swelled up, and finally, unable to hold back, I told him that, but I never thought it would turn out like that. From that day on, my regrets began. I should never have told him. If only I had been more honest with myself. Yuki, you know what? There's something I want you to hear today. What's wrong, Shiori? It was getting dark outside. Yuki spends until the very last minute practicing after school, and by the time he returns home, the sun has gone down. I choose to wait for Yuki and go home with him. He doesn't say anything in particular when he sees how nervous I am, but gently urges me on as usual. I love you, Yuki. His eyes flicker a little, a look of surprise in his eyes. I may have seen it for the first time. It is rare that I can see his emotions. I have never seen him express his feelings like this. All I knew of him was either his gentle, everyday appearance or the way he devoted himself to club activities to the utmost of his strength. That is why his appearance filled my heart with emotion. I knew that even I could convey something to him. I stared into Yuki's eyes and waited for him to say something. Sorry, Shiori. Can you wait until after the tournament for my reply? I see. It's the last tournament, isn't it? His answer was contrary to my expectations. Whether I liked it or not, I was going to accept it either way, and I thought I had the determination and courage to confess my feelings. But what I got back was a third option, which was neither of the two. It was to wait. Thinking about it, for Yuki, who had devoted himself so much to club activities, the final competition of his junior year was the culmination of all his hard work. He must have been very attached to it. The other members of the club were also looking forward to the tournament. They were eager to show what they could do. I understand that he wants to focus on that for now. Will you give me an answer when it's over? I promise I will. I understand. I'll wait, but I don't want to be sad. Unable to bear the awkwardness and embarrassment, I told him that and ran out. I had some hope that I might get a good answer, because if Yuki didn't like me, if he didn't think anything of me, then he should have just told me right here and now. There was no reason to hold off, and yet, he wanted me to wait until the convention. That must be the time Yuki needed to face me. If that was the case, Yuki would surely give me the answer I wanted. With a bouncy feeling, I set off for home. Some time later, I was being questioned by my friends in front of the girls' restroom. The three of us were in different classes, but we had been friends since elementary school and were still good friends. It seemed that I had been acting strangely lately. This must be something wrong, they asked, grinning at me. Shiori, did you perhaps confess your feelings for Kokonoe? Why? There is nothing between us. Then why are you so flustered? You are showing too much of emotion. On the contrary, Kokonoe-kun has a poker face. Spring has finally come to Shiori-chan. It was my first experience to be ridiculed and teased like that. My mind goes blank. This is my first love. This feeling is very precious and sweet. I want to keep it deep in my heart. I don't want to hurt it, and I don't want to be hurt by it. I don't want to be made fun of, so I say things that I don't even think about. Shiori is always with him these days, you know. It's obvious if you're giving off an aura of liking him so much. You know that, right? No, Yuki and I are not like that. It's not that I like Yuki, it's just that he always seems to be alone and sad, so I'm giving him some attention. There is no such, so you don't like him? It's not like that. I don't care about Yuki. I don't know what I'm talking about. My friends were grinning at me as they watched me, and I was able to argue with them with a bright red face. The expression of my friends all stiffened up. Their gazes are behind me. I have a very bad feeling. What's wrong? I turn around and see Yuki coming out of the men's room. Why is Yuki here? I was wondering, but it was nothing to wonder about. Anyone would go to the bathroom. My mind was so disoriented that I didn't even understand that immediately. Did he hear what I just said? To whom? Yuki? What did I say? I had confessed to Yuki, and now I was denying it. The thoughts continue to wander around in a corridor with no exit in sight. Yukito Kokonoe-kun. My pale, white-haired friend tried to speak to him, but Yuki didn't seem to be bothered by anything in particular, didn't even look at us, and walked away as if he didn't even notice us. What should we do, Shiori? He might have heard us just now. It's our fault. We made fun of Shiori. Are you sure you didn't confess? If it's a lie, deny it now or else I don't know if it will get complicated. Shiori, if you don't be honest, you might be in big trouble. Wait a minute. That's a tremendous sense of frustration. I have to do something, but I'm afraid to move my legs. What should I do? What should I do? Do I tell him that I lied about everything? Maybe he didn't hear me. If so, I shouldn't do anything unnecessary. But what if he did ask? I don't know the answer. I only grew impatient. A few days passed, and I still could not ask Yuki anything. On the surface, Yuki's behavior had not changed at all. He was kind and good-looking as usual. But somehow, I had the feeling that the distance between us had grown slightly. But it was not a change that I could clearly sense, just a minor change. Maybe I'm just being overly concerned about it, or maybe I'm just mistaken. Maybe it was just my insecurity and misunderstanding. But the lies I had told were advancing without my knowledge. It's almost time for the competition, isn't it? Yeah, today I was going home with Yuki. We were approaching a pedestrian bridge. Nothing much had happened since then. So I felt somewhat relieved. That was my mistake. If I had been honest about everything from the beginning, there would have been no misunderstandings or miscommunications. I'll be waiting for your reply then. I said that in a flirtatious mood, not considering Yuki's feelings. Reply? Mew, you are not going to tell me you forgot about it, are you? The answer to my confession. Yuki's expression suddenly makes me feel uneasy. Yuki is not the kind of person who would intentionally blurt it out knowingly. If he didn't really think anything of it, he wouldn't have responded the way he did. That thing. Shiori, you don't have to hang out with me anymore. It's not that I'm lonely by myself. I like it that way. I'm alone because I want to be alone, so don't feel sorry for me. What are you talking about? I didn't know what Yuki was talking about, but something decisive. Shiori, you don't have to care about someone you don't like. Yuki was the same as usual, even at a time like this. Nothing changed in his gaze or voice, but his words were filled with a definite rejection. I can't believe you would do such a trivial thing as lying to me. Yuki was nonchalant, as if it was nothing. I knew he heard us. I should have talked to him properly at that time instead of leaving it alone. Such regrets are coming back to haunt me now. I hurriedly tried to tell him how I felt, but I couldn't speak. If you want to hear my answer, I'll tell you now. Shiori, the answer is no. No, you got it wrong, Yuki. I didn't mean what I said. It's also annoying for Shiori. No, it is also annoying for Kamishiro to go home with a guy like me. So let's end this today. Kamishiro? It was as if we had gone back to the beginning around the time of our first conversation. I hate it. It's not true. I really like Yuki, and I'm not lying. I try to reach out my hand to Yuki, who is calmly moving forward, but in my haste, I lose my footing on the steps of the pedestrian bridge. The ground that should be there is gone. My tangled legs are thrown into the air, and my sense of balance is lost. My body followed gravity and fell to the ground. Shiori? He called my name. In such a situation, I am happy to hear such a thing, but my body did not stop. I found myself in Yuki's arms. I fell down the stairs. I checked my body. There seemed to be no danger to me. Someone was supporting me. Yuki was the only one who was supporting me. Yuki, that's right. Yuki is lying on the floor, protecting me. I could hear Yuki's voice leaking out in bitter agony. Are you okay, Shiori? Thank God he's conscious. Yuki is safe. In the short time I had to rejoice, I saw it. Yuki's right hand was bent in an impossible direction. I also do sport. I immediately knew at a glance what it meant. Yuki's right hand was broken. The tournament was just around the corner. Yuki could no longer participate in the tournament. I don't know what you would call my haircut, but I guess you could call it a scattered cut head. I don't sound particularly civilized when I slap it, but the reason why I was playing basketball was because of a sense of shame. I wanted to forget the stupidity of my foolish and embarrassing mistake. Because when I tried to confess my feelings for my childhood crush, she had a new boyfriend and rejected me. Well, it was a shock, I guess. Soon after that, the relationship between Suzurikawa and her senpai deepened. When was the last time I held Suzurikawa's hand? I don't even remember. It may have never happened in the first place. Of course, we never kissed, and there was nothing more than that between us. Maybe that's why I felt a sense of emptiness toward my childhood friend who easily crossed the line with the other person. Ah, so this is how it's going to be. I had given up on myself. The void that opened up in my heart is widening day by day. I tried to fill it, but I couldn't. It was like a bottomless bucket. Even if you poured water into it from above, it would not fill up. Emotions leaked out and wore away little by little. There was no fear in these days. However, my rational mind was screaming that this was not the way to go. That is why I devoted myself to club activities. I was committed to basketball. I was desperate to fill the void with something, and I set a goal. I would use the last tournament as an opportunity to move forward. At that time, I still had feelings of love for Suzurikawa, but I could no longer reach it. There was no point in holding on to them forever. It was a goal I set in order to break away from such feelings. Eventually, the feelings of liking and affection for someone else would disappear. I found myself unable to understand. Every day I felt that I was breaking down. Wanting to deny it, I became even more absorbed in basketball. There was someone who approached me. That person was Shiori Kamishiro. Before I knew it, we had become good friends. One day after those days passed, Shiori Kamishiro confessed her feelings for me. Untruthfully, it was a lie. Even though I knew it was a lie, I didn't really care. In fact, I was relieved. There was no need to be shocked. Nothing would start until the last tournament was over, unless I firmly erased the person inside me. Hinagi Suzurikawa and Shiori Kamishiro, I would not be able to face them. That is why I held my answer in abeyance. Everything would not move forward until the tournament was over. However, I broke my arm just before the tournament and did not compete. Everything was thrown out halfway through and left without any sort of resolution. That broke me a little bit again. I wonder if something would have changed if I had participated in the tournament properly at that time. Would I have been able to get something back? I will never know the answer to that question, but at the very least, my relationship with Kamishiro should have been clearly resolved at that time. This pressure is too low. I'd better put a little more air in it. I tried to dribble, but the ball did not rebound very well. I wonder how good the fresh handsome guys who got me into this situation with such gusto. However, with a grin, Kuki easily dunked the ball through the markings of the senpai. A tremendous physical performance. The girls cheered in excitement. Isn't it unfair that he's so handsome? He is taking advantage of this opportunity to gain the favor of the girls. The offense and defense changed. and the senpai became the attackers. I soon found out, the senpai are not that good. There is a big gap in physical growth between first-year and third-year students. But even so, it is hard to say that they are not good opponents because of their large size. Their movements were clumsy and unpolished. I could tell immediately by their eyes what they were going to do next. If that is the level of the basketball team at this school, it is understandable that they are weak. Senpai's center of gravity is off as he tries to shoot by crushing a quick attack. Just by doing that, the ball easily bounces off the ring. Once again, the offense and defense are reversed. This time, he tries to pass the ball to Ito-kun. He missed it and was hurriedly chasing the ball. I thought to myself, isn't it better not to do this anymore? No. It's not over if we keep playing like this. We're going to win. What? Yukito, you still don't know the weight of this place, do you? I do. I mean, Kuki, that move, you have experience, huh? You just noticed that now. I don't know how I feel about it at all. There was no way I could understand the feelings of a refreshingly handsome guy. I am proud to say that I am a good student, but one thing I am not good at is answering unreasonable questions in Japanese, such as how does the author feel? I wrote, wasn't he irritated because he had to go to the bathroom? I was once told not to joke around when I wrote that. I don't understand. I am not a psychologist. How could I possibly know how the author felt? You don't have to digest 2 periods. This is an easy match. They lack practice, skill, and everything else. Just because you're big doesn't mean they can't be beaten. Sighs spill out. I had no intention of doing it from the beginning, but it became more of a negative. I shot the ball in a throwaway. The ball goes through the ring as if sucked in. The crowd was no longer cheering in excitement. The atmosphere that was so lively just a few minutes ago has now faded away. Silence reigned in the gym after school. It was one-sided. Not even a story. Really boring. I didn't notice that everyone in the room had a twitchy look on their faces. If that's the case, the next round. Play against me, Yukito. The sharp gaze of the fresh handsome guy was shooting through me. Kuki Mipoff. A chilly sensation that makes my skin tingle. It is a pleasant feeling of tension that I have not felt for a long time. I can't pass up this chance that has unexpectedly come my way. Even I think it's ridiculous. It's no use being obsessed with it forever. But I was still waiting for this moment. I, Kuki, have a special place in my heart for the man in front of me. It may be like a lover, so to speak, like this. I was invited by many sports clubs. I like sports. I chose basketball in junior high school simply because I did not want to practice outside on a hot summer day. But I was selected as a regular member of the basketball team from the first grade and played an active role in the games. The basketball team was said to be a strong one, a powerhouse, a top-ranked school in the prefectural tournament. I wasn't being conceited by any means. It was a strictly obvious fact that I was athletically superior. That's probably why the encounter with the man was a shock to me. It came suddenly. It was a district tournament. The opponent was a weak school that I didn't know very well. There was no need to take data. Our goal was the national tournament, and the regional tournament was just a stepping stone. It was an opponent we didn't even need to worry about. No one doubted that we would win by a large margin. It was supposed to be that way, but a few minutes after the start of the tournament, we were down on the court as if we were looking at a ghost. The man was glaring at the court with his deep, stagnant gaze, as if unable to see any emotion in him. He was the point guard, but he controlled everything. Nothing was getting through. Passes were cut off, and no feints were ever caught. I should have been watching the ball, but the next thing I knew, the ball was out of the man's hands and a pass was being made. There is no preliminary movement, no intention to pass, no sense of anything. The physical strength of the man was like a monster. He crushed our shots without breaking a sweat, and showed not a shred of joy no matter how many goals he scored. Like an emotionless machine, the man was scoring goals without a care in the world. It was clearly abnormal. But that was not the only thing that was strange. Only the man stood out from the rest of the team. The rest of the team was not so different. There was a chance to win, but our hearts were already broken. The team composition was too distorted, and yet, we were no match for our opponents. We experienced for the first time overwhelming defeat and humiliation. What a powerhouse! What is the national championship? I felt ashamed. Unless we beat this man, we would never make it to the nationals. The disappointment of the senpai who had ended without a fight. My clenched fists trembled and tears welled up in my eyes. I was so frustrated. I had never felt so strongly that I did not want to lose to anyone. For the first time, I was seriously involved in sports. By that time, I had become captain. To beat him, that became my goal, and not just mine, but our goal as a basketball team. However, he didn't show up for the final tournament of my junior year, which I went to with a lot of enthusiasm. We were selected to participate in the national tournament, and we made it to the third round before losing. It was a great leap forward, a great advance, a great accomplishment, and the school and the people around us were happy about it. However, there was something smoldering in our basketball team that we couldn't explain. We had not beaten that man. Even if we made it to the national tournament, what did it matter? We were still losing, and we had lost our chance to beat him again. And then I met him. It was a strange coincidence. It was enough to make me want to believe in fate. By chance, I ended up in the same class as him in high school. He is a funny and interesting guy beyond my imagination. I guess you could call him a maverick, but somehow I couldn't leave him alone. There were times when I wondered if this was that Yukito Kokonoe, the feeling in my hand. The pass I just made, there was no doubt. It was this man who crushed me that time. Goosebumps rise. My whole body is filled with joy. I wanted to play against him again. I wanted to play together as friends with this guy, with Yukito Kokonoe. This atmosphere is the same as that time. This man's play raises everything. The rivalry of the opponent, the cheers, the cheering. At some point, only silence will dominate the place. I never take my eyes off the ball, and yet, it was as if the ball suddenly appeared in front of me. I panicked. Ito had missed it, but there was nothing he could do. Just like that time, I couldn't read any emotions or thoughts. It was impossible. The senpai's ability will never be able to stop them. Then Yukito mumbled. Really boring. Yeah, that's right. It's boring for you. I didn't want to lose this opportunity. I wanted to play with this guy for as long as I could. That's why I, shy or rip off. Then, next round. Play against me, Yukito. Mukun had declared war on Yuki. How did this happen? Wasn't Mu on Yuki's side? Questions that came and went, but more than that, I was filled with joy to see Yuki standing on the court. He enjoyed street basketball, but I still felt he belonged here. I regret all the things I've done. I was the one who ruined Yuki's future. I thought Yuki would play basketball when he entered high school, but he chose homecoming club. Hey, how can you work so hard? That question I had asked only once in the past. Yuki's answer was surprising, despite the fact that it seemed like a difficult topic to talk about. Yuki didn't seem bothered by the question. It was because he had been rejected by his childhood crush. To shake off those feelings, he told me that was why he was devoting himself to it. When I confessed my feelings to him, he asked me to wait until the last competition. That must have been the goal Yuki had set for himself. I was sure that after that tournament, Yuki was going to sort out his feelings. I ruined that opportunity because of me, because of my stupidity. Then, where did the feelings that were inside Yuki, the feelings that he had devoted himself to basketball so much, go? I took away the opportunity for him to move on. Maybe there are still some unorganized feelings left in him. They have remained frozen since that moment. Huh? Are you lost in your mind, Kuki? Don't think you can get away with anything because you're good looking. It's boring if we keep playing like this. What's wrong with that? I have plans to go home and hang out with my friends. No, you don't have any friends. Oi, stop joking around, playboy. I have a beautiful witch named Himiyama. Is that a friend of yours? Well, I don't plan on going there because it's a danger zone for me. Then you don't have any plans. Don't get into the MILF hobby at that age. I'm not popular. Well, I can't help it if that's what happens. I'd like to go around denying it. Well, that's okay. Anyway, senpai, I'm going to join you from now on. Please, someone take my place. You can't win if you keep going like this. Oi. Don't just go ahead with your own story. That's not the way it works. It's impossible for senpai to win if you keep going like this. Please. I didn't expect to be beaten to a pulp by a freshman. I understand. Come on. I'll take your place. Thank you very much. Then I'll go in this side. Why does everyone always ignore me? They have noticed you, but they don't know I exist. You are, yeah, inappropriate. Why? Ito-kun was a rather interesting guy. Kuki looked back at me as if the discussion was over. It was not his usual fresh and handsome smile. It was a ferocious smile. It was filled with a kind of fighting spirit. I was so surprised. Why does this guy go home from school when he is a personality like this? I'm going to beat you this time, Yukito. Were you really that hot-blooded? I want to play basketball with you. I don't want to. But you can. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can live up to your expectations. Kuki's face clouded with sadness and he let out a breath. If that's the case, then Yukito Kokonoe. If I win this match, I'll get Shiori Kamishiro. There was a moment of silence, but the next moment, it was filled with a shout. The person in question, Kamishiro, was the most perplexed of all. What do you mean? So Kuki likes Kamishiro. They might be a good match for each other as they are both athletic, beautiful people. At least it's a lot healthier than hanging around me. No one would complain about this fresh and handsome guy. For that matter, I'm sure even Kamishiro's best friend, Ren Hasamura-san, would feel at ease. I'm happy for you, Kamishiro. Kuki is a good guy. Eh? Or Yukito, are you really okay with that? By all means. For some reason, the refreshingly good-looking guy who had started it all by himself was the most agitated. In this case, I don't have anything to do with it anymore, do I? Why am I doing this? The rest is up to the two young people. What's the point of this game? Why, Yukito, why don't you see it? You really don't feel anything, do you? Don't you really feel anything for Kamishiro, or for Suzurikawa, or for the way they're behaving? I don't know, but you and Kamishiro should get along. Yukito, why are you so determined to reject them? Rejection? Reject what? Reject who? I still don't understand what the fresh and handsome guy is saying. Thinking back, both Suzurikawa and Kamishiro had been lying about everything. There was no way I could understand their true intentions, and moreover, it is impossible for me to understand them now. Who am I rejecting? Rather, it's the opposite. I have always been rejected. My mother, my sister, my childhood friends, my classmates, my senpai. Everyone has rejected me. No one wanted me. There was no place for me anywhere. All they wanted was for me to disappear. What was directed at me was always rejection, never affection. It wasn't me who was rejecting them. It should not have been me. I was the one being rejected. Is that really true? Something whispered in my heart. It wasn't pity. It is not sympathy, but a confession of love. A dull ache attacked me as a headache. It is a familiar feeling, as if something important has been lost, as if a void has opened up a little crack. There was another sound as if something had been broken. Well, whatever. I gave up everything. I didn't know anything anyway. It was useless to even think about it. Now that I have lost faith in the World Health Organization, I am the man who does not believe in international organizations. In a world where even the United Nations cannot be trusted, what is there to trust in an individual? A world where you can't even say what you want to say is nothing but poison. What is the point of lying to me? What is the purpose of the lie? There is no answer to that question. I can't think of a reason. It is foolish to think about whether it is true or false. However, it would be the right thing to do to support a classmate's love life. There is no doubt that Kuki is a good guy. Then, I have only one thing to do. All right. Then, if I win this match, both of you stay out of my life. What? Yuki, what? It's up to both of you from there on out, but that's not my problem. Besides, if you don't get involved with me, you won't get into all this trouble. Furthermore, I won't even join the basketball team. All settled now. Wait, why are you so? Let's get on with it. Now both Kamishiro and the fresh handsome guy will be able to deepen their relationship without worrying about me. Kokonoe, I'm not going to get involved in that kind of competition. I don't know what's going on, but if it's going to be like that, we can't help you, you know? The eyes of the alienated look. Yes, these eyes. These are the eyes that should be directed at me. I feel at home when I look into those eyes. I feel at ease. It is as if my existence is being affirmed, or rather, denied, and I don't want to get involved anymore. It's the right thing to do for me, a loner in the shadows. Okay then, I'll do it alone. Oi, Kokonoe, just because you can play doesn't, just rest here. I start dribbling slowly. The crowd was all puzzled. For me, it was business as usual. For some reason, when I was playing a basketball game, the venue often became quiet before I knew it. I was getting stares from people as if they were looking at something strange, but I didn't have to worry about it because it was just the same as usual. Please wait, I'll join Yuki's team. An interesting and powerful voice of Kamishiro echoed on the court. Chapter 7. The Lights of the Shimmering Flames. I see, Yuri-san is a bitch. I had found the answer to my question. I had spent the last night trying to figure out why my sister had kissed me out of the blue. But since I couldn't come up with an answer, I kept pondering it at school, and finally I found the answer. The Yuri Kokonoe is a bitch theory. I have never heard of my sister dating anyone, but she is such a beautiful woman. She must be popular. She must have had 1, 2, 10 or 20 boyfriends in the past. She might be a pure, innocent, neat and tidy type of bitch. I've learned something about my sister's background that I didn't expect. But don't worry, it won't change my attitude. I'm afraid that our class is the only one who got a really high average score on this test. A bewildered Sayuri-sensei said that with Golden Week coming up, the tests have begun to be returned. It was no surprise that the average score was so high. The study sessions were a great success every day and the number of participants was increasing day by day. Even Kamishiro seemed to have a very good understanding of the test this time. As for me, it was business as usual, but the test was nothing more than a child's play to me. Sorry, lie. I just said it was nothing more than a child's play. It's cool, right? Not surprisingly, I came in 3rd overall in my grade. Let me tell you, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I was a sad lonely wolf student with no hobbies and nothing to do but work out or study at home. You can even study. Don't talk to me like a usual person, you fresh and handsome guy. Why is he talking to me like usual? Then, what was that match all about? It was a complete waste of a bone. I'm not a bone-jointed person. Don't say like that. That's awesome, Yukito. I'm in 10th place. That's just plain awesome. It sounds like sarcasm to me. If you've got time for me, you've got time for Kamishiro. I'm starting to get angry. Maybe you don't have enough serotonin. You need to eat more soy and dairy. That's how people talk as a lord, Miki-chan. Aren't those two crazy? I was about to get a red mark. Forget about the test. You know what? Why don't we all go out and have fun during Golden Week? Elizabeth is smiling as she speaks to me. Golden Week? There was no need to restate it. In short, it is a period of consecutive holidays. As a pattern of my behavior, I am kidnapped to Seka's house during this period every year. If I don't go, she cries. I can't help it, and I was welcomed like Urashimitaro invited to the Dragon's Palace at Seka's house. Look, Kuki, you've been invited. That's why people are so full of life. You too, apparently. I'm a loner, a gloomy person, and my classmates would never invite me out to play with them, you know? You, stop talking nonsense. You too, Kokonoe-kun. Are you for real? Why are you so surprised? And I don't exclude someone like this with such impunity. Ah, I see. So if you're going to exclude me, you're going to do it in the shadows, as expected from the quintessential Elizabeth. Ha 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 ha. I would never do that. It's okay. I'm used to it. You can keep on excluding me. Elizabeth was taken aback. That's funny. I thought I was being considerate, but did I do something wrong? The presence of someone like me only makes the atmosphere worse. This very situation proves it. Whenever I say something, the air is usually like this. That's me, the PM9 Yukito, not PM 2.5. It is no exaggeration to say that I am the house dust in this class. An air purifier is needed, and a HEPA filter must be installed in front of me. Kokono-chan, don't you want to go play with us? It's fun to think about it. Miki Minato is a gal. She looks, talks and acts like a gal herself. That means she might be a bitch. If so, I wonder if she has anything in common with my sister. I'm a loner. I am not a bitch. There is no way I can understand the principle of bitch-why behavior, but Minato might be able to understand why my sister acted the way she did. By the way, Minato, you're bitch, right? HR? That's terrible. Kokono-chan, I'm not such a cheap woman. What? You're not? I said something rude. I'm sorry. I don't like it when you apologize so honestly. But what is it? I wanted to ask you something. Could that be? In a small voice, she asked, does that mean you asked me if I was a bitch? I could hear Minato's face turning red as she muttered and mumbled, but I could hear her all the way through. But what did she mean by that? I had no idea what she meant, so there was nothing I could do about it even if I could hear her. Just the other day, Yuri-san, my sister kissed me out of the blue, and I was wondering what this means. I thought Minato might know something about it. After a moment of silence, a scream echoed through the class. What's wrong? Did something happen? GI, gazes pierce my body. I wonder if animals kept in zoos feel like this. The man who is treated as a pet in the second grade classroom is me, Yukito Kokonoe. At noon, Yuri-san gave me an order to come to her classroom. I was summoned halfway by force, but there was no right of refusal. Yuri-san is a permanent member of the Board of Trustees, and I am a non-permanent member. The world is so unreasonable. I was made to sit next to Yuri, and in front of me were two female students who appeared to be my sister's friends. However, the whole classroom was listening in. But this is the same in my class. So you're Yuri's younger brother, the one I've heard so much about. You don't look much like her. I agree. I've always had my doubts. You made your mother cry before, and you haven't stiffened up about it yet? That's right, senpai. Please don't be rude. My sister, this is the one who is really pissed off. I have no belief in self-assertion, so I'm not afraid to change my tune. You're too sensitive, you know. So, I had a lot of questions. First of all, there's that one. How much of the student body president thing is true? Isn't this a great chance to dispel the rumors? The second-year students have much more influence than the first-year students. If I said something in Yuri's presence, it would be known as fact. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For crying out loud, it's a total lie. The information has to be correct. Listen to me. President Kadu did not get down on her knees to become a sex friend, but she got down on her knees and said she wanted to become friend with her. Yuri's anger peaked immediately. Is that a devil's face? Listen, little brother. Is there any different? There are some differences, mainly in the order and so on. Almost all of it is true. Isn't there some kind of buzz in the classroom? I can hear voices like, serious. That woman. I'm recalling her. Prepare for a vote of no confidence immediately. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, I don't think the president said a word about that. That's right. He was so harassed for nothing, but that president would never say something so outrageous, right? What the heck? I'm relieved that rumors are just that. Rumors. I remember now, too. The president told you to embrace her. It's not a rumor. You're saying it. It's all black. There's not even room for misunderstanding. You've got a shocking revelation at lunchtime. What are we going to do about this? Instead of listening, many of the seniors are sitting facing me. Greetings, audience members. So what do you think, little brother? To be honest, I think I have about a 50-50 chance of winning against the president. And she's beautiful. Temptation is not an option for me. You have me, don't you? Yes. I had no freedom of speech. The Constitution doesn't guarantee it. Hey, then, how about Yuri at home? Do you know? She's very popular. I know. I'm not happy about it. There you go, appealing that you are not interested in that kind of thing. Disagreeableness. Yuri's friend was grinning at her and stirring up trouble. It makes me happy that you're so well liked and popular, Yuri. That's right. I am very popular. You can expect more from me in the future. I think Yuri's weak point is her younger brother. The senior is dumbfounded, but there is no such thing as a weakness in an older sister. So, how are things at home? Yuri at home? Yes, right. She is often in her underwear. If you tell them any more about it, I'll sleep in your bed today. If you don't like that. She often drinks milk in her underwear. Yuri is astonished. She looked like she couldn't believe it. If Yuri wants to sleep in my bed, I'll just sleep on the sofa in the living room. There was no way I could refuse. I'm sure she'd like to sleep with a fresh feeling once in a while. Ha ha ha. Is that why Yuri is so well developed? You're funny, little brother. Actually, I think it's genetic. No way you wanted to sleep with me. Understood. I'll get ready and we'll go. Yeah? I feel like we're not on the same page, but that's the way it's always been. Right. There is no doubt that SNS will be crowded for a while again. Even though there is a lot of talk about the little brother these days. Is that so? Don't you know? You have been getting a lot of attention. I don't do SNS, group chat, e-goosage, etc. This kid doesn't even look at his phone much. Hey, that's rare nowadays, isn't it? But maybe it's better that way. It is also possible that he may be shocked by the content. Well, your brother seems to be bold, so I guess he'll be fine. He's just saying whatever he wants, for better or worse. It was interesting and I want to hear more about it. By the way, do you prefer with pajamas? I don't understand the question at all. People like to gossip. It is a pastime that has existed since time immemorial, and yet, it is not uncommon for gossip to become a tale and for the content of the gossip to change. What is true and what is a lie? They spread and spread without any room for explanation. Rumors are uncontrollable monsters. Perhaps that is what it is. Is it curiosity or malice? Whatever the emotion, it is fear. For those who are targeted, it is enough to cause deep wounds. In reality, schools are surprisingly boring. There is no student council with immense power, no newspaper club that writes weekly-like scoops, and no armband-wearing disciplinary committee that pours its heart and soul into enforcing school rules, nor is the vice principal behind it. There is no such thing as rumor-mongering. Mastermind of what? However, the daily routine, in which no such incident should have occurred, was different on this day. When I arrived at school, rubbing my sleepy eyes, I found that the classroom was abuzz. The air was heavy, and all eyes were on me at once. Scary. Kokonoe-chan. Good morning. Yukito, I've been waiting for you. The unusually fresh and handsome man was hesitating and holding back. The other members of the group, including Minata, Sakurai, Takahashi, and others, gathered around the desk. Kokonoe went to the same school as Suzurikawa, right? I thought you might know something about her. Suzurikawa-san doesn't talk much about herself in detail. That's why I was waiting for Kokonoe-kun. Is something wrong? As I thought, Yukito doesn't know about this. Look at this for a moment. The content of the frown involuntarily frowned. A caste subversion? Yesterday, all of a sudden, it just poured in. The list of unbearable slanderous words targeted at Suzurikawa. The story of her junior high school days is also exposed. Perhaps it is a past that she does not want to be touched. Some of the information is obvious at first glance, but there are also things I don't know about. Suzurikawa is two-timing, but she said she broke up with her senpai. Do you know anything about that? I heard her say so herself. It didn't seem like a lie to me. I knew it was a hoax. Some of the posts included childish posts that were clearly personal. Was it an intentional fake or does a shred of truth exist? Although no one but the author knows the truth, at the very least, the person who wrote this has a grudge against Suzurikawa. That much is certain. I wonder if she is alright. Suzurikawa-san, this kind of lame stuff isn't popular nowadays. So the author is bored. What are you going to do about it, Kokonoe? What am I going to do? It's up to Suzurikawa. Guys, aren't you asking the wrong person? I don't want you to ask me about Suzurikawa, although the way they're doing it is malicious. It is also poor harassment. I don't know what Suzuriakwa thinks about it, but as long as they haven't directly touched her, it's not impossible to ignore it if I want to. There is no guarantee that this will end well, but on the other hand, if they do anything more than this, they will be taking a considerable risk. If the culprit is revealed, there is a possibility that disciplinary action will be taken. Is there someone who would go to such lengths to bring down Suzurikawa? How serious they are about this is not clear from this. However, the culprit is here, I declare in a high voice, and the whole class reacts with a jolt. That's right. I'm sorry. Is it true, Yuki? I just wanted to say it personally, but it doesn't seem to be in this class. Huh? What do you, in the first place? The most suspicious people are those in the same class. However, Suzurikawa is not the type of person who would be the target of bullying, and there is no group that would be hostile to her. The group of people gathered here, led by a refreshingly good-looking guy, is the center of the class, the natural enemy of the yokai. If they did a poor imitation, the culprits might be ostracized. Well, I guess we'll just have to ask Suzurikawa. I know, right, please, Kokono-chan. So why me? Am I going to do that? I twisted and turned my head, but was slapped on the back. So why me? But such concerns ended in vain. It was because Suzurikawa was absent from school due to illness. I'm counting on you, Kokono. Seriously, I can't do it. I was called into the teacher's office and given a printout of an assignment by my homeroom teacher. It was for Suzurikawa, not mine. You have free time after school anyway, so you can work that much. You guys are in the same junior high school, so you must be close. 2 days off is a fair amount, but that doesn't seem to be the reason I was called here. Please do me a favor. I understand the situation to some extent, but you are the only person that Suzurikawa is actively talking to, and I don't think it can go on like this. If the situation persists, I will of course take care of it. The opinion of Sayuri-sensei was the most reasonable, but even so, I did not nod my head in agreement. It is impossible for me to do something even if you say so. Why are you so adamant in your refusal? I don't know about your relationship, but is there a reason for it? I'm banned from the Suzurikawa's house. Banned? Yes, that's right. I was banned by Akane, Hinagi's mother, when I was in the 8th grade. In the past, there were some family exchanges, but now she was flatly refused me, telling me not to come back. Even with this, I used to be invited to Christmas, but now it's a nostalgic memory. So, as much as I'd like to do the teacher a favor, it's realistically difficult, I swear. Okay? What did you do? It's a difference of opinion. The reason I was banned was because I didn't live up to Akane's expectations. And neither Hinagi nor her sister, Hori, knew about it. It was a secret between me and Akane-san. It is only a meeting. I don't know what you did that got you banned, but at this point, go apologize. And while you're at it, go talk to Suzurikawa and see what she has to say. Here, let me buy you a cup of coffee. The teacher pushed a piece of printout in my face. I was paid off with 100 yen. Sensei, you're 10 yen short. I came here with a bad feeling. That selfish teacher. I haven't been here for 2 years. I stopped in front of the entrance with the nameplate Suzurikawa on it. The last time I went back here, I had to turn around and go back. I don't like it. I don't know what to do. I'm not at all interested in it, to be honest. I might as well just shove it in the mailbox and go home. No, please. I press the chime, hoping that Hinagi will answer. Yes. Who is it? I'm sorry. As soon as I saw who opened the door, I got down on my knees. When it comes to this, the first move is the only one that counts. I will push through with force. It's been a while, Akane-san. You look so beautiful today, too. No, it's not that. I refuse. However, I only came here because my homeroom teacher insisted on it, and I did not neglect my promise to Akane-san. I am fine. I will make sure that this kind of thing will not happen in the future. So, please forgive me for this one time. And you are always so beautiful. This is an assignment for school and an assortment of jellies. My classmates are worried about her. Well, the The crows are cawing now, so I'm going home. Yukito-kun, that's strange. I can't move forward. I greeted her and hurried to retreat, but she gripped me from behind by the collar of my uniform. I fearfully turned around. Akane-san was smiling, but there were blue streaks floating on her face. What are you doing? I thought I might be disturbing you if I stayed too long. She seemed to be angry. I tried to flirt with her a little, but it had no effect. Akane is young. At a quick glance, she looks like the eldest of the 3 Suzuri-Aqua sisters, but she is an admirable mother who cares about her daughter. It was only natural that I was banned. You know, at any rate, I appreciate you bringing it. Thank you, but still I wasn't expecting you. Me neither. I'm really sorry. I think it's just for today. Once again, I bow deeply. I've made her feel bad. Suddenly, Akane-san's eyes sharpened. Was it your intention to come here? No. As I said before, I was forced by my homeroom teacher to come here. All I did was say no properly. I had no intention of coming. That was the deal. I see. I guess you don't want to come after all. Yes. Why are you? No. It's nothing. I'm sure she'll be fine tomorrow. Next time she takes a day off or something, you don't have to bring it. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye, Yukito-kun. Akane-san's expression distorts for a moment, then quickly returns. This is good. I cannot be antagonistic. Silently, the front door closed without being seen off. Hinagi's mom-off. I feel the urge to vent my outrage. Hateful things haven't changed. It's ridiculous. The promises never existed. I know that. If he had told me that he had come to see me for my daughter's sake, or because he was worried about her, I would have welcomed him with open arms. I could have invited him to dinner and had a nice conversation with him. I was really happy that he came today. I was sure he would be fine. And yet, it wasn't his own choice? Is that really true? He was such a good friend to her, but he doesn't think anything of it? I don't know. I don't know what he's really thinking. There is no doubt that my daughter is at fault. It doesn't help that she got what she deserved as a result. That's why I wanted him to tell me. I wanted him to say that he would save her next time, that he would protect her, and that he would never let go of her hand again. Even if it was the parent's ego, I wanted to hear it from his own mouth. Perhaps I wanted to be reassured. I asked him a question as if testing him, and he accepted my request without any rebuttal and gave up on everything. After that, he never came to this house again. Just as I had said. Hinagi, who had recently been getting brighter and brighter, was not feeling well and was shut up in her room. Finally, she started to smile. I thought things had blown over. Just then, oh, wait. Hurry. Perhaps noticing him, Hurry slips aside and runs out. Not good. If Hurry finds out that I told Yukito not to come to my house, she will be furious. I think Hinagi is with me on that. But the sisters' quarrel is smoldering in a lull. It might ignite again. At that time, Hinagi was scared. Even my husband, who was trying to calm her down, was dismayed because he didn't know what to do. I pressed my forehead against the dull pain. It was a very troublesome thing. It seems that everyone in this house, including me, is somehow concerned about him, who looks so familiar to me as a young child. Ana-chan. Is that you, Hori-chan? For a moment, the figure I caught in my field of vision as I turned around looked like Inagi Suzurikawa. But it couldn't be. There is only one person who calls me Ana-chan. The younger sister of Suzurikawa, Hori Suzurikawa, who came running to me, hugged me. She is a beautiful girl with a strong resemblance to Akane-san, but she is not in 2P color, and she is full of her own charm. Yet, she still retains the innocence of a junior high school student. I missed you, Ana-chan. It's been a long time. I'll give you candy canes. Yee. The neighborhood auntie system. I took the candy out of my pocket and handed it to Hori-chan. Have you been chasing me? Yes. I felt Ana-chan's presence. Are you a martial arts expert? Something like a martial arts master. What presence? Are you visiting my sister? Why didn't you come to her room? I can't go into a girl's room. Besides, I just brought a school assignment. I'm not going to mention the fact that I'm banned from the house. I think Hori-chan is going to get angry. If it's Ana-chan, you're always welcome, you know? Even if we are on the street, albeit a small one. Please don't hug me. That's right. Hori-chan, are you in a fight with Hinagi? Yes. Haha. Did you ask my sister about it? I heard she was worried about it. It's my sister's fault, she deserved it. And I still can't forgive her. Hori's expression, which had been smiling, darkens. And that's not all. She seems to be suffering again. That much? Yes, since yesterday, she hasn't come out of her room. Do you know anything about that, Una-chan? I can predict. Probably. Hori's hug became tighter and tighter. You know, I think my sister is the worst. She's an idiot, really. But, Una-chan, will you help her? You're the only one I can trust. I just want you to look at her one more time. I don't think that's what she wants. Why? That can't be true. Ani-chan has always waited for Una-chan. Because Ani-chan has always been Una-chan's. Her serious gaze shot through me. Come to think of it. She said the same thing, and I denied her words. Let's just hear her out. Of course, me too, you know. She is a little devil. The straightforward Hori-chan may be a much more formidable foe than her older sister. No choice. The only reason I did this was because Hori-chan asked me to do it. I'm such a kind Una-chan. After taking a bath and finishing my studies, I checked the clock. It was too early to go to bed, and Suzurikawa should be awake too. I made up my mind to call him. I never thought I would have to call him twice in such a short period of time. Yukito? Unexpectedly, the connection is immediately through the line, although I had heard that he was in a quiet mood. But from the sound of her voice, she's terribly tired. My mentality is stronger than adamantite, but not everyone can be like that. It is normal to feel shocked, depressed, and exhausted after being exposed to bare malice like that. You need help right now. Are we clear? What are you? I'll be straight to the point. I'm going to get this sorted out in a week. So come to school tomorrow. Why, Yukito? Why are doing this? I told you before, Suzurikawa. If you are in trouble, if you need help, you have to tell me. Don't take everything on yourself. You have family and friends. Everyone is worried about you. The tone of her voice lowers and sobs begin to mingle with her voice. I don't know why I'm doing this. I made up my mind. I decided that this time I wouldn't make a mistake. I just listened silently to the words that begin to spill out. The other day he confessed to me. But I turned him down properly. I didn't want to betray myself again. I wanted to be strong, to be able to stand next to you without pretending, to be able to support you. I wanted to be with you. And yet, Suzurikawa reveals the feelings she has been harboring. The thoughts begin to turn to the exposed emotions as they are. Can I ask you one question? Sure. If I am what the rumors say I am, will you still help me, Yukito? Does it matter? Wishes don't come true and hopes don't bear fruit. It is always that repetitive, and I gave up seeking something. Still, if someone wanted me, I should at least be willing to comply. I wanted to believe that I was worth that much. I hate it. I don't like being looked at like that anymore. I don't want to be tied to the past. I don't want to be away from Yukito. I don't want to be the fake me. I will be strong. Watch me. So, please, for the last time, I'll end my weakness. That's why one more time, Yu-chan. She gasped for breath. As if to say dash, she released the words. Save me. Get yourself in shape and get some sleep. I hang up the phone. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day. It was strange. I had always thought that we would never cross paths again. Ever since the moment she shook my hand that day. Third person Pof, this cannot be true. How terrible, for Yuki to do this. Mi was indignant, but it was not only Mi. The whole class is frowning in unison. The expression on the face of Hinagi Suzurikawa, who was also involved in the incident, was completely blue. It was last night that the accusation was circulated. They rushes to contact him, but receives no reply. The same is true of the case against Suzurikawa, but it is indeed unforgivable. The viciousness was beyond the limit. No matter what it takes, they will cooperate with him and find the culprit. As Mi firmly vows to do so, the person in the middle of all this arrives at school, looking as usual aloof and unperturbed as ever. Whether he knows or not, it is impossible to read from his expressionless face. Yukito, look at this. A number of students gather around Yukito Kokonoe. Yukito froze at the screen shown to him. Look, this was messaged to me yesterday. This is absolutely unforgivable. I can't believe they did to Kokonoe-chan. What are you going to do about it, Yukito? Do you want to talk to the teacher? No one believed it. It's too ridiculous. Yukito Kokonoe spreading the Suzurikawa hoax. It was a shocking accusation. When he was in junior high school, he spread a false rumor about what had happened to him because he was angry at being rejected by Hinagi Suzurikawa. The whole slander and hatred against his childhood friend was the work of Yukito Kokonoe. Not only that, Yukito Kokonoe was insulated by his sister, Yuri Kokonoe. Sensationalist words leapt to the surface. It was nothing but malice itself. It is a despicable and blasphemous method that only seeks to bring down the person Yukito Kokonoe. Its credibility is not even worth mentioning because it is nothing more than a very poor lie, obvious, vulgar gossip that can't even keep up appearances. Yukito. No. Why, this is not how. The red-eyed Hinagi Suzurikawa approaches the Yukito Kokonoe, dizzy, perhaps from tears and swelling. There is no one in this class who doesn't know that Suzurikawa has feelings for Yukito Kokonoe. That is why they cannot tolerate false rumors that tear them apart. They have to move immediately. No one would keep quiet after having gone to such lengths. This was the general consensus, and no one took the accusations seriously. Why is this? No, I didn't do it. What's the matter, Yukito? The unfamiliar and dismayed appearance of Yukito caused a murmur to spread out like a wave. Yukito, no. This is not what I believe me, Suzurikawa. I didn't do this. Interrupting Suzurikawa's words, Yukito Kokonoe runs out of the classroom as if to escape. He disappears, brushing aside a few onlookers who were watching him from afar in the corridor. As they followed the scene with their eyes, Mu was annoyed by a feeling of discomfort that he could not shake off. That idiot, what are we going to do now? I've never seen Yuki like that. Kokonoe-chan was shocked, wasn't he? I see. That's it, Minota. The nature of the discomfort. Mu notices this and turns to Suzurikawa. That man with the strongest mentality who doesn't look at social networking sites at all shouldn't be shocked. What a whitewashed imitation. Isn't that right, Suzurikawa? The question made her body tremble. At this moment, only Hinagi Suzurikawa was aware of this. What Yukito Kokonoe is trying to do. She clenched her fists tightly. When she thought about it, all her life, she had only been protected. Yukito, you told me not to hold it all by myself, to rely on everyone else. I'm sorry. Because of me, you are suffering so much. But I can't let Yukito be the only one who has to deal with it. She asked him to help her. Such weakness on her part disgusts her. By taking advantage of his kindness, she is only using him in a one-sided way. It makes her angry at her own inadequacy in letting him take such measures. Even Hinagi Suzurikawa did not fully understand. However, there are still things that she does understand. The writings contained facts known only to Hinagi Suzurikawa and Yukito Kokonoe. Hesitation. It would destroy what Yukito Kokonoe was trying to do for her own sake. To do nothing is to deny even such resolve. And yet. I will be strong. I've learned my lesson. I can't let the past haunt me. I can't accept it. That is why she tells herself, it's going to be okay. He's well liked by everyone. I'm sorry, guys. I want you to listen to me. Suzurikawa? That is the determination of Hinagi Suzurikawa. The girl who kept making mistakes is the glimmer of will to reach out to get back. She continued to regret and repent. She kept wishing to return. Finally, she arrived at a realization. Instead of going back, she said, she had to go on. The whole class froze when the truth was told. Yukito Kokonoe is a celebrity on campus. His fame is incomparable to that of Hinagi Suzurikawa. Even just recently, his name was widely known. The situation spread quickly. Phew, ha 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 ha. Don't laugh so high with a straight face, it's weird. The fresh, handsome man makes a rude comment, but I forgive him because I am in a good mood. A week has passed since then. Every day, a new story about Yukito Kokonoe was being told. Yes, The culprit of all this was really me. However, towards the end, I had nothing to write about and the content was quite lax. I guess that's the limit of my imagination. He has a friendship with the president of the student council. He treats his classmates as pets and bites them like dogs. He is earning money from his older partner. It was still good enough up to about this point, however unacceptable. Scum who used tacks to make holes in posters. Sweet-toothed scum. When buying goods at a convenience store, he always gets a plastic bag. As a result of such steady efforts, however, I am now the biggest scum in the school. Day after day, night after night, I've been on fire, always with a full tank of high-octane petrol. On the surface, the rumor that I left work early because I was so upset by the revelation of my crime is true. In reality, after going to the infirmary, I left early and spent the rest of the day working on my own performance, which is an unbecoming behavior for a student. Perhaps horrified by my scrappiness, my classmates hardly spoke to me during the week. I can say that I have returned to the way I should be as a loner, though it is only fresh and handsome. You can probably tell by now. So I took advantage of their anonymity to snatch the culprit's crime. By overwriting the rumors, I was able to make the slanderous accusations against Suzurikawa disappear. That was the objective, and that will come to an end today. Last night, the last rumor was spread. A rumor that Yukito Kokonoe is threatening Koharu Sato. Kokonoe, a male student from a neighboring class, shouts into the classroom. He grabbed me by the bosom with his momentum. If I get at least one punch here, everything will be resolved amicably. The evil of Yukito Kokonoe has been destroyed and justice has prevailed. Finished. Keep the sticker on here. It is truly a gripping good and bad story. Everyone must feel refreshed. His name is Yuichi Miyahara. He is a childhood friend of Koharu Sato. To tell the truth, the problem was solved on the second day. It was a female student called Koharu Sato who first spread a hoax about Suzurikawa on social networking sites. She came crying to apologize. For her, it must have been terrifying to see how someone, who was supposed to be targeting Suzurikawa, had somehow framed me, a completely unrelated person, as the culprit, and then persistently and thoroughly humiliated me. Even if she had attacked Suzurikawa further, as long as she remained anonymous, it would all be my crime. In the first place, Koharu Sato deeply regretted it and did not continue after the first time. She was so riddled with guilt that she was thinking of apologizing to Suzurikawa. It was at that time that this disturbance happened. When I heard her story, I was troubled. I wondered whether it was really okay for it to end like this. Koharu Sato and Yuichi Miyahara were childhood friends, but Yuichi Miyahara's heart was far away from Koharu Sato. In junior high school, Yuichi Miyahara was a member of the track and field team, but felt the limits of his talent and quit track and field because of his monstrous illness. Koharu Sato was unhappy about this. To her childhood friend, Yuichi Miyahara is a hero. It doesn't matter if he doesn't become a great athlete. She just admires his dedication to track and field, and this has gradually sublimated into a love affair. She wanted him to be the cool Yuichi Miyahara. However, Yuichi Miyahara gradually begins to distance himself from Koharu Sato, who urges him to return to athletics. Then, in an attempt to find a new encounter, Yuichi Miyahara confessed his feelings to Hinagi Suzurikawa. It was Yuichi Miyahara who had confessed to her on the day I was peeping in with the goddess senpai. When Koharu Sato researched Suzurikawa and found out about her past, she took action to prevent Yuichi Miyahara from being stolen from her, but the cost was high and she was also hurt. So here's a revolutionary solution. First, I spread bad news about myself. It got interesting halfway through and I ended up doing it thoroughly, but it was a good thing I did it afterwards. Then, when my bad reputation had spread, I spread the rumor that I was blackmailing Koharu Sato. The effect was extraordinary. Yuichi Miyahara, who feared for Koharu Sato's safety, stood in front of me like this in an attempt to rescue her. The two must have been childhood friends after all. Even though their paths may have crossed, deep in their hearts, both of them still cherish the other. Yuichi Miyahara never wanted to abandon her. There is no need for truth in this farce. It is not too late for Yuichi Miyahara. With unaccustomed amusement, I whispered ugly words in Yuichi Miyahara's ear as if to stir him up. This is good. This is the right answer. The next step is for me, the root of all evil, to receive the retribution of karma. Shu-chan, stop. I knew I couldn't do this. The one who desperately stopped the furious Yuichi Miyahara in a pathetic voice was Koharu Sato. Kokonoe. I'm sorry. I know it's not something that can be forgiven even if I apologize, but I'm really sorry. Suzurikawa-san and Kokonoe-kun, I'm sorry too. Huh? How did this happen? The sloppy plan collapsed, and the eyewitness account disintegrated. Contrary to my expectations, the end of the project was not as tight as I had hoped, but it can't be helped. The objective was generally achieved. Koharu Sato's attempt to apologize to Suzurikawa was stopped entirely for the sake of this moment. It was necessary to pull Yuichi Miyahara out. If the conversation had ended at that point between Suzurikawa and Koharu Sato, who was about to be crushed, might not have been able to face Yuichi Miyahara. If she had tried to hide what she had done from Yuichi Miyahara, she would have carried guilt and regret with her for the rest of her life. So, is it finally over? Explain everything from the beginning. Yukito. In the end, it was all about the revenge of Yukito Kokonoe on Hinagi Suzurikawa. Isn't that good enough? Of course not. We heard it from Suzurikawa. From Suzurikawa? You don't trust us that much? Are we that helpless? Don't think that you can always manage everything on your own. It's properly beneficial to me too. Arrogant, haughty and selfish to any extent, it may be a means that Kuki and others cannot tolerate. Nevertheless, I think I did the best I could. If I pretend that I spread Suzurikawa a hoax because I was angry about being rejected, the credibility of the posts will be lost. No one will know what the truth is. The past will become ambiguous and no one will want to mention it again. The past of Hinagi Suzurikawa has become inviolable, known only to her, but that is not all. This plan contains tremendous advantages. Miyahara, I have one favor to ask of you. What is it? Tell me anything. Anything that I can do, I will do. Join the athletics club. Is that it? I am sorry to Miyahara-kun, who is looking at me with sparkling eyes, but I actually have no good intentions or anything. There have been a series of invitations from sports clubs, but the most persistent of these has been the athletics club. That's when I came up with the idea of using this sure-footed Yuichi Miyahara as a scapegoat. What's going to happen to the refreshingly good-looking guy and Kamishiro? I don't know. They can take care of that on their own. With this, not only Suzurikawa, but also Koharu Sato and the smoldering Yuichi Miyahara can all be put to rest in a positive direction, and above all, the number of people who approach me, a man of ill repute, will decrease, and with this I should be able to regain my ideal quiet and peaceful life as an insidious loner. I can also say goodbye to the recent school life, which has been quite noisy, but still, it was extremely difficult to appease Yuri, who had lost her temper. I can't say now that it was actually an act of my own making, even if it's not possible to say so. At any rate, in the end it all went down the drain, but it was an epoch-making plan that killed not two birds with one stone, but five. This was also possible because my mentality is as strong as an orichal cone, so I can say that everything fell into place as it should have, with no loss to anyone. It's perfect. Nah ha 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 ha. This is the closing of the show. But she won't allow it. Suzuki, why don't you go home? Don't call me that. I have someone waiting for me, after school. When I returned after the hearing and thankful sermon of Sayuri, there was only one person left, Suzurikawa. The classroom was dyed red in the evening sun, and her eyes were shining scarlet. I felt nostalgic. Come to think of it, I feel like something like this happened a long time ago. Yes, I'm sure she was like this that day too. A throbbing headache. Fatigue had set in. I need to refuel with something sweet. Meeting up? Huh? Get home before it's too late. Why? I was waiting for Yukito. You know, thank you. All I've done is make you hate me. Fufu. Yeah, you're right. Really, I hate Yukito. Silence falls. Somehow, we no longer share the same time like this. Or perhaps it was a misunderstanding that such a time existed. I did a terrible thing to you. I'm sorry. Yeah. No one can touch your past anymore. Yes. I do not know what Suzuriakawa was afraid of in the past. When I was devoting myself to basketball with all my heart, I didn't look at Suzurikawa. If Suzurikawa was suffering, I had the chance to notice it, but in the end, I abandoned her. I am not like you, Ichimiya. Hara. That's why Akane-san won't forgive me. I think that is a natural thing for a parent to do. She will find a wonderful partner from now on. A partner who will meet Akane-san's expectations. Suzurikawa will be safe now. She can now go on her way in the sunshine with her chest out. She can't have a hater like me around. She deserves a place of her own. The vision darkened and for a moment my thoughts blanked out. Suzurikawa's face is so close that even our breaths are in contact with each other. I couldn't even try to speak out. My lips are blocked, so far away. We used to be next to each other all the time, but now we can't reach each other this far. Slowly our lips drift away from each other. My lungs were repeatedly contracting for fresh air. That day, the light that was inside me went out and I walked down a dark road. It was cold, freezing. I followed you. You who are warm. Why do you think I chose this high school? Yukito's mother told me. I wonder if Yuri-san wouldn't have told me. With a wry smile, Suzurikawa spoke in a torrent of words. The scarlet shimmering eyes were shining brightly. Please, I want you to come to my house now. The person in front of me is Hinagi Suzurikawa, whom I don't know. Hinagi Suzurikawa. Ani-chan, if you don't hurry up, we won't have time. Do you understand? Why yes, Ana-chan will be fine, because he promised me. How many times have I been pushed back by my sister, Hurry? At one point, things got really nasty. It was because I had betrayed Yukito. Not only my sister, but also my parents were angry with me. Yukito was well acquainted with my parents and they loved him. I have a sister, Hurry. Papa wanted a son as well. For him, Yukito was like his son. That's why Papa used to play catch with Yukito. That's how close they were then, and they always played together. The whole family knew that I liked Yukito. I think that's why they couldn't forgive my betrayal. The situation caused by it made me suffer in hell. My parents had never been so angry with me before, but even that was necessary for me. Someone had to be angry with me to make me feel better. Ana-chan, it's all over the news at our place. There's a first year in trouble. Yukito, you mean? It has to be him. The first year of junior high school. She intends to enroll in the same high school as me. The only freshman who would be bad enough to be known to such a lightweight would be Yukito. Not much time has passed since we entered high school, but the name of Yukito Kokonoe is well known anyway. There were even people who went to the trouble of coming to see him in class. Ani-chan, you really haven't done it, have you? No, I haven't. I won't dare. If that's a lie, I'll break it off with you. You betrayed Ana-chan yourself, and you gave yourself to that lousy, incomprehensible man. I know that better than anyone. Because of you, Ana-chan is hurt. I also want him to teach me how to study and stuff, but he's changed. I feel he is further away than he used to be. If things continue as they are, Ana-chan will become an irrelevant stranger. I wonder how it feels to be childhood friend again. Hurry. I really hate myself. Selfishness and stupidity make me feel anti-heroic. I always bother him, annoy him, hurt him, betray him, and yet you try to help me, and then a miracle happened. I couldn't believe it. Because like magic, he saved me in an instant. With his lie, my past became ambiguous and dissolved into time. But I couldn't watch. I hurt myself and spouted mindless dialogue lines. Day by day, Yukito's bad reputation is spreading. It's a needle in a haystack. He bared his own heart and cut it to pieces himself. That's something I wouldn't normally stand for. And it is he himself who is doing it. He spreads his own slander and libels and humiliates himself. I don't know what that means. I am sure that only he knows. At that time, I was only thinking of myself. I didn't know or try to know what kind of state Yukito was in. When I asked Tuka about his path, she told me a few things. She couldn't stop crying. She had been with him for a long time, but she didn't know anything about him. It wasn't just my fault that Yukito became like that, but that doesn't exonerate me. It doesn't make me feel lighter. Instead, I felt more guilt for hurting him more, and I was afraid to see him so close to breaking down. I thought I had no more remorse, but now he's suffering more than before. I'm one of the people who was part of it, one of the ones who hurt him. I don't care what the consequences are. If I don't face him, I will never be able to move on from this. I want to tell him, even if he hates me or rejects me, I will change. I won't change my mind. I will be who I want to be. This time I will save you. I have not turned my back on him. Nobody has forgiven me. Neither my heart nor my body. It is too self-punishing. If this continues, surely one day he will be gone from everyone's sight. I mutter quietly. I'm going to stop running away. I'm afraid he won't like me, so I'll stop using that as an excuse to keep avoiding him. I'm not going to be able to do it again. Be honest, Hinagi Suzurikawa. I don't need malice just to hurt people. A childhood friend is a defeated heroine. Even so, I've been waiting for you, Yukito. She just got pissed off the other day. What's wrong? It's nothing. Here I am again. This is my second visit in a short period of time. Akane-san's reverse reaction to this visit. If she really begs me to come to her house, I have no choice, do I? It was the first time I had seen Suzurikawa so desperate. I couldn't ignore it. I am a member of the homeschool club, so after school is free time for me. It's not like I have anything to do. It's no problem for me. Well, today was tough. I'm hungry and my head hurts. In the past, we used to play together. I used to come to this house a lot until I moved to my current apartment. I used to live near here, and we used to interact with each other as a family. It is a nostalgic memory now, and a time I can never get back. I was told to wait a little while for preparations, and after waiting for about 30 minutes, I received a call from Suzurikawa. By then, it was past 1900 hours. I'm sorry I called you. Here, I'll give you this. I gave her the big busy bear, named after Yukito Kokonoe, that I had found while killing time at the arcade. I also reserved one for Hari-chan and Akane-san. I was selling a lot of flattery. Thank you. You have always been good at this kind of thing, you know. I'll call the clerk right away and have her adjust the position. I see. Hari will be very pleased. The expression on the face of Suzurikawa was very stiff. She didn't seem to be in good shape. If you don't feel well, can we do this another time? I'm sorry. I'm fine, don't worry. Through the living room, I was invited directly to her room. It was very different from Suzurikawa's room in my memory. I sat on the cushion she had prepared for me. When was the last time I came to this room? It's been about 3 years. How nostalgic it is. It hasn't changed a lot. Is that so? I think I've changed a lot. But if the Yukito says so, then I guess so. Fufu, perhaps it is because she is relaxing at home, or perhaps it is because the problem has been resolved. But it is a very natural smile that I have not seen for a long time. Taking a deep breath, Suzurikawa straightens her posture. 3 years. So it wasn't that long ago. Are your parents not here? Especially Akane-san. Is it okay for me to be here? It's okay. But for the time being, they've entrusted me with everything. It's not okay. No good. I don't care if you're in charge. What? I would like to ask her, but I'm sure that's the reason why she called me here. Let's wait for her to tell me. It will make things a little easier. It really is just like back then. Unusually, what I was thinking in my head matched what I was saying. This is extremely rare for me. Maybe it's because I've been hit by nostalgia and I'm feeling a little more open-minded than I used to. Thank you for coming today. After all that request. What do you want? There's something I want you to hear. And look at me. As if she had made up her mind, Suzurikawa began to take off the clothes she was wearing. Without any time to stop her, she took her off her school uniform, and without hesitation, she even reached into her underwear, leaving her completely untouched. The sweet smell filled the room and stimulated my brain. All I could do was watch an action that could be described as delirium, but all I could see was that her body was trembling. "Come back to your senses, Suzurikawa." Utterly ridiculous lines fly out of my mouth. It is me who is crazy. I am the one who is broken. Perhaps what I just said was wrong. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew it must be so, although I did not know what was wrong. A girl is naked in front of me, and what I'm being asked to do is not to speak in such an off-color and blunt manner. But what should I say? You got it wrong. I was wrong back then. I am normal now. What are you saying? I have regretted it for a long time. Since that day, I cried and cried myself to sleep every day. My sister was disgusted with me. My family was angry with me, and I hurt you. I don't understand. Did you do something wrong? But that has nothing to do with me. My contact with Suzurikawa has been almost non-existent since then. No, it's all my fault. Unable to be honest about my feelings and trying to know how you felt, Yukito. I unilaterally asked for you without telling you anything. A mistake I cannot regret enough. It was incoherent. Even though I understood the meaning of the words, I could not understand even a fragment of what she meant. We had not had any contact for nearly 2 years. Despite appearances, I am bilingual and speak English. My test scores in both English and Japanese exceeded 95. If I could not understand the problem, it was beyond the scope of what a single student could solve. However, I could see in her eyes that she had not lost her senses. That is the decisive difference between me and Suzurikawa. Her obsidian-colored eyes were looking straight at me. Yukito, I did not have sex with senpai. Hinagipov, Yukito, I did not have sex with senpai. Expose your mind and body. I have nothing to hide. I'm done being unfaithful. I have taken such a detour. I have come such a long way. Now I just want to close the distance and tell him everything about myself. I don't even want to feel embarrassed. Please don't look away. I am here in front of you. So look. Why are you doing this? Because I don't want to be misunderstood anymore. Misunderstood? I've always loved Yukito. Why couldn't I say something so simple? It was just this one thing, and it had become so complicated. Back then, I was impatient and irritated. I thought I was trying to be approachable, but Yukito's reaction was always blank. Maybe he didn't like me at all. I had never seen him smile even once. Is it boring to be with me? I felt uneasy when I thought like that. I was a cowardly person, and all I could think about was knowing how the other person felt, without telling them how I felt. It was right around that time that my senpai confessed his feelings to me. I decided to take advantage of the situation. When I told him that senpai had confessed his feelings to me, he replied, "Is that so?" As if it was nothing, like he always does. I wanted to scream out, "Are you sure you want to go out with the senpai? Don't you think anything of it? Would you be okay with me being stolen from you?" Shocked and saddened, I clung to the last hope I had. If I went out with senpai, he might be jealous of me. If so, there was still a chance, I thought, and foolishly took the wrong path. If I had been as honest then as I am now, this would not have happened. I should have faced the situation honestly and put my feelings into Yukito's face. What I did was the worst thing I could have done. I did not tell senpai anything. I just tried to take advantage of him. I had no feelings for my senpai. I didn't even know what kind of person he was. It was just convenient for me to know how Yukito felt about me. That mistake soon turned into regret. When I told him that I went out with senpai, he told me that he was going to confess his feelings to me. I froze. Why didn't you tell me just a little bit sooner? I wanted to throw it all away and respond the words I had always wanted to hear. My wish, but now I can't respond to them unless I settle my relationship with my senpai. I felt like Yukito's eyes were getting darker and darker, as if he was stagnant. It had been 2 weeks since I started dating senpai. There was nothing like being a lover. Of course not. I had no such feelings. I had no interest in senpai. He was an unimportant person. Now that I knew how Yukito felt about me, it was just too much trouble. If only I had paid a little more attention to the man and investigated him, I would have never thought of going out with him. It was all my own fault. Perhaps he was annoyed with me, but he was very aggressive in kissing me. It was disgusting. It was impossible. How could I be with such a person? I only have Yukito. Horrified with goosebumps and refusal to be defiled, I pushed senpai away with all my might and ran out of the place when I realized. When I got home, I sent a text message to senpai saying let's break up. From then on, rumors began to circulate that I had had sex with him. He was so angry that he told everyone that he had a physical relationship with me. Rumors like that spread quickly. For an adolescent junior high school student, it is just good entertainment. I tried my best to deny it, but my denial was only accepted by those around me. There was no way I could do such a foolish act as going around talking to strangers and telling them that I was not having sex with him, and most people don't care about the truth or falsehood of rumors. After that, the rumors became more extreme, and the relationship with an older student, who never existed, had deepened considerably. The lowly stares of the boys that I was exposed to crawled all over my body as if they were licking my skin. A relationship is a contract. It is concluded under the mutual consent of both parties. It was the same with the breakup. I received a confession from senpai, but I didn't do anything that would be considered a lover. I didn't even acknowledge him as my lover, and I unilaterally broke up with him. I just pushed him around. I got what I deserved. I guess senpai had his pride. He did not immediately say that he had broken up with me. They say that a rumor lasts 75 days, but after 75 days, it is no longer a rumor but a fact. I cursed my senpai. Why had he lied so terribly? But the worst part was the same for me. I was a lousy bitch who had accepted a confession from someone I didn't even like and was trying to use it for my own convenience. A horrible senpai and a disgusting me. It could be said that we were a perfect match. Such rumors reached my sister's ears and then my parents'. My sister was fond of Yukito. I don't know if it was because of that, but I had never seen her look at me like that before. She looked at me with contempt, as if she was looking at me like I was a piece of filth, as if I was dirty. My parents called me out. I denied it. I denied that I had ever had any physical relations with him. My sister and parents were furious at my behavior, my thoughts, and how it happened. Then I asked the question, does Yukito know? He is my beloved. I don't want him to know. I want him to believe that this is a lie. Such a convenient delusion. But the rumor had spread too far. It was impossible for him not to know. The rumor must have reached the ears of Yukito. And even if it was nominal, even if I was using it for my own convenience, senpai and I were supposed to be in a relationship. It is no surprise that we were engaged in such an act. This fact made the rumor stronger. I had to clear up the misunderstanding in a hurry. Despite my impatience, I was afraid that Yukito might look at me the same way he looked as my sister, and I cowered and couldn't move. I can't bear it if he looks at me with such eyes. If he looked at me as if I were a filthy, disgusting thing, I would. I chased after him, but he was so absorbed in his club activities as if he didn't care about anything. That fact torments me even more. Does he not care about me anymore? Please help me. The heartbreaking cry never made it out of my voice, and by that time, my emotions were falling apart. Yuri, who holds Yukito in the highest regard, was furious and ordered me to never come near him again. I realized too late that I had betrayed many people, and before long, the rumors became an open fact. Our relationship spontaneously disappeared, and he became a bit distant and detached again. It was my fault. I was the one who tried to use him for convenience. I was selfish and vicious. You must be laughing. A really helpless piece of crap. It's all my fault, but I can see it now. I am sure that even without what happened with my senpai, my arrogance back then would have surely hurt him someday, just as I have always done. Because I was unable to be honest, he was silently listening to my regrets. If I had talked to him right then and there, things would not have gotten so complicated. He had always listened to me. It was my fault for not facing him. I pursued him all the way to high school. I had a vague but certain premonition. This must be my last chance. If I missed it, our relationship would be completely over. I resolved to change, but the ghosts of the past grabbed my feet again and dragged me down. I didn't know what to do, but there he was, Yukito. With his usual expression, he extended his hand to us as if it was nothing. On the day of the summer festival, I was the one who shook off his hand. That's enough, Hinagi. Let's put an end to regrets. Therefore, let me prove it to you. I'll give you everything I have. I embraced Suzurikawa, who fell straight asleep on the bed. I was facing her, as if she was covering me up. I was trapped in her eyes, and I could not move a single fingertip. As if I were in bondage. Suzurikawa. I've been waiting for a day like this for a long time. I was actually dreaming of something more romantic, but I'm sorry, okay? I didn't think I had the time for it. Ah, you have learned to laugh so beautifully. It was neither the innocent smile of my childhood nor the sullen expression of those days. You don't have to be in a hurry. Be calm. You don't have to prove anything to me. You've always been on my side, so I want you to be mine. I'm not going to let anyone else touch you. I'm not lying. I don't want to lie anymore. So make sure, feel all of me. It must be something important to Suzurikawa. I can't do that just to prove that nothing happened. No, you got it wrong. Touch me. I'm so happy in this moment. Laying my hands on top of each other, bringing it to her chest. Her body was hot and her heartbeat was rising. I see. I finally remembered. How could I have forgotten when I was little? We were always connected to each other like this. Tears began to well up in her eyes. I remember, too, when we were much younger. We were connected by heart. We didn't need words. Like a broken thread that needs to be reconnected, we are now faintly connected. The story of Suzurikawa was surprising, but it was also understandable. At the time, I thought that was the way it was supposed to be, but there were plenty of opportunities to notice that her attitude was strange. Suzurikawa said she didn't want me to know about it. If I couldn't get close to her, maybe it was something that could have been resolved at that point if I had walked up to her. But at that time, I was no longer looking at Suzurikawa. But now that I have heard her story, all I can think about is, why, today. Because I was a coward. I couldn't be honest with you. Why are you telling me this now? Because it would be too late. Why now? Why right now? Back then, I would have been able to accept your feelings, but now I'm. The scene I remember is always tinged with scarlet. I was convinced that day. I was convinced that I could not be rewarded. I wanted something. I knew I couldn't have it, and then I gave up and lost it. I can't accept her feelings even though she wants me so much. Misery does not suit such a beautiful woman. A throbbing headache hits me. It is worse than ever. No, don't break. Don't try to break. The struggle repeats itself. If I break like I always do, I won't think about it. All this pain will disappear. Come on, let's break. As usual, when the Demon King asks me to give him half of the world, I reply without hesitation that it's me, the heavy Yukito. If I break down like that, I won't care anymore. I am. Who is this Yukito? When did I become like that? I want to break. Let's break fast. I feel the hollow trying to expand. I've always been broken, but if the feelings I've been mistaken about for so long aren't mistaken, then what a terrible thing I've done. It's an illusion. It's a lie. Don't think about it. Abandon it. Let it break. Maybe it is a defensive instinct. I don't understand the feelings that others direct at me. Don't try. I have repeatedly misunderstood. But was that really the case? The feelings, hearts, and emotions of Suzurikawa flowed in as an enormous wave. It was warm. It was so warm that I didn't want to let go of it, even though it was about to spill over. Yukito, are you all right? You're blue. She is worried about me, not hiding her own body, but exposing it unsparingly. What is she doing this for? Is it so easy for her to expose her body naked? Why is she telling me this now? Because she wants to make me suffer? If so, why is she so painfully worried about me? I am about to break down, but something is putting the brakes on me, telling me not to break down. Something is holding me back from letting go of this struggle. I don't want to break. I don't want to be wrong anymore. If I go any further, it will be too late. No. It's probably already too late. Still, I don't want to hurt anyone, and I don't want to be hurt. The conflicting impulses swirl around me. Why do I have to suffer so much because of something like the phase of woman trouble? A ridiculous curse. I don't understand. Why don't I try? I don't understand. Just don't try to understand. Everything is so empty and it tries to erase me. I wish I could just disappear and be at ease, but I feel like I'm being controlled by this fascinating desire. It was so sweet, so tempting. Yes, if only I could make myself disappear. Softly, my lips were sealed. It was the second time I had felt that sensation. A slightly different taste. The sweet, melting sensation melted my thoughts away. It's okay. I will never hurt you again. Suzurikawa was crying. Why is she crying? What is she sad about? Is there some physical pain somewhere? Or is Suzurikawa's oversized? Haha, I see. She's naked. So she must have a cold tummy or something, right? I shake off the haze that tries to cover my thoughts. That's not it. Stop it. That's not how it's supposed to be. Why are you trying to mistake me? Knowingly make a mistake. She's in front of me now. When did this happen? When have I been led to think this way? By whom? Why? I'm Yukito Kokonoe. And Yukito Kokonoe is me. Suzurikawa? No, Hinagi. You called me by my name. He. My first and second kiss. Glad I gave it to them right. Can I turn it off? Really, this smile? Her crying. I can erase it from my mind, and I'm going to act as usual, as Yukito Kokonoe. And then, the headache intensifies. I want to erase. I am embraced. Human skin is in direct contact. I don't know what caused it, if anything. It was everything. The malice that tries to break me. The situation that tried to make me break. I kept losing it. And it was okay. It was fine. I didn't care about anything. But there must have been things I shouldn't have lost. There must have been something I had to realize. Even if it was too late to know what it was, there was something that must not be lost. Hinagi, did you have such a personality? I am a childishly naive person. I'm done being unfaithful. I didn't want to lose as it is. I don't want to end up hurting you. My childhood friend is a losing heroine. That's what they say. Because I love you so much. I didn't want to believe that her smile and words were lies. I heard someone's voice. I didn't pay attention to the voice, but was mesmerized by the sight in front of me. The spectacular view that could be seen for a long distance. The sky and the earth that seemed to absorb me forever. Just one more step, and I could be a part of it. Subconsciously, my body is pulled in. I was going to disappear anyway. There is no place for me. It doesn't matter if it is now. I am worthless and unnecessary. So why not give in to this impulse? It doesn't bother anyone. No one will be sad because of it. How endlessly it attracts me. That's why the rain that had begun to fall cooled my head. I was idly gazing at the puddles of water that had formed on the black asphalt. By the time I returned home from Suzurikawa's house, the sun had completely set, and only the streetlights illuminated the darkness. I continued to walk alone, wandering along the night road. Suzurikawa's body temperature was warm. However, we were not embracing each other in a frenzied embrace. We were just together. I am unable to accept her feelings. I could not return the same amount of feelings. That is why I did nothing, but we held each other's hands and talked, as if to make up for all the time we had spent together. We were childhood friends, and our paths crossed for a change. Hinagi made a mistake and lost me. Our relationship ended there. But in that moment, we certainly connected. That is the distance between me and Hinagi now. I keep asking myself the same question. Is all that right? When did I become like this? The doubts I felt at Suzurikawa's house are still swirling around inside me. With one out and a runner on first base, I, Yukito Kokonoe, would without hesitation set up an end run, and so on. When did I become like that? I question my own thinking. I feel a sense of discomfort, as if they are skewed, distorted, or twisted in some way. Why didn't I notice it? Why didn't I question it? That was also strange. A strange maldistribution of thoughts. My mentality is as strong as superaramid fiber, but I can't remember when that started, or even if I could, when it became so. No, who is the Yukito Kokonoe? Phew. I let out a big breath in front of my sister's room. If I don't get an answer to that question, I can't move forward. I would continue to break down and stagnate. I was okay with that. I didn't think anything about it, and it didn't bother me. But I thought that if I didn't change, someone would probably be sad. I don't care how much I'm hurt now, but I don't want to hurt anyone. And perhaps I have hurt someone in the past like that. I knock. It's around midnight, but I'm sure she's still awake. I mock myself. That's enough, isn't it? She hates me anyway, so there's no reason for her to hate me any more than she does now. I've become the worst scum of the school. Yeah, never mind. I have to find out who I am, the real me. I have to find the real me, the Yukito Kokonoe, whom I have lost sight of. To do so, a different approach will be needed, the opposite of what I've been doing. The answer may lie in what I've been avoiding. That's why I'm going forward. No matter how much it hurts. I am used to getting hurt, but I don't want to make anyone cry. What are you doing here at this hour? My sister in pajamas comes out. She doesn't seem to be sleepy at all. I wondered if she had done her homework. Unlike me, she is extremely talented. I wonder why there is such a big disparity between siblings. However, my sister must be like my mother. She is proud of her threatening chest circumference. Hee, can I talk to you for a moment? Nei-san? You want to talk to me? That's unusual. Come in. She lets me into her room. When was the last time I entered her room? It must have been more than 10 years ago. Since that day, our relationship has been like that. We didn't interfere with each other. We didn't look at each other, and I avoided her. But did she? I think back. And why did she do it? I thought she didn't like me. I forcefully interrupt my thoughts to try to come up with an answer that is probably wrong. Suddenly, my sister's movements stopped. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Nei-san? Oh, I just wanted to talk to you for a minute. Yukito. 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 She hugs me. What is up with you today? It's been a day of hugs all day long. Is it a free hug day or something? If my reason wasn't the unsinkable battleship Yamato, I'd be in a lot of trouble. Wouldn't I? No, I'm sinking. The jokey thoughts are still accelerating. Still, let's move forward. I can't just end up here. Epilogue. Seriously, this is bad. Yesterday was seriously bad. I ended up going to bed with my sister hugging me afterwards. I know I've worried you a lot recently, but my mom and sis are too overprotective. The problem is me. I am too old to sleep with my sister. No, wait. Isn't that crazy? I have been talking about such things as a matter of course, without worrying about it. Why did I think I couldn't say it even if it was out of my mouth? It's not like I wouldn't have thought of such a thing until now. Well, never mind. It's silly to worry about it as soon as I get to school. There's a lot for me to do today. I have to move on to find out who I am. I need to be something different. A different me. What's wrong with you, Yukito? You look so confused. The fresh handsome guy was looking fresh today, too. Good morning. It has been raining since yesterday, but the fresh and handsome man's face is clear today. He is a guy who has no sense of the season at all. Isn't it tiring when it's sunny all the time? Doesn't it ever get cloudy? But I am not a weather forecaster. I didn't have time to worry about such things today. I'm going to join the basketball team. What? Really? What kind of change of heart is that? For now, it's just until the tournament that the hot-blooded senpai told me about. After that, it depends on whether I want to continue or not. I understand. Then I'll join the club too. Gross. Don't try to follow me. Do you like me? Of course I do. Is that so? For some reason, there was a loud cheers from inside the classroom, which was filled with a sense of tension. I pretended not to look at it because I was afraid this would be a snake in the bushes if I got too deep into it. Kamishiro. No, Shiori. Why Yuki? I call out to Kamishiro, who was looking at me fearfully. I hurt her just because she got involved with me. I broke my arm because of Kamishiro, and I couldn't participate in the tournament because of it. That's true. But I was already broken, so I wasn't hurt by that. My body was hurt, though. But what about Kamishiro herself? She must have been tormented for a long time. If I had hurt someone in the same way, I would not have been able to ignore it. Don't you ever have two words for a woman? That's a word for men. It's a gender-equal society. Don't worry about it. I'll ask you again. Do you have 2 words for me? I don't know what it is, but I don't. I've decided to never lie to Yuki again. Okay, then be my manager. Eh? Yes, yes. Again, there were shouts from all parts of the room. Is this class going to be okay like this? Yuri Pov, I know. I wonder what's going on all of a sudden. You look kind of happy, Yuri. Is that so? I guess I must be. He's so great, isn't he, little brother? Bring him back. My little brother is causing a stir right away. It seems he is getting excited about how he told his classmates to be my girl or something. He was making his timeline look awesome. When did he become such a selfish character? I'll interrogate him when I get home. As usual, his words, deeds, and actions were being reported. But whatever had happened to him, it was a little or a lot different from his usual ruckus. If anything, that kid is trying to do something on his own, instead of getting involved for the first time. It reminds me of yesterday. My eyes might still be a little red. I cried without a care in the world. In fact, I even fell asleep with him because I didn't want to let him go. Not only yesterday, but today, tomorrow, and in the future. I slept with my mother, too, and it's okay with me, isn't it? I want to ask for such an unspecified consent. I always wanted to be called. I wanted to be recognized as a sister. I wanted him to see me not as a stranger but as his immediate family. Maybe I could touch his heart a little. Until now, there had been nothing but bad changes. Maybe for the first time, a good change had occurred. If that was the case, I absolutely could not let this opportunity be destroyed. I can't let her hurt him again with her malice. I must protect it. This time, it will be me. That's why I ran away from the noisy class. You are much more famous now, aren't you? Lunch break. Eating peanut butter bread and chocolate bread on the fire escape. It was a bad choice. Too sweet. Even though I have a sweet tooth, these 2 breads were too much for me. My body was now craving a fight more than sugar. I'm sorry, liar. I don't want to fight. But more importantly, Hestia-senpai, aren't you always here? Stop calling me that, because it sounds like I'm wearing something naughty. What are you talking about? No, if you don't know, forget it. It's nothing. I've got that string. So you do know. And why do you have it? I thought it might be something with that name. Are you trying to make me wear that? You don't have the chest for it. Oi, Junior, pardon me. Pardon me. Hestia-senpai was eating lunch alone on the fire escape as usual. I knew she was a loner no matter what I thought. She even confessed it to me. My senpai is beautiful, but she doesn't have any friends. Well, Hestia-senpai, I'll be your friend. Why are you looking at me like you are above me, and you think I'm just some lonely who doesn't have any friends, don't you? Am I wrong? Yes, I have a lot of friends, you know. I don't understand why peanut butter is so sweet. Damn you, America. That's why. Listen to me. I'm talking to you, right? Do. I'm not a horse. I'm not a horse. You're a goddess, right? I'm getting tired of it, and I'm starting to feel okay with it. For some reason, Hestia-senpai was upset. I felt sorry for her, so I gave her the string. I'm not a loner like you, okay? Are you listening to me? I've been thinking lately that maybe I'm not so lonely. Huh, really? It is true that you are a little bit of a problem in many ways. Well, I'm still a shady person, though. Gra, don't laugh with a straight face. You're scaring me. But I'm glad to hear that. I don't know if it's a good thing, but if Hestia-senpai says so, I'm sure it's a good thing. Yes, you must listen to me, because I'm a goddess, right? Oi, you think you're really a goddess? Don't suddenly take the ladder off. You said it yourself. The light train was still falling. In such a situation, only Hestia and I were the only students who had the unusual idea of having lunch outside. The fire escape was not wet, so there was no problem, but it was a strangely comfortable space. I wondered if school or home would ever be such a comfortable space for me. I'm sure that I've been. Afterward. Thank you very much for reading this work. It is thanks to all of you who have supported me that what was originally published as an internet novel has now become a book. I would like to thank you again from the bottom of my heart. This work was originally intended to be a hero's story. However, in the book version, I focused more on the heroines to make it a story of the hero and heroine. There are many different heroines in the book, so if you have a favorite heroine, please let us know. We have also reviewed the length of each episode, as the format is different between the web and the book. Overall, the book has undergone major revisions, so we believe that readers of the web version will enjoy it with a slightly different feel. Last but not least, I would like to give my acknowledgements. I would like to thank Chizaka Wata-san for drawing such fascinating and wonderful characters despite the large number of characters in the book, the editorial staff who worked on the book, and the many people who were involved in the publication process. Above all, I would like to thank all the readers. The romance of this work has not yet begun. This is the starting line. Stay tuned for further developments. We look forward to seeing you all again in this way.